Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. I have the honor, pursuant to Section 38 of the Access to Information Act, to lay upon the table the report of the Information Commissioner for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2013. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 10838H, the report will be referred to the Standing Committee on Ethics and Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 255 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Mr. Duncan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Madame Ambrose, appuyée par Monsieur Duncan.
Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Mr. Duncan, moves that the bill be read now a first time and printed.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. Dépôt de...
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll try this again. There have been discussions among the parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, when government motion number 1 is called, no member shall speak for more than 10 minutes with no question and comment period, provided that members may divide their time with another member. The Speaker shall not receive any amendments, and when no member rises to speak or after 40 minutes of debate, whichever is earlier, the motion shall be deemed adopted on division.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I have another couple of motions, and encore une fois, il y avait des discussions.
Once again, there were discussions among the parties, and I would request unanimous consent for the following motion, that is, notwithstanding any usual practices, that after question period today, there will be a vote.
To propose this motion. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Leader.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, again, there have been discussions, and I expect unanimous consent for the following motion, that the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs be the committee designated for the purposes of Section 20.1 of the Enhanced New Veterans Charter Act.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions. Is this on motions? Motions. Oh, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the spirit of the previous unanimous consents, I rise to seek the unanimous consent of the House for a motion related to the Prime Minister's tabling yesterday of Pro Forma Bill C1, which symbolically asserts the supremacy of Parliament and the authority for this House to deliberate and take decisions. The government is accountable to this House for its actions, as Bill C1 signalled. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister may need more than Bill C1 to remind him of this. Accordingly, I'd like to seek the unanimous consent of the House to move the following motion, which reaffirms what the House previously adopted in 2010, and which I had also placed on the order paper before prorogation ironically killed the motion. Mr. Speaker, the motion I wish to move is as follows: that this House reaffirm its expressed will in support of the motion moved by Jack Layton on March 17, 2010, that in the opinion of the House, the Prime Minister shall not advise the Governor-General to prorogue any session of any Parliament for longer than 7 calendar days without a specific resolution of the House of Commons to support such prorogation. Mr. Speaker, let there be no mistake that this government and the Prime Minister have not honoured the will of the House as expressed in March 2010. Canadians deserve better than democracy with dishonour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No, there's no consent. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for King's Hants.
The honour of presenting a petition from Nova Scotian citizens on the issue of genetically modified alfalfa. The petition says that we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, draw to the attention of the House the following: that Monsanto's Roundup Ready genetically modified alfalfa requires variety registration before it can be legally sold as seed in Canada, but has already been approved for human consumption and environmental release in Canada. It also calls for genetically modified alfalfa has been and is currently planted in test plots in Canada, that unwanted contamination from GM alfalfa is inevitable, that organic farming prohibits the use of genetic modification, and the organic sector in Canada depends on alfalfa as a high-protein feed for dairy cattle and other livestock, as well as an important soil builder. Therefore, these petitioners call on Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa.
Order. I'm just order. I'm just going to stop the honourable member there, as he's had the floor for a little over a minute, and it sounded suspiciously like he might have been reading the petition, which we're not supposed to do. But I'll move on now to the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take that word of advice from you. I have a petition here signed by a large number of constituents of mine from the Roman Catholic faith who were upset and appalled by the CBC program This Hour Has 22 Minutes, when they made fun of the Holy Sacrament of Holy Communion, which they found very objective and disrespectful and attack on their very faith. So I would like to put that on the table.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition signed by many Londoners in regard to the protection of Canada's oceans. As we all know, our oceans are in rather poor state of health, and that affects our climate, our ecosystems, and our economy, Mr. Speaker. And Canada, unlike other countries, has only protected 1% of our oceans. The Americans have protected 8% of theirs, and the Australians 40%. And so these petitioners call upon Parliament to protect our oceans by establishing enough marine protected areas to protect at least 10% of our oceans, which is the international target that Canada is already committed to, and thereby ensure the future health of our oceans, our economy, our environment, and this important asset for decades to come.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Do you have a petition? Oh, okay. The chair has notice of a question of privilege from the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay. Sorry. Is the honourable government House Leader rising to seek the floor?
Want to pick up on the point of order that was raised yesterday with a response to that.
Okay, I'll hear the honourable government House Leader on the point of order, and then I'll go to the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay on the. No, sorry. I'll hear the honourable government House Leader first, just because it was raised first. The point of order was raised first, and then I'll hear the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay after the response to the point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise with a more detailed response to the official opposition House Leader's point of order last night on government motion number 2. Quite simply, the entire motion has a unifying purpose: the arrangement of business here and in our committees for the autumn. As I said yesterday, it is a fair, a balanced, and a principle-based proposal for restoring everyone's business without prejudice resulting from the prorogation and enabling the government to bring forward a speech from the throne. The chapeau of the motion, the words before paragraph A, say just as much. Quote, for the purposes of facilitating and organizing the business of the House and its committees in the autumn of 2013, unquote. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the main thrust of the motion provides for us to pick up where we left off in June, with business where it was, whether it be government legislation, studies by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that had been arranged by unanimous consent, a special committee that was set up unanimously in February, and a finance committee studying a study flowing from a private member's motion. We also see some housekeeping schedule amendments by revising a couple of deadlines in our standing orders in view of the time frame available for us this autumn, as well as the customary accommodation of a political party's national convention. But the principle is simple. No member of Parliament, no party, whether government or opposition, should see their priorities cut off or cut short or diverted simply because of the fact of prorogation. As we heard yesterday, one political party, the NDP, has a concern, quote, a fundamental concern, unquote, if you go by some public comments from the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley made about our negotiations, with just one clause of this motion. Our rules and procedures, Mr. Speaker, have a long proven way of handling this type of objection, proposing amendments. Citation 567 of Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, tells us that, quote, the object of an amendment may be either to modify a question in such a way as to increase its acceptability or to present to the House a different proposition as an alternative to the original question, end quote. If it is the perspective of the opposition that government motion number 2 could be improved, then it is open to them to propose an amendment and then to let the House decide whether it is actually an improvement. Mr. Speaker, motions which reinstate business are not novel. Page 383 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, makes reference to this procedure. If one looks back through our records, one will see that such motions have been proposed at the start of second or subsequent session of Parliament by parties on both sides of this House in 1991, 1996, 1999, 2002, 2004, 2007. Some of these motions were not just limited to the conduct of government legislation. For example, in 1996, Government Motion Number 1 provided for the continuation of private members' bills as well as a series of temporary standing order amendments on the business of supply. In 2002, Government Motion Number 2 provided for the re-establishment of a special committee, as we heard. At other times, too, the House has considered multifaceted motions which either amended the standing orders or implemented a sessional or special order to facilitate the conduct of our business. The most recent was Government Motion Number 17, just this May. The motion was ruled by you, sir, on May 22, 2013, at pages 16804 and 16805 of the debates to be in order. Should the Chair, however, be open to the honourable member's argument on dividing the motion, let me offer a few comments on that front. Citation 557 sub 2 of Beauchesne's advises from a 1966 ruling of Mr. Speaker Lamoureux that, quote, it is only in exceptional circumstances and when there is little doubt that the Speaker may intervene, end quote. More recently, Mr. Speaker Milliken said on October 4, 2002, at page 299 of the debates that, quote, research into Canadian practice reveals few instances where a Speaker has moved to divide a motion. In my view, this indicates that the Chair must exercise every caution before intervening in the deliberations of the House in the manner requested in this instance, end quote. As a testament to just how rare it is, pages 562 and 563 of O'Brien and Boss refer to 5 previous instances where the matter of dividing motions arose. Of those cases, one saw unanimous consent giving the Speaker that authority, and another, the case forming the Beauchesne citation I just read, saw the Chair decline to intervene. Of the 3 remaining cases, one instance related to a government motion proposing a new flag for Canada and the future standing of the Union Jack, an issue which any student of Canadian history or of this place would know was an emotionally supercharged debate, dominating the 26th Parliament. That motion was divided into 2 separate motions for debate by Mr. Speaker McNaughton on June 15, 1964. Mr. Speaker McNaughton based his approach on the prevailing British practice at the time, since our rules were silent, and then Standing Order 1 required him to look to Westminster in such unprovided for cases. With respect to that selfsame British approach, page 389 of Erskine May's Parliamentary Practice, 20th edition, informs us that, quote, "The House does not recognize the right of individual members to insist on the division of motions giving special facilities for the transaction of public business," end quote. Government motion number 2 refers to facilitating or giving facilities for the conduct of public business this fall in the Chamber and in our committees. Mr. Speaker, we are not dealing here with an emotionally fraught debate which goes to the heart of how we identify ourselves as Canadians. We are simply dealing with a proposal to reconcile the business of the House and committees to our calendar and circumstances this autumn, but particularly to see things picked up where we left off without just cherry-picking the stuff we like that we initiated last session. It is indeed an approach that is fair to all, that seeks to allow everybody's business, not just the government's business, but everyone's business to be restored. In 2002, Mr. Speaker Milliken hived off for separate debate a portion of Government Motion Number 2 which related to future travel authority for our committee because it was not cognate with the purpose of the motion as expressed on its face, quote, "to provide for the resumption and continuation of the business of the House begun in the previous session," end quote. As I quoted to you earlier, the opening words of our motion are not limited in scope to business from the past session. They make reference to the facilitation and organization of business this autumn that is going forward into this session. In our case, Mr. Speaker, there is really just one element singled out by one corner of the House for objection. The way of dealing with that objection, sir, is not to throw out the motion or even to exercise the extraordinary and exceedingly rare power to divide it. The simplest course of action is to allow the debate to proceed as normal or await an amendment to be proposed thereto, or in other words, to rephrase our position consistent with the approach laid out by Speaker Lamoureux. There is significant doubt that the best way of dealing with this situation is through dividing Government Motion Number 2. The solution is not to veto a proposal from going forward by having the motion ruled out of order simply because one doesn't like it. That's not democracy. Democracy is served best through debating a proposal, considering an amendment, and making a decision at the end of the day through voting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was reminded, listening to the Government House Leader, of words that were said in this place in 2002, he referenced often, by my friend from Halifax West, who was then sitting in the Liberal government at the time, arguing the exact same thing that I heard from the Government House Leader this morning, that there's a unifying argument at principle in what the Liberal government then had proposed. That because they said the words unifying argument, therefore it must mean that everything that followed had to be cogent and contained in one motion. Speaker Milliken did not find that argument true then, and I suspect that given the precedents and also the practice of this place, it will be difficult for the Chair to find a unifying argument now. I would also recall that the person who argued against the then Liberal government, Mr. Chuck Strahl, who will be familiar to many of my friends across the way, said, and I quote, during the debate, and I think this may be helpful, "However, as far as the business of the House Leader's argument on the Liberal side that they just want to continue with business as usual is an antithesis of what they have just done. The government decided that the business of the House had to stop, that it had to prorogue, clean the tables and start anew with new committees, new agendas, and a whole new legislative package. For him to say that all the business they want on the Liberal side has to also continue uninterrupted is simply false. Prorogation stops some things until the House agrees. It cannot continue as if nothing happened. Prorogation requires the decision of this House. If we are going to continue with an old agenda, a decision that each of us as parliamentarians has to be willing to take part in and vote on." That was the point. That was the point of the motion we raised yesterday, both, again, in practice and in principle. I'll read from O'Brien and Boss to remind my friend across the way on 478 of Marlowe and Montpetit, which existed at that time. Quote, "When a complicated motion comes before the House, for example, a motion containing 2 or more parts, each capable of standing on its own." That is the test. Are each of these motions capable of standing on its own? The government's agenda to try to reintroduce all the previous legislation that had killed due to prorogation? On its other leg, this idea that coupling that with a study on murdered and missing Aboriginal women, can that vote stand on its own? Is that a distinct concept? To continue, The Speaker has the authority to modify it and thereby facilitate decision-making for the House. When any member objects to a motion that contains two or more distinct propositions, he or she may request that the motion be divided and that each proposition be debated and voted on separately. Those are the rules that guide us. So clearly the power is contained within your chair, Mr. Speaker, to divide the motion as two separate issues, which we have argued. And I'll remind my government House Leader friend across the way that the Conservative House Leader at the time, in 2002, Ms. Skelton, said, "I must come to the conclusion that the motion before the House contains two propositions, and since strong objections have been made to the effect that these two propositions should not be considered together, it is my duty to divide them." That was in reference from Milliken's chair to the intervention by the House Leader. It seems to me passing strange that the Conservatives have so consistently now argued positions previously taken up by the Liberals and have forgotten all the arguments they made when they sat in the opposition benches. We see two clear, distinct proposals, one that we find objectionable to be linked together: the government's effort to reinstate their agenda, the agenda that they shut down due to prorogation, their attempt to reset, their attempt to renew, and the proposition that the study and the work on members of Parliament's expenses and bringing further clarity and transparency, and even more objectionable, the work that had been started and initiated by this place to look into the travesty, the devastating effects of missing and murdered Aboriginal women, that somehow those two things are linked and must forever remain linked, and that only one vote, sustain that idea or to reject it, will be allowed in this place, causing members to be in opposition to their own values when voting just once. The precedence is here. The rules are here. The Conservatives argued this very case when they were in opposition against the then Liberals. It seems to me clear that they find this cumbersome, as they so often find democratic values and institutions an annoyance. But the fact remains that members of Parliament need to be able to stand in this place, cast a free and fair vote, clearly on the issues before the House. To start to couple things together in these omnibus motions and omnibus legislation further erodes the connection between members of Parliament and their constituents and the views that we seek to represent when we stand in this place. Again, my friend says there is no passionate debate going on here. I would argue quite the contrary, both on the principle of members of Parliament being able to conduct themselves in a way that they can clearly go back to their constituents, our constituents, and inform them as to what the vote was, and also on the substance of the matter, that work into missing and Aboriginal women is an important enough issue to stand on its own. Finally, my friend across the way asked, well, if there was any recommendations to improve the motion, then they should be forthwith. He maybe wasn't listening yesterday, because I did offer one, plucked word for word from this omnibus motion, allowing the Conservatives to have their convention in November in Calgary. I have other motions available to hive off the pieces that we find objectionable placed together. If my friend across the way is looking for those recommendations, we have them already. He rejected one yesterday. Perhaps if the government House Leader is now open to those, we can make those submissions, divide this motion properly so that members of Parliament can freely and clearly express their views, and then the House can get on with its business. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank both honourable members for their contributions to the point of order, and I will endeavour to come back to the House as quickly as possible with a ruling on the question. Now I'll turn to the honourable member for James Bay, who has provided the Speaker with notice of a question of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a great honour to rise in this chamber. However, today I'm rising on a question of privilege pursuant to Section 48(1) of the Standing Orders. It's a question of grave importance because it concerns the new evidence that has come through the RCMP investigation that suggests the Prime Minister provided misleading information to the House. In terms of the deal that was struck between his former Chief of Staff, Nigel Wright, and Senator Mike Duffy. Now, that deal was to pay the $90,000 of fraudulent living expenses for Mr. Duffy. Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely serious matter because we're dealing with the unprecedented situation of an actual RCMP investigation into the office of the Prime Minister. So the misleading statements are not only a breach of parliamentary privilege, they're more importantly a breach of trust with Canadians who expect that the House of Commons and its members will ensure that there is a standard of accountable government. Therefore, I will be laying out this case for you today and asking that you will find a prima facie case of privilege that does exist so that this matter can be properly dealt with at committee. I want to point out right away that I would have brought this issue sooner. However, the government had decided to prorogue for the month of September, so this is the first actual opportunity to bring this issue before you. As well, in the interim period between last June and this September, a number of new evidence pieces have come forward through the RCMP affidavits that have provided a much broader picture of how much knowledge was actually in the Prime Minister's office regarding Mr. Duffy and the relationship with Mr. Wright. I'm not going to try your patience this morning, Mr. Speaker, by going through all the various evidence that has come forward. I want to focus particularly, however, on the one aspect, which was the issue of the payment that was made by the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Nigel Wright, to Senator Duffy, and who in the Prime Minister's office was aware of that deal. Now, we know that Nigel Wright and Senator Duffy had met over the issue of the $90,000 in fraudulent housing expenses, and according to the reports that have come forward through the media and through the RCMP, there was a deal where Senator Duffy would become silent on the scandal with the auditors in exchange for the $90,000 that then would be used as repayment for the expenses. When this became public, Nigel Wright resigned from his position. Now, over the following days and weeks, during question period, a series of very straightforward questions were asked of the Prime Minister regarding what he knew about the deal. The Leader of the Opposition wanted to find out who exactly in the Prime Minister's office may have been aware that a particularly criminal act had occurred. On June 5, 2013, the Prime Minister said, quote, "As I have said repeatedly, it was Mr. Wright who made the decision to take his personal funds and to give those to Mr. Duffy so that Mr. Duffy could reimburse the taxpayers. Those were his decisions. They were not communicated to me or to members of my office." However, we now know that this statement was false. On July 4, 2013, a letter surfaced from Colonel Greg Horton of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police that was filed as part of the application for a production order. In this document, Corporal Horton explains that on June 23, 2013, the RCMP received a letter from Peter Mantis, the lawyer for Nigel Wright. This letter, Corporal Horton explains, advised that Mr. Wright recalls that he told the following people that he would personally provide the funds to repay Mr. Duffy's claimed secondary residence expenses. David Van Hemmen in the Prime Minister's office, Benjamin Perrin in the Prime Minister's office, Chris Woodcock in the Prime Minister's office, and Senator Irving Gerstein. As I pointed out, the first three individuals are respectively working in the Prime Minister's office, the Executive Assistant to the Chief of Staff, the former legal advisor to the Prime Minister, and finally the Director of Issues Management for the Prime Minister. The RCMP's letter also explains the investigation revealed that the Conservative Party was initially going to repay the money for Mr. Duffy from the Conservative Party fund when they thought that the amount owed was $32,000. However, when it was confirmed that Mike Duffy had actually inappropriately taken $90,000, it was decided that this was too much money to ask the Conservative Party to cover. It was then that Mr. Wright apparently offered to cover the cost. The RCMP writes in their statement, quote, "Some people within the PMO were aware of this arrangement." So according to the RCMP, the facts are clear. Under direct, clear, concise cross-examination, the Prime Minister stated in this House that the decisions to pay back the money for Mr. Duffy were not communicated to him or members of his office. But in black and white, we can see that this is a complete contradiction of the evidence that has been provided by Mr. Wright to the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt that within the weeks of cross-examining that had occurred in the House, the Prime Minister would have sought answers from his staff regarding this issue. Can any Canadian seriously believe that day after day of being asked to account for what happened in his office, the Prime Minister never sat down with senior staff to work out the facts of the matter? It would also seem very difficult to believe that his staff would have heard him misstating the facts of the matter in the House and not choose to correct him in which they would have let him intentionally state a falsehood. So this leaves us with two possibilities. Either the Prime Minister's staff lied to him, which left him armed with untrue answers on the highest profile story of the day in an unprecedented political scandal, or the Prime Minister himself perhaps chose to ignore the truth when being held accountable in this place. Either way, Mr. Speaker, This is an extremely serious breach of the rights and privileges of the members of this House, as well as a breach of the public trust to all Canadians. I ask you today to defend the rights of our democratic institutions by finding that there is a prima facie case of privilege of contempt of Parliament. For the sake of clarity, let me remind everyone here of the rights that are afforded to members of Parliament so they can carry out their duties on behalf of Canadians. On page 75 of the 23rd edition of Erskine May's Treatise on Law, Privileges, Proceedings, and the Usage of Parliament, parliamentary privilege is defined as, quote, the sum of the peculiar rights enjoyed by each House collectively and by the members of each House individually, without which they could not discharge their functions. Parliamentary privileges are the utmost important, not only for parliamentarians, but more importantly for Canadians who put their trust and faith in their elected members to legislate on their behalf and to hold government to account. So they trust that government will provide truthful answers in the House. These are the basic principles that are of paramount importance if we want Canadians to continue to believe and take part in the democratic process. Now, breaches of privilege can take many forms, as you know, Mr. Speaker, but the one we are dealing with, misleading the House, is one of the most serious. On page 111 of Erskine May, it states that, quote, the Commons may treat the making of a deliberately misleading statement as contempt. The second edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice by O'Brien and Bosk also tells us on page 111 that the provision of misleading information constitutes a prima facie breach of privilege. Let me also quote from page 63 of Erskine May, which tells us, quote, it is of paramount importance that ministers give accurate and truthful information to Parliament, correcting any inadvertent error at the earliest opportunity. I would add that this is even more important responsibility for the Prime Minister himself. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that providing misleading information to the House is a serious offence and a breach of our collective privileges. Now, again, it may be that the Prime Minister himself was unaware of the actions of his staff, but it is still a breach of our privileges for his staff to have misled the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, his staff watched him providing these misleading statements in the House, and previous speakers have ruled that this is as much a breach of privilege and contempt for parliamentarians as if the member himself had made these statements. On December 6, 1978, in finding that a prima facie contempt case of the House existed, Speaker Jerome ruled that a government official, by deliberately misleading a minister, who in turn provided misleading information to a member, had impeded the members in the performance of their duties and consequently obstructed the House itself. Speaker Jerome said, quote, the complaint, which is the subject matter of the question of privilege, is not directly a complaint about the minister. Indeed, it is founded on the fact that it is one of the minister's officials who was calculated to contrive this deliberate deception of the House. In the same vein, February 25, 2004, Speaker Milliken reminded the House, it is not, of course, absolutely necessary that the minister be aware that a document is misleading in order for contempt to occur. Speaker, it is a very unusual and disturbing case we have before us. I have never heard before of a Prime Minister and, by extension, the House being deceived by members in the Prime Minister's office. In your ruling on whether or not this is indeed a prima facie case of privilege, I would like you to consider the following quote from Erskine May, page 136. It may be stated generally that any act or omission which obstructs or impedes either the House of Parliament in the performance of its functions, or which obstructs or impedes any member or office of such House in the discharge of its duty, or which has a tendency directly or indirectly to produce such results, may be treated as a contempt, even though there is no precedent of the offence. It is deeply troubling to think that the Prime Minister could have been deceived by members of his staff, but I think you would agree that it would be even more disturbing to discover whether or not if the Prime Minister knew of the deal between Chief of Staff Nigel Wright and Mike Duffy and then intentionally misled the House when he stated that he and no one in his office knew about this deal. Mr. Speaker, on May 7, 2012, you stated the following regarding a similar case. Quote, it has become an accepted practice in this House that the following elements have to be established when it is alleged that a member is in contempt for deliberately misleading the House. 1. it must be proven that the statement was misleading. 2, it must be established that the member making the statement knew at the time that the statement was incorrect. And 3, that in making the statement, the member intended to mislead the House. Well, the first of these conditions has clearly been met. Statements were made in the House by the Prime Minister that have been shown to be misleading by official court documents. The other 2 elements, however, do need to be clarified, and this is the reason why I'm asking you to find that there's a prima facie case so the issue can be studied at greater depth by the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Did the Prime Minister know at the time that the statements that he gave to the House were misleading? We cannot answer this with certainty at this point. But if he didn't know, then at least, according to the RCMP, 3 senior individuals within the Prime Minister's office, 2 of which are still employed there, knew and failed to tell the Prime Minister and thus are culpable of the Prime Minister's misleading of the House. Did the Prime Minister intend to mislead the House? Again, we will only be able to answer this question after having the opportunity to hear the facts on the matter from all individuals involved. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat that whether the Prime Minister misled the House intentionally or as a result of being misled by his own staff, members of Parliament have had their privileges breached and democracy has suffered as a result. Canadians have not been able to receive a truthful answer from the head of their government. This situation is unacceptable. Truth is never an option if we want our democratic institutions to work properly. That is why I'm here today and why I've explained the situation at length to my colleagues and to you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the proper committee will be able to study this matter in depth and shed light on what's transpired. Let me quote again from Speaker Jerome, who said on December 6, 1978, quote, "The job that the Speaker has in matters of privilege is a preliminary procedural review of the matters to determine whether in fact it touches on the privileges of the members of the House of Commons or the House itself. The House itself makes the decision on whether or not the motion shall carry, whether it shall be amended or in any way altered, and in fact whether there is a contempt. The Speaker does not make that decision, the House does." Mr. Speaker, I believe that the facts before us clearly indicate there has been a breach of our privileges, and this must be further studied. The only question seems to be whether the Prime Minister deliberately misled us or whether his Prime Minister's staff lied to him. The truth will only be revealed through proper investigation at the appropriate House committee. But what we do know, and what is clearly and totally avoidable, misleading statements have been made to this House, which is not only a prima facie breach of privileges of all members, but of all Canadians who put their faith in government. Speaker, I cannot insist enough on this point. Yes, I have stood here and presented procedure and technical points, but this, the more important point, parliamentary privileges are of utmost importance principle for Canadians. In times of cynicism, voter apathy and disengagement, Canadians need to have a basic trust in our democratic institutions. To that end, the severity of having a Prime Minister providing misleading statements about a criminal investigation must be addressed. If you find that indeed this matter does need further looking into, I'm prepared to move the appropriate motion to have this case referred to the Committee of Procedure and House Affairs. I'd like to leave, Mr. Speaker, the final word not to me, but to another honourable member of this place, who said on 2 consecutive days, on January 31st, 2002, he stated, "I would suggest in the strongest possible terms that members of the House of Commons must be able to rely on the information they receive in response to questions placed to ministers. This goes to the very cut and thrust of the responsibilities of members of the House of Commons. A high standard has to be met." On February 1st, 2002, the same member said, "Integrity, honesty and truthfulness in this chamber should not ebb and flow like the tides. This should be something that is solid as the ground we walk on and as solid as the foundation of this very building in these hallowed halls. Every time we come into this chamber, we should be reminded of it." Mr. Speaker, those words were said by the honourable member for Central Nova, who is incidentally now the Conservative Minister for Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. These are wise words. I hope that the Minister all the members will follow them, and I leave the decision in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
I see 2 honourable members standing. I assume want to make contributions on the same point. Okay, I'll go first to the Honourable Member for Winnipeg, Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to express a few thoughts on this very important issue. I've been a parliamentarian for over 20 years, and whether it's been inside the Manitoba legislature or my short stay here in the House of Commons, one of the most serious issues that we have to deal with is the issue of being truthful. And we like to consider all of us as being honourable members. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we anticipate in opposition, if we ask a question, that in fact we are being given a truthful answer to that question. We had the leader of the Liberal Party and many others inside the House ask questions specifically to the Prime Minister in regards to an issue that has been on the minds of many Canadians from coast to coast to coast, dealing with corruption within the PMO, Mr. Speaker, and serious allegations that have flowed because of Mr. Nigel Wright and some of the actions that he had been alleged to have taken, including the writing of a $90,000 check, Mr. Speaker, something in which we, within the Liberal Party, have been calling for the government to provide a copy of that check. Over the summer months, we find out more detailed information in regards to what the Prime Minister could have or should have known. And, Mr. Speaker, what it really does, what we have found out over the summer, is that indeed there is reason to believe that the Prime Minister did in fact deliberately mislead the House. And that is a very serious allegation. It is serious when you have it from an individual, from any member of the House of Commons. But what we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister of Canada. Did the Prime Minister of Canada intentionally and deliberately mislead the House? That is the question that is being posed today. And I can say through the years, Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed firsthand when allegations of this have been brought forward, what do we often see? We will see the person in which the allegation has been made stand in his or her place and provide clarification as to whether or not they had misled the House or intentionally misled the House, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I would like to see with the Prime Minister. You know, the Prime Minister had a choice. After all, he prorogued the session. He had a choice as to when he's going to come back into the House of Commons, when he was going to be accountable on this important issue. And, Mr. Speaker, he chose yesterday to come in and have the throne speech. And now, what I would like to see, and what members of the Liberal Party would like to see, is this Prime Minister stand in his place today and deal with this issue head on. He owes it not to parliamentarians, but he owes it to each and every Canadian that is out there, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are concerned and they want a Prime Minister that's going to be honest and transparent. What is it? Did the Prime Minister staff, has been pointed out, not tell the Prime Minister? Right from the Chief of Staff, the most important individuals in the Prime Minister's office, kept the Prime Minister in the complete dark, so the Prime Minister had no idea what was happening, and it appears as if there was more than one or two people that knew about it, Mr. Speaker, inside the Prime Minister's office? Or did he, in fact, mislead Canadians? And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Prime Minister needs to stand in his place and to give that explanation. And the longer in which he takes time to let the issue kind of die down, and maybe that's what he's hoping, it's not going to happen, Mr. Speaker. Even with his glorified, how much did we spend, $1 million for yesterday's throne speech? Something that was absolutely not even necessary. We spent an excessive amount of money for a throne speech, Mr. Speaker, but having said that, what we should be doing, Mr. Speaker, is, as other members, when matters of privileges have been raised, have been afforded the opportunity to respond, we would like to see the Prime Minister respond to this. Mr. Speaker, in short, the Liberal Party is concerned that the assertions... I would be a little sensitive on this issue too if I were you. Absolutely. You know, in short, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party is concerned that the assertions made by the Prime Minister about the extent to which his own staff and advisers were informed of the illicit deal between his own Chief of Staff, Nigel Wright, and Mike Duffy may well be in conflict with the facts that have since come to light. And, Mr. Speaker, we believe, and we will be adding more to this, as the debate continues on this privilege, but we challenge the Prime Minister to stand in this place as soon as possible to defend what it is that Canadians have a right to know what the Prime Minister did in fact.
On the same point, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Lamandaine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll come back to what my colleague from the NDP was saying, the member for Timmins Bay James. He made an excellent speech and raised a point that I find quite relevant. My NDP colleague explained the essence of the problem very well, and I support his arguments. However, I'd like to add a few extra points. Mr. Speaker, the question before us today is very serious. The Prime Minister made misleading statements to parliamentarians when he said that no one in his office was aware of the agreement between Nigel Wright, his former Chief of Staff, and Senator Mike Duffy. This is a breach of the privilege of all members of the House, as Boskin O'Brien explains at page 111, which is the reference book of the House of Commons. And it says that among the questions of privilege, the attack on the reputation of a member of Parliament, as the intimidation of members and their staff, and of witnesses before committees, and the provision of misleading information. So this is equally and above all an attack on Canadians who have really placed their confidence in this Parliament and who expect that their government will provide truthful information to them from this House. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm already hearing the type of arguments that I will hear from across the way, particularly from the Government House Leader, and what they will say in order to avoid this being studied more in depth, which unfortunately they do so often. I imagine, for example, that they will say that the statements that the Prime Minister made in the House are protected by his freedom of speech, and that his privileges as a member when speaking to the House are absolute, and that we cannot conclude that a statement protected by parliamentary privilege can be a breach of those same privileges. O'Brien and Bosk on page 93 writes that the House of Commons would not be able to effectively carry out its work if its MPs did not have to have these responsibilities. There'd be no freedom of speech if everything had to be approved before even being spoken. But you have to understand here that the freedom of speech of parliamentarians is specifically a protection against legal challenges concerning what was said in the House. And in O'Brien and Boss, that freedom of speech permits members to speak freely in the House during a sitting or in committees, while enjoying complete immunity from prosecution or civil liability. And freedom of speech allows members to do their work in the House of Commons in the interest of all Canadians. That does not mean that members can provide misleading information to the House of Commons on issues where the facts are clear, black and white, as is the case here, without the House suffering from that. So members, particularly the Prime Minister, cannot use the freedom of speech as an excuse to mislead citizens, the people who elected them. In 1997, Speaker Fraser clarified this concept and said that these institutions and the courts are protected by absolute privilege because we absolutely must be able to tell the truth
and ask any question and discuss this in complete freedom. Furthermore, there are limits to freedom of speech, and still in Mr. Fraser said that privileges are a heavy responsibility for those who are protected. And I'm thinking particularly of members, because a breach of these privileges could be terrible. All members realize that they must exercise caution while using the absolute privilege that provides them with this total freedom of speech. That is why old traditions advise us to be careful of the use of these. One of the tools that we have to prevent abuses, and this is indeed in an effort to denounce misleading information, and it should be regarded in such cases as contempt of Parliament. I imagine that some of my colleagues across the way will attempt to say that there is no question of privilege here, because this case concerns the answers that the Prime Minister provided during question period, and that nothing can really lead the answers given there. It's a difference of opinion, they might say, and this is just debate and not a question of privilege. It's true that the role of the Speaker during question period is limited, and he went on furthermore to say that the Speaker attempts to ensure that the answers follow the decorum and parliamentary language. However, the Speaker is not responsible for the substance nor the quality of answers. So in the case where we have raised points of privilege or points of order concerning a response given to an oral question, the Speaker said that there is a disagreement between the members on the facts relative to the question. These differences are usually an issue of differences of opinions, and rather than a violation of the rules or parliamentary privilege, as is said and referred to at page 510 of O'Brien and Bosk. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue of a divergence of opinions concerning the facts. The facts are clear. It's as clear as spring water. And we know that from what the Prime Minister said to us in House, we have now the testimony of Nigel Wright through his lawyers and of the RCMP, and there is an obvious and direct contradiction. Secondly, when we say that the Speaker is not responsible for the quality of answers given in question period, we're talking about cases where the Prime Minister and his ministers avoid answering a question put by the opposition, and it doesn't offer all of the available information, which unfortunately happens all too often with this Conservative government. However, there is no parliamentary rule that allows a Prime Minister or his ministers, when they choose to answer, to provide false or misleading information. This regards all other questions. In the case of misleading information, when they have been delivered to the House, the Speaker can not only, but must deal with the issue and make a decision on it. Furthermore, there was a similar case, to go back to 2002, when the Conservative member for Portage-Lisgar stated that the Minister of National Defense had intentionally misled the House in an answer given during question period concerning the Afghani detainees. The Speaker ruled that this was a question of privilege, a prima facie case, and the case was sent to the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Furthermore, and let me remind you that the question period is far from being the only time when the Prime Minister addresses the House one of the only times when the Prime Minister addresses the House and all Canadians. If we cannot make him responsible for his comments at that point in time, when else would he be? If the Prime Minister can say absolutely anything that he wishes to say during question period without having to answer for his words, how can Canadian voters ensure that their government is responsible and seen as such? Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Timmins Bay, James, said so clearly, the Prime Minister intentionally misled the House, or perhaps he did it because his own employees provided him with false information. Either way, the essential point here is that the members of this House, and as a result, the rights of Canadians as a whole, have been abused, and our democracy suffers as a result. How can Canadians count on the reality of the information provided by the government if we don't shine a light on this story? And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that you will find that there is a prima facie case of privilege here, and that you will allow my colleague to table his motion so that this question be referred to the House of Commons Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, so that all members have access to the relevant information here, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent of the House to table production order and to hear from, in order to hear from the corporal from the RCMP. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? Yes. No, there's no consent. The honourable government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in this matter, things are actually very clear. The Prime Minister has been very clear in this matter, and there is no mystery. He had no knowledge of Mr. Wright's personal payment until May 15th, after it was reported. The file was handled by Mr. Nigel Wright, and he has taken sole responsibility. And as the Prime Minister said in a press conference during the summer adjournment, quote, "When I answered questions about this in the House of Commons, I answered questions to the best of my knowledge," unquote. Since that time, it's been reported that Mr. Wright chose to advise others in the Prime Minister's office of his payment to Senator Duffy using Mr. Wright's personal funds. The Prime Minister also addressed this matter in the same press conference, quote, "Had I known about this earlier, I would never have allowed this to take place," end quote. Mr. Speaker, we will reserve the opportunity to review further the more detailed elements of the honourable member's arguments and get back to the House. Thank you.
Sur le même point, l'honourable député.
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague who spoke, and I disagree with what has just been said by the Government House Leader regarding this question of privilege. The relevant authority is O'Brien and Bosk, and page 111 clearly prevents any member, including the Prime Minister, from misleading the House. In this case, because this may be the case as well in civil society, we have to respect the law. And I think that the Prime Minister also is bound by the fact that ignorance is no excuse, is no protection. And the Prime Minister only changed his answer when the RCMP got involved. There is more and more information publicly available that should be brought to the Speaker's attention, that should be considered by the Speaker. The closest collaborator of the Prime Minister, his chief of staff, provided $80,000 to a senator, and this is unjustified. The government and the Prime Minister has not given adequate responses. The government introduced legislation on accountability and the government patted itself on the back for that. Now we have an accountability issue. It is very appropriate, therefore, for this question of privilege to take into account the Prime Minister's answers before and after these events, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would call on you to use your good judgment in this case.
Contributions today, and I look forward to further submissions on this point. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders. Motion number 1.
From the birth of Prince George.
Mr. Van Loan for Mr. Harper, seconded by Ms. Glover, moves that a humble address be presented to Her Majesty the Queen in the following words. To the Queen's most excellent Majesty, most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's loyal and dutiful subjects, the Commons of Canada in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our congratulations to Your Majesty on the birth of a prince, a son to their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, and assuring Your Majesty that this happy event affords the greatest joy and satisfaction to your faithful members of the House of Commons of Canada. Que cette adresse soit...
That the said address be engrossed, that a message be sent to the Senate informing their honours that this House has adopted the said address and requesting their honours to unite with this House in the said address by filling up the blanks with the words the Senate and that a message of congratulations be sent by the Speaker on behalf of this House to their Royal Highnesses the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge upon the joyful occasion of the birth of a son to the Royal Highnesses. Debate.
Canadian Heritage.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Although Canada is a relatively young country by international standards, we are nevertheless just a few years away from our 150th birthday in 2017. This is a very special occasion. We have grown as a country and as a people since Confederation. We have accomplished much together. A lot has changed, but Canadians have remained strong. Having chosen to become a constitutional monarchy a century and a half ago, we continue in that tradition. It makes us unique. It provides us with an enduring link toward the past and inspires hope for the future. This was illustrated most recently by the birth of His Royal Highness Prince George Alexander Louis of Cambridge.
I would like to take this opportunity at the outset of this latest session of Parliament to officially congratulate their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, on the birth of their first child. It is my pleasure to also offer special congratulations to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on the arrival of her great-grandchild. Prince George, named after Her Majesty's grandfather, King George VI, is the third in line for the throne of Canada after the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Cambridge. As such, His Royal Highness represents the continuity and stability of the monarchy and of our Canadian system of government. Canadians' relationship with the royal family is one of mutual respect and admiration. For example, in 2012, Canadians joined people around the world in celebrating Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's Diamond Jubilee. This was a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the Crown in Canada, our history, traditions, symbols, values, and institutions. For over 60 years, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth and His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh have exemplified the meaning of service to Canada with steadfast purpose and dedication.
As part of the Diamond Jubilee celebrations, Canadians across the country who serve their fellow citizens in communities large and small were recognized with Diamond Jubilee medals. In the course of the Jubilee year, we welcomed their Royal Highnesses, the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall, to Canada. Together, we highlighted Canadian achievements, celebrating our heritage and resolving to continue to work together to build an even stronger Canada in the years to come. This summer, Canadians across the country were thrilled to hear of the birth of our future sovereigns, Prince George.
Birth on July 22nd, the Peace Tower here on Parliament Hill was lit up in blue from dusk until midnight. Many Canadians sent messages of congratulations to the royal couple through the Governor-General's website, and our government was pleased to send gifts to the Prince himself. We sent a handcrafted Canadian muskox wool blanket embroidered with the arms of Canada. His Excellency the Governor-General and Her Excellency Mrs. Johnson, as well as the Prime Minister and Mrs. Harper, offered His Royal Highness a selection of Canadian children's books in English and French. Finally, we were pleased to comply with the wishes of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge by offering a heartfelt donation to a special children's charity in the name of their son. The Royal Highnesses asked that their subjects in England consider giving to a local hospital foundation and that others consider donating to children's charities. So because the well-being of children and young people is an issue very close to the heart of the Duchess. As a result, our government recently announced that we would donate, on behalf of Canadians, $100,000 to the Canadian Centre for Child Protection in honour of the royal birth. The Centre is an extremely worthy recipient of this gift. As an example, their work to combat all forms of bullying across the country through education, awareness, and prevention activities is producing real results and helping to reduce child victimization. And I'm so proud of the work done at this centre located in my city of Winnipeg. They give vulnerable children hope and strength to succeed, and our children and young people are our absolute greatest resource. They will help build the Canada of the future, and our country will remain rich in diversity and forever strong and free. Pour terminer, Monsieur le...
In closing, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of everyone in this House and all Canadians, I would like to wish His Royal Highness Prince George of Cambridge, as well as his parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, in particular Her Majesty the Queen, our best wishes for continued health and happiness. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured as a member of Her Majesty's official opposition and as the Deputy Critic for Heritage to speak to this government motion today. We do indeed celebrate the arrival of another heir to the throne. New Democrats stand in support of the government motion, and I am delighted to have been asked to present this address to Her Majesty the Queen, marking the birth of His Royal Highness Prince George on July 22nd, 2013. Mr. Speaker, July 22nd is an auspicious day in history and in legend. Legend has it that on July 22nd, 1376, the Pied Piper acted to end the plague in the town of Hamlin to secure the good health and safety of the people of that town. It was also on July 22, 1812, when English troops under the Duke of Wellington defeated the French at the Battle of Salamanca in Spain. On July 22, 1926, Babe Ruth, the Sultan of Swat and Baseball Hall of Famer, caught a baseball at Mitchell Field in New York City. Now, this would not seem so historically remarkable, Mr. Speaker, except that the ball was dropped from an airplane. On July 22nd of the year 2000, astronomers at the University of Arizona announced that they had found the 17th moon orbiting Jupiter. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, before July 22nd, 2013, the day was already a day set aside in history to mark feats of emancipation, military victory, human achievement, and discovery. But certainly none of these, Mr. Speaker, rivals the joy with which the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth responds to the birth of His Royal Highness Prince George Alexander Louis on July 22nd. And may I also add, there is no prouder community in Canada than Prince George, British Columbia. Now, it's in that light that the New Democratic Party members of the Queen's official opposition of the Parliament of Canada join the other members of this House in congratulating Prince William and his wife Kate, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, on the safe and healthy delivery of their firstborn child, as well as offering congratulations to Prince Charles on becoming a grandfather. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we gather here in this House today to especially offer most hearty and sincere congratulations to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, on the arrival of their great-grandchild and heir to the throne of England. As royal biographer Christopher Warwick has noted, obviously the great thing is that the new royal birth secures the line of succession for the third generation, which is the first time since 1894 and the birth of Queen Victoria's great-grandson, the future Edward VIII. That succession has been secured to the third generation. In addition to ruling the United Kingdom, George Alexander Louis will one day be the king of 15 other Commonwealth countries, including our great nation of Canada. Prince George shares his name with his great-great-grandfather, King George VI, Her Majesty's father. The name George, Mr. Speaker, has most appropriately come to stand for the continuity of the monarchy. As many of us know, Prince George's great-great-grandfather, George VI, showed through his courage the ability to overcome the vulnerability of his stammer and became the symbol of one who stands steadfastly for his nation and his people. George Alexander Louis comes from such stock, and as Mr. Warwick has noted, his birth on July 22nd ensures the succession of the throne for 3 generations, well into the 22nd century. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as every family knows, a new baby heralds joy and renewed hope for the future. We all look forward to the milestones of our children's first words, first steps, first day of school, first love, and we stand by as parents, ready to provide steady support through the challenges that may arise out of all of those firsts. Along with the joy and hope a new baby brings, all parents know the feeling of renewed commitment to working towards creating a legacy worthy of the next generation. It is no different when we speak of the Commonwealth family and the legacy we would, as the nations of the Commonwealth, wish to pass on to our royal heirs and all our children and the children of the future. As New Democrats, we're committed to creating a peace-filled world where human rights and equity are upheld as values, where no child goes hungry, where clean air and clean water and the health that comes from them are accessible to all, and where freedom and democracy are an integral part of everyday experience. We wish for our children unfettered access to education, both formal and through life experience, that enlightens and enriches their lives. We wish for our children the prosperity of abundance and the satisfaction that comes from engaging in meaningful work. We wish for our children the understanding that none of us has made it until we all have, and the love of community engagement that comes with that understanding. These words of thanks from our New Democrat founders, J.S. Wordsworth, come to mind. Mr. Speaker, J.S. said, as we reflect the happiness and hope we share with the Commonwealth on the birth of a royal heir, we are thankful for these and all the good things of life. We recognize that they are a part of our common heritage and come to us through the efforts of our brothers and sisters the world over. What we desire for ourselves, we wish for all. To this end, may we take our share in the world's work and the world's struggles. I believe that with these kinds of hopes fueling us, we're well equipped to forge a future that we will be happy and proud to entrust to the heirs of all our families. Mr. Speaker, I think nothing says better what we wish for the Commonwealth and for the world than the words of our late New Democrat leader, Jack Layton, in his letter to Canadians. Canada is a great country, one of the hopes of the world. We can be a better one, a country of greater equality, justice, and opportunity. We can build a prosperous economy and a society that shares its benefits more fairly. We can look after our seniors. We can offer better futures for our children. We can do our part to save the world's environment. We can restore our good name in the world. Consider that we can be a better, fairer, more equal country by working together. And don't let them tell you it can't be done. My friends, love is better than anger. Hope is better than fear. Optimism is better than despair. So let us be loving, hopeful, and optimistic. And we'll change the world. Mr. Speaker, this is the legacy of leadership and humanism. It is certainly what we wish for Prince George. Love, hope, and optimism as he grows into his role as a leader. As an executive member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, I can say from first-hand experience that the values and aspirations of Canadians are shared throughout the Commonwealth. The birth of an heir serves to galvanize our focus on these common goals with renewed energy and enthusiasm as we naturally look to the future together and want to do what is in our power to make sure it's a bright one. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country rich in natural beauty, cultural history, and artistic achievement. New Democrats work daily to ensure that this heritage is preserved, protected, and promoted within our borders and around the world. Canadians already enjoy a warm relationship with Her Majesty and her family and welcome royal visits with enthusiasm, joy, and boisterous celebration. We recall fondly her first visit in 1951 as Princess Elizabeth. 6 years later, in October of 1957, following her ascension to the throne, Her Majesty returned to Canada, a country she called wonderful and exhilarating. In all, there have been 22 royal visits to Canada by Queen Elizabeth II. She has visited every province and territory. This is clearly a demonstration of her love for Canada and the loyal people who have always welcomed and celebrated her as our Queen. In this same spirit of joy and celebration, we look forward to welcoming Prince George when he accompanies his parents on future visits to our home and native land. What a wonderful opportunity we have to further explore and expand the relationship between our two sovereign countries and indeed the relationship of the entire Commonwealth. Again, Mr. Speaker, all the members of my caucus stand with me in this joyful expression of congratulations and hope for the future. We celebrate the birth of His Royal Highness Prince George Alexander Louis. May he live a long and glorious life, and may he know the love and respect in which he is held by the people of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Liberal critic for the Queen Privy Council for Canada, and on behalf of the Liberal leader and Liberal caucus, I am honoured to rise in support of this initiative and to convey our heartfelt congratulations to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Their Royal Highnesses the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall, and of course, Their Royal Highnesses the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge on the birth of Prince George. We need only recall the crowds that welcomed the Duke and Duchess when they visited Canada in 2011 to see proof of the affection in which they are held by so many Canadians who were truly delighted at the healthy arrival of their son. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to suggest a few reasons why the institution of the monarchy is more than just a vestige of the past, and why it's still relevant to Canada early in the 21st century. First of all, many Canadians remain deeply attached to the monarchy. If others are somewhat more detached from the institution, they have no desire to deprive the Queen, to take the Queen away from those who still love her and want to keep her. This shows that this is a very Canadian example of respect for others. Secondly, our political system gives the Prime Minister so many powers that it's actually quite good to take some of the prestige of the state from the person holding this position and to give it symbolically to someone who has been prepared to take on this role of the incarnation of the state and the nation for their whole lives. Third, the fact that the Canadian head of state lives in another country is an oddity of our political system, but this oddity serves us well. Thanks to the monarch, no one asks whether our head of state is Liberal, Conservative, NDP, or Green. The person sitting on the throne is above and beyond our partisan divisions, much more than any Canadian-born person could be. Fourth, we Canadians have many qualities, but we're not so great at symbolic debates. It could be that we wouldn't know what or who to replace our monarchy with. That's what happened to the Australians. So those are four reasons that justify the monarchy and how it serves our democracy so well. But there's a fifth reason, the fact that Her Majesty Elizabeth II has been ruling for so many decades with irreproachable dignity.
To the Diamond Jubilee celebrations, I must add that as Prince George is called to a life of service, he could look to no greater model than his great-grandmother. Her Majesty has devoted her entire life and energies to the service of the many nations of which she is the constitutional monarch. Over the past 60 years, she has stood with Canada through key moments of our country's history, and as our nation went through change and transformation, has been a rock of stability and a steadfast keeper of tradition. As any new parent will tell you, the arrival of a child is a time of great happiness and long life memories. We are thrilled to share this joyful time and honored to send our warm congratulations to Her Majesty and their Royal Highnesses. Et s'il fallait.
And if ever we needed a last argument in favor of the monarchy, apparently Princess Diana had French royal blood in her veins. If that is true, her son, Prince William, and her grandson, George, whose name is bilingual, by the way, bring together the two great monarch traditions that led to the creation of Canada. Because, as you all recall, we were born under the fleur de lis of France, but we grow under the rose of England. Long live the royal baby.
Debate. Pursuant to order made earlier today, motion number 1 under government business is deemed adopted on division. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, government business motion number 3 on the Canadian economy.
Mr. Sorensen for Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mrs. Yelich, moves that this House take note of the Canadian economy and A, recognize that Canadians' top priority remains economic growth and job creation, and B, salute.
B, commend the government's economic record, which includes the creation of more than 1 million net new jobs since July 2009, a banking system recognized as the safest and soundest in the world for the past 6 years, and the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio among G7 countries.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all parties for the speeches that have just been given in congratulations of the birth of Prince George. It was kind of an important moment just to sit here and listen to all parties being on the same page. And I'm optimistic. We're moving into debate on the throne speech, and maybe that will be able to carry on, and we'll all be able to support this very good throne speech. So I'm very pleased to be able to rise in this House on this day and take part in today's debate. Mr. Speaker, 2.5 years ago, Canadians elected our government with clear instructions: navigate the global economy, create jobs, create growth, keep taxes low. Canada has faced challenging times, and we've made some tough decisions. I am pleased to say that we have made the right decisions, the right choices for Canadian employees, for businesses, for families, and for communities. The results of these choices, Mr. Speaker, are clear. Debt is low and deficits are falling. Businesses are creating new jobs, new opportunities for Canadians. And Canadians are working today more than ever before. Under the strong leadership of the Prime Minister and, as we all know, the world's greatest finance minister, Canada has weathered the economic storm well, and the world has noticed. Both the International Monetary Fund and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development expect Canada to be among the strongest growing economies in the G7 over this year and next year. For the 6th year in a row, the World Economic Forum rated Canada's banking system as being the world's soundest. Real gross domestic product is significantly above pre-recession levels, the best performance in the G7. In addition, 3 credit rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch and Standards, and Poor's, have reaffirmed their top rating for Canada, and it is expected that Canada will maintain its AAA rating in the years ahead. Since the depth of the recession, over 1 million net new jobs have been created, an outstanding achievement, Mr. Speaker, an outstanding achievement for Canada and the best record in the G7. Mr. Speaker, in fact, are we not only leading the G7 in job creation, but also on the strength of our balance sheet and also in political stability? But as we all know, and are too often reminded, the global economic recovery is fragile and global economic turbulence remains. Our largest trading partners, the United States and Europe, continue to wrestle with serious challenges and are struggling to find lasting, effective solutions. Not only is the global economy uncertain, it is also increasingly competitive. Canada faces increasing competition from a host of rising powers. In addition to the threats to the Canadian economy that lie beyond our borders and beyond our shores, I am concerned about the potential threats to the Canadian economy from within our own nation, such as the threats that we hear from the leader of the New Democratic Party. As if imposing a $20 billion carbon tax wasn't enough, the leader of the New Democratic Party has another multi-billion-dollar tax hike that he would love to impose on Canadians. Last week, the New Democratic Party leader reaffirmed his plan to take over $10 billion each year out of the pockets of Canadian entrepreneurs, out of the pockets of Canadian business, to fund big, bloated government schemes. Mr. Speaker, as I traveled throughout my constituency this summer, I didn't hear anyone suggest that Ottawa needed more money and they needed less. Everyone wanted just the opposite. This New Democratic Party tax hike would target job creators, especially small and medium-sized companies, with a nearly 50% increase in their tax bill. This NDP tax scheme would kill jobs and stall the Canadian economy. All of this during a time of global economic uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know better. That is why Canadians gave our Conservative government a mandate to keep our taxes low. Mr. Speaker, pleased to report that that's exactly what we've done, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Dan Kelly, president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, said, at a time when and I quote, "At a time when the economic recovery is still quite fragile, it's important that governments focus on balancing their budgets and not hitting entrepreneurs with payroll tax hikes." Mr. Speaker, we agree with him. Year after year, we have lowered taxes, not just for businesses, but for families and indeed for all Canadians. For example, we've cut the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. We've established a $5,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers. We've reduced the lowest personal income tax rate and increased the basic personal exemption. And we've introduced income splitting, pension splitting for seniors. Overall, the federal tax burden is at its lowest level in 50 years. As a result of our government's low tax plan, in 2013, the average family now pays $3,200 less in taxes that they've ever paid in the past. Not only are we delivering on our promises to keep taxes low, we're also delivering on our commitment to balance the budget. Last year's deficit was less than forecast, and our government will balance the budget in 2015. Unlike the opposition, who supports reckless tax and spend policies, our government knows that Canada needs responsible fiscal management. Responsible fiscal management ensures the sustainability of public services, and it lowers the tax rate for future generations. In an uncertain global economy, the most important contribution our government can make to bolster confidence and growth is to maintain a sound fiscal position. And I would like to quote Dennis Mahoney, chair of St. John's Board of Trade, who said, quote, "We are pleased that the federal government is staying the course on their long-term plan. There is still much volatility in the global economy, and a prudent course of action is a safe course of action for our federal economy." We agree with him, Mr. Speaker. Just as our government manages debt, we're also tackling spending. We are reducing the size and the cost of government to ensure that taxpayers get value for their money. Through Economic Action Plan 2013, we announced further savings in government spending totaling $2 billion through numerous common sense improvements. These include reducing wasteful departmental spending, reducing travel costs through the use of video conferencing and other technology, and eliminating tax loopholes. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2013 announced a number of measures to close tax loopholes, to address aggressive tax planning, to clarify tax rules, to combat international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance, and to improve tax fairness. Ensuring that everyone pays their fair share helps to keep taxes low for Canadian families and businesses, thereby improving incentives to work, improving incentives to save, and improving incentives to invest back in Canada. By 2017-18, both program expenses as a share of gross domestic product and the federal deficit or the federal debt to GDP ratio are expected to fall to pre-recession levels. Our government's commitment to sound public finances will help to ensure that Canada will maintain, by far, the lowest debt burden among the G7 countries. This is just one of the many ways that we are leading the G7. As I mentioned earlier, we lead the G7 in job creation. In regards to Economic Action Plan 2013, Laurie Matheson, chair of the Government Budget and Finance Committee of the Vancouver Board of Trade, commented that our government is, quote, "demonstrating a commitment to returning to a balanced budget in the short term, but at the same time supporting economic growth and job creation." Mr. Speaker, Ms. Matheson is correct. Since we introduced the Economic Action Plan to respond to the global recession, Canada has recovered more than all of the output and all of the jobs lost during the recession. Since July 2009, employment has increased by over 1 million and is now 605,000 above its pre-recession peak, the strongest job growth among the G7 countries over the recovery. Almost 90% of all jobs created since July 2009 have been in full-time positions. Close to 85% of those jobs are in the private sector, and about 60% of those jobs are in high-wage industries. These statistics are just a few of the many examples that demonstrates that our strong record on job creation, but it also demonstrates that we haven't been willing just to stay there, just to stop there. Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2013 also helps connect more Canadians with available jobs. This includes the creation of the Canada Job Grant, providing $15,000 more per person in combined federal, provincial, or territorial and employer funding to help Canadians get the skills they need for real jobs that are in demand. We've strengthened the apprenticeship program, making it easier to get needed experience for journeyman status. We're supporting job opportunities by providing tools to persons with disabilities, youth, Aboriginals, and recent immigrants to help them find a job. Economic Action Plan 2013 will not only help individuals to find employment, but it will help all business, small, medium, and large alike. It will help them to succeed. For example, the hiring credit for small business will be expanded and extended for 1 year, allowing Canadian small business to reinvest $225 million in job creation. Our plan will increase support for small business owners, farmers, and fishermen by raising the lifetime capital gains exemption to $800,000 in 2014 and indexing the new limit to inflation, thereby providing federal tax relief of $110 million over 5 years. In the forestry sector, Mr. Speaker, we will provide $92 million over 2 years, starting in 2014-15 to continue to support the industry ongoing transformation to a higher value activities and its expansion into new export markets. Our government is also announcing economic and security initiatives that will implement Canada's commitments under the Canada-US Beyond the Border Action Plan, with a view to ensuring the secure and efficient flow of legitimate goods and people across the border. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but I also want to say a few words about our government's investments in world-class research and innovation. Since 2006, our government has provided more than $9 billion in new resources to support science, technology, and the growth of innovative firms, helping to foster a world-class research and innovation system that supports Canadian businesses and economic growth. Canada's entrepreneurs and risk-takers are confronted with the many challenges of a globally competitive marketplace. As the global economy becomes more competitive, Canada must continue to break through with new ideas so our businesses can become more competitive and create and sustain high-paying, value-added jobs. By supporting advanced research and technology, our government is choosing to invest in the current and future prosperity of Canadians. To ensure that Canada remains a global research and innovation leader, Economic Action Plan 2013 announced a number of investments, including $225 million to support advanced research infrastructure and the Canadian Foundation for Innovation long-term operations. In addition, $37 million annually to strengthen partnerships between industry and researchers to help transform knowledge into innovative new products and services. $20 million over 3 years to help small and medium-sized enterprises access research and business development services at a not-for-profit research institution of their choice. And, Mr. Speaker, $325 million over 8 years to Sustainable Development Technology Canada to support the development and demonstration of new clean technologies which can save businesses money, create high-paying jobs, and drive innovation. By consistently supporting advanced research and technology, our government is choosing to invest in the current and future prosperity of Canadians. We're also, Mr. Speaker, choosing to invest in infrastructure. That's no secret. We've been doing that over the period of the global downturn. But infrastructure investment creates jobs. It supports trade. It drives productivity and contributes to economic growth and prosperity. For Canadians, our government's infrastructure investments will mean less pressure on daily work life, less congestion, shorter commutes, and it means more time at home with their family. That's why this year our government launched the new Building Canada Plan, the largest long-term federal commitment to job-creating infrastructure in our nation's history. Over the next decade, we will invest $70 billion in federal, provincial, territorial, and community infrastructure. This includes projects such as making improvements to Highway 63 in Fort McMurray, Alberta, building subways in Greater Toronto Area, replacing Montreal's Champlain Bridge, building a new Windsor-Detroit crossing, and the twinning of Highway 11 in Saskatchewan. All of these projects will create jobs and are welcomed by communities across Canada. Let me quote the Mayor of Regina, who said he is, and I quote, glad that there is a long-term, predictable, sustainable infrastructure investment in Saskatchewan, in Regina, and right around the country, end quote. The Toronto Region Board of Trade, quote, commends the federal government for making important long-term enhancements to infrastructure development while supporting economic growth. They agree that, quote, long-term predictable and sustainable infrastructure financing is imperative to helping build the Toronto Region Transportation Plan. The board says they are, quote, pleased that the federal government has renewed its commitment to helping meet this objective. Mark Garrettson, Mayor of Kingston, said he is, quote, pleased to see infrastructure spending and that our government's long-term commitment to infrastructure investment allows Kingston to better plan for investment or for infrastructure priorities. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there are many other steps that we are taking to create jobs, many other steps that is promoting growth, and many other steps that are helping to realize long-term prosperity for Canada and for Canadians. I've only had time this afternoon or this morning to highlight a few. Thanks to our strong leadership, Canada is universally recognized for its resilience through the global recession and recovery, its low-tax environment, its highly educated and skilled labour force, its natural resource endowments, and a financial sector that is the envy of the world. By staying the course, the Government of Canada will continue to promote economic growth, they will continue to work towards job creation, and they will continue to plan for the prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member opposite's rather breathless enthusiasm for his government's initiatives, and it strikes the same chord as the government ads, which have been squandering tens of millions of Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars, promoting programs and services that frankly just don't exist. So we hear a lot of hot air, but we actually don't see where the rubber hits the road. Most Canadians will tell you they are being squeezed today like never before, and that the vast majority of benefits from economic growth in Canada, both under this government and I do say under their predecessors as well, have gone to those at the very top. Now, we hear a lot about jobs, but in fact they've been destroying jobs. We have almost 300,000 fewer jobs in Canada than we did before the recession, and many of the jobs that are being created are precarious and low wage. I want to know what this government is going to do for the generation of young people who are facing almost 15% unemployment today, who are struggling under unprecedented student debt. They can't get a foothold in the job market, and all they hear is the oxymoron of conservative jobs. Frankly, they don't exist. They're betraying a generation of young Canadians.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my critic across the way, welcome back. Mr. Speaker, our government is focused. I think that's no secret. Our government has been focused on job creation. We've seen a history. We know that jobs are what matters to Canadians, and we know that the economic growth is what matters to Canadians. We understand, Mr. Speaker, that economic growth is going to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, unlike the New Democratic Party, our government is not planning just to increase the public sector and say, look, we've now created jobs. We're building, we're creating, we're helping to foster an environment that is conducive to the private sector creating jobs. We realize that if jobs are going to last, it's going to be created by small, medium-sized business. We understand that in small-town Saskatchewan and Alberta and Nova Scotia and all across this country, that small and medium-sized business are the drivers of job creation. And, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're continuing to work on. Even though the global economy remains fragile, as she's mentioned, especially in the United States and Europe, our economic policies have helped protect Canada, and it's helped with the over 1 million new jobs that have been created. And in my speech, Mr. Speaker, you recall, I'm certain that by far the majority of those speeches, or by far the majority of those jobs are full-time jobs, high-paying industries.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for King Hants.
Speaker, and I want to congratulate the Minister on his new responsibilities. Today there are 224,000 fewer jobs for young Canadians than before the economic downturn. This high unemployment threatens to rob a generation of Canadians of their potential to contribute and grow in the Canadian economy. Middle-class parents and grandparents are contributing financially to help subsidize this generation, which is why we see record-high levels of personal debt. In fact, 43% of Canadian middle-class families have actually had their 20-something youth living at home for extended periods of time, financially supporting them because they cannot support themselves. Mr. Speaker, given the challenges faced by young Canadians and middle-class Canadians, why in the throne speech did the Conservatives promise to help Canadians find Franklin, but not help young Canadians find jobs and opportunity? Great question.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank you for your congratulations and wishing me all the best luck in this position. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry.
Members, I know we're back early and we're just starting, but address all comments to the chair, not to individual members of Parliament, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in response to the question that came from my colleague across the way, Canada is well positioned. You know, I mean, we talk about more job creation, and that's what we're focusing in on. But we understand that if we're going to have jobs for our young Canadians that are coming through, there's a number of things that we need to do. First of all, we need to improve innovation. When we have innovation, when we have new jobs being created because of innovation, it's generally speaking the youth, the younger people, the educated that are coming, and that those jobs will be available for. So innovation is going to be very key. Canada is well positioned as well because, as you know, Canada has one of the best educated labour forces in the world. There are still too many people without jobs. But going forward, especially in a fragile global economy, those countries that have a high-skilled labor force are those countries that are going to succeed and prosper. And, Mr. Speaker, that again is what this government is committed to. This government is committed to skills training. This government is committed to providing opportunities for young Canadians, men, women, Aboriginals, all sectors, to get the proper education for those jobs that are going to be available, tomorrow's jobs. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're well positioned. We continue to look to innovation, to education. We continue to look to reinvestment back in businesses, and businesses' reinvestment back in their own businesses to help create those jobs.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Buckley, Skeena Buckley Valley.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will congratulate my friend on his posting, and I will wish him luck because he's going to need it. Being the backup to the finance minister while Canadians are experiencing these incredibly difficult times, highest personal household debt in Canadian history, and I noticed I counted because this was important. It was 3.5 minutes before the first partisan attack in his speech started. It seems that if the government put as much energy into focusing on restoring Canada's strength, particularly in the manufacturing sector, in helping young Canadians find the jobs that they need, if they focus as much energy there as they do on attacking the opposition with made-up, make-believe ideas about what we actually propose and don't propose for the Canadian people, they might actually be getting somewhere. 350,000 missing manufacturing jobs in Canada since before the recession. They can put all the numbers they want, but that's a reality. And replacing them with service industry jobs does not create the kind of wealth that Canadians are looking for. $150 million plus wasted in self-promotion advertising, interrupting hockey games and soap operas that this government somehow thinks is good for the Canadian economy. That spin is going to make a job become a reality. That partisan attacks are going to get to the solution, and they're not. So he does need all the congratulations and help he can get, because this Conservative government has consistently shown a prejudice and a bias towards helping those that do not need the help, and a complete ignorance and an attitude of despair towards those Canadians who are struggling just to get by. We know, Mr. Speaker, because it's true in the numbers that StatsCan reports every year, that the income gap is growing every year in Canada under this government and the previous government. That's what has to change, because poverty affects all of us, each and every one of us. And this government has simply no response other than promising to buy jets that we don't need and don't work, build jails rather than solve the problems of crime, and not deal with the environment in a sustainable and prosperous way. Address some of those things, drop the partisan attacks, and Canadians will be more encouraged and feeling more hopeful about the future.
The Honourable Minister of State, you have 1 minute to respond.
Mr. Speaker, I would certainly apologize if he feels that I had a partisan attack. It's one thing that they stand and they offer policy, and 6 months later that same policy they offer becomes a partisan attack against them if we use their policy. Mr. Speaker, thanks to Canada's Economic Action Plan, Canada has enjoyed strong economic performance during both the recession and the recovery. Over 1 million new jobs created. Mr. Speaker, think of it. Nearly 90% full-time jobs, and over 80% of those full-time jobs in the private sector since July 2009. Mr. Speaker, everywhere you look, the IMF, the OECD, any international agency that looks to Canada, they look with optimism, and they say Canada is the place to be in the future. The only ones that have the dismal, pessimistic view of Canada seems to come from across the way. And I'm sorry to state the obvious, it's not a partisan attack.
Débat. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by welcoming back all members of Parliament, except one. I'm glad to have this opportunity to talk about the Conservatives' dismal record on the economy. It's been over 120 days since this House last sat. It's been over 160 days since the Prime Minister showed up for work for more than 5 times. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've got some questions for that Prime Minister.
In Ottawa, we have a government at the end of its regime that is having trouble meeting its responsibilities. 5 weeks ago, the Prime Minister locked up the House once again. Since 2006, the Prime Minister has prorogued for over 181 days. That is a record for a Prime Minister in the modern era. Worse, even, than Jean Chrétien's record in the middle of the Liberal sponsorship scandal. This fall, the Conservatives don't have anything new for Canadians. They haven't done anything to help the unemployed to find full-time jobs. They did nothing to help families to pay down their debts, nothing in the area of worrisome climate change trends, and nothing for rail safety.
Avoiding questions. We all know why Parliament has been prorogued. We all know why the return of this House was delayed for another 5 weeks. We all know why he got on Con Air and sneaked off to Brussels. In a word, corruption. There are now 8 senators facing allegations of wrongdoing, and in one case, already a conviction. 5 of those senators are Conservatives. All 5 named by this Prime Minister. Mais bien sûr, la corruption.
But of course, Senate corruption is not just a Conservative issue. It's really something that concerns both of the old parties, the Liberals as well as the Conservatives. On the one hand, we have Conservative senators, Mike Duffy, Pamela Wallin, and Patrick Brazeau, and two others, as well as Liberal Senator Mac Harb, and they're all the subject of an RCMP inquiry for their expenses that were illegal for travel and housing. Carolyn Stewart Olson, a Conservative senator, and Liberal Senator Rod Zimmer are the subject of an internal Board of Internal Economy on the Senate side. Also, there's Senator Leo Housakos, who is accused of having violated election legislation. Liberal Senator Raymond Lévigny is still collecting housing as he sits in prison in the National Capital Region. Canadians are angry with reason, and not just about the prorogation. Over the last year, they have seen a very sorry spectacle. The office of the Prime Minister is desperately trying to hide the corruption of senators. The Prime Minister is continuing to claim that nothing has really changed, but do you know what? For the rare time, he is right. There's this culture of a feeling of entitlement. The Prime Minister was talking about the Liberals in the past, but it's become worse under him.
Of corruption and scandal. They're sick and tired of the revolving red and blue doors of Liberal and Conservative entitlement and corruption. Canadians have had enough. The fact is, Ottawa's broken. The NDP is the only party that Canadians can trust to fix it.
Yeah.
Now, of course, Conservative corruption and scandal doesn't end with the Senate. We have the Prime Minister's parliamentary secretary who's been formally charged for taking and for making illegal campaign contributions, the Prime Minister's chief of staff under investigation for paying hush money to a sitting Conservative senator, and 3 other officials in the Prime Minister's office refusing to answer questions about their own involvement in that very same payoff. We have Senator Irving Gerstein, the chief financial officer of the Conservative Party, not only accused of knowing about that payoff, but of approving it as well, at least until he found out just how much money it would take to buy the silence of Mike Duffy. The list of Conservative scandal and corruption doesn't just end. In 2012, the Prime Minister's special advisor, Bruce Carson, was charged with influence peddling. In 2011, 4 top Conservative Party officials were charged in the In-N-Out scandal. In 2006, the party president and the party's national director admitted to making a secret $50,000 payment to get rid of an inconvenient Conservative Party candidate. And who could forget 2005, when the Prime Minister's top strategist, Tom Flanagan, offered, quote, financial considerations to a sitting member of Parliament in exchange for his support in Parliament. All in all, under this Prime Minister, 17 senators and top party officials have been accused of ripping off taxpayers, breaking election laws, or making secret backroom payoffs. They aren't low-level staff or minor functionaries gone rogue. These are senators that the Prime Minister appointed himself. They are members of his chosen inner circle, 17 of them in all. Mr. Speaker, this all leads to 2 very simple questions. How did so many people so close to the Prime Minister all get the same impression? That corrupt behaviour of this sort is acceptable to the Prime Minister? And when will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility for the climate of corruption he created? And on the 2nd day, he went to Brussels. He didn't even make it to the 7th day. Yesterday, the Prime Minister tried to change the channel on all of this. He asked Canadians to forget about the scandals and mismanagement that are plaguing his government. He tried to convince them he's changed. But watching the Prime Minister sitting there in the Senate yesterday at the very scene of the crime, with the perps down the hall watching television, I can understand why he wants to change the channel. But I don't think Canadians are going to forget that easily. In this case, the elephant is the room. If the Prime Minister wants If the Prime Minister wants to convince Canadians that he's changed course, if the Prime Minister wants to convince Canadians that he's ready to clean up Ottawa and clean up the corruption in his own caucus and in his own party and in his own office, it'll take more than words. It's going to take action.
Mr. Speaker, after every election, there is a new cohort of members and employees from all parties that arrive here in Ottawa, and all of them come here with the best of intentions, with hope and optimism for the future. But for some parties, things have changed along the way. Their leaders have forgotten who they are here to serve. The old parties are trying to protect their friends in high places, and we have seen things that we've never seen, from Kamloops to Chicoutimi to Cape Breton. There are income gaps like we have never seen in Canada. We have seen the loss of gains that we have had since the last war. We have had high unemployment. We are seeing hundreds of thousands of jobs and income gaps growing, and the middle class is losing ground continually. Over the past 35 years, under Liberal and Conservative governments, incomes of the highest 20% of Canadian earners have grown. So 80% of Canadians have seen their incomes go down. We have had an increase of 147% in our overall income, but the average Canadian family has lost 7% of its income. The government tries to explain away these changes, but this is not difficult because, Mr. Speaker, and listen well here, over the past 35 years, 94% of the increase in this income gap in our society, this inequality, happened under Liberal governments. And you have heard this correctly, 94% of the responsibility is that of the Liberal governments. Because of this Liberal mismanagement, an entire generation of middle-class families is on the brink of bankruptcy. Last year, household debt was 166% higher than their disposable income. This is incredible. This is a very real record, however. The total household debt is almost as high as it was in the United States just before the 2008 crisis. The Bank of Canada has indicated that this is the highest domestic risk for our economy. This is more than a burden on Canadian families. It is a threat to our whole economy. However, despite the millions of Canadian families who are trying hard to make ends meet, the only message from this government is you're going to have to do with less. People are going to have to do with less. A very small minority of Canadians are doing well, but more and more are left on the sidelines. The cost of living increases, but good jobs are diminishing. We can do better, and on this side, we will do better. We will do better because Canadians deserve better.
Response been tinkering with a mortgage rule here, saying they'll adjust a lending practice there. Too little, too late. Conservatives have done nothing to rein in the high cost of living for families, nothing to guarantee retirement security for our seniors. They've watched a generation of middle-class jobs disappear, but they've done nothing to create the next generation of middle-class jobs. Mr. Speaker, we can do better. Oh, we will do better, because Canadians deserve better. We're going to rise to meet this challenge. If we're going to start to close the growing gap created by successive Liberal and Conservative governments, we'll have to address all sides of the ledger. That means making life more affordable for families. It means helping workers save and invest for their retirement. It means creating high-quality middle-class jobs. In yesterday's throne speech, Conservatives pretended to adopt some parts of the NDP's Consumer First agenda. Unfortunately, we've heard these words before from Conservatives with nothing to show for it but more broken promises. Were Conservatives putting consumers first when they let credit card companies regulate themselves with a voluntary code of conduct?
That worked out well.
Or when they enacted a wireless code that does nothing to create new competition or lower cell phone rates? Were Conservatives protecting airline passengers when they voted twice against the NDP's Airline Passenger Bill of Rights? Were they protecting families when they let meat packing plants perform their own safety inspections? Or when they allowed one-person crews to operate trains carrying highly dangerous materials? This selective enforcement of the law isn't just applied in the private sector either. Conservatives have cut $250 million and 3,000 staff from the Canada Revenue Agency. They've eliminated the special team of tax auditors at the CRA who were responsible for investigating organized crime. Little wonder that they sent a $400,000 check to a mafia boss while he was in prison who owed $1.5 million. That's the Conservative record.
Unbelievable.
Maybe it's because they're planning to make him a senator. They've actually opposed international efforts to crack down on tax havens at the G8. Not surprisingly, today Canada is losing as much as $5 to $8 billion a year in government revenue to international tax havens alone. The fact is, whether it's food inspection and rail safety, or consumer protection and cracking down on tax cheats, the leadership role that governments once took to protect public interest now takes a backseat to private interests. The
Conservatives, like the Liberals before them, have succumbed to the siren of so-called deregulation. They have dismantled the measures that were taken to protect the public interest, and they are using so-called self-regulation by industry instead. They're doing this in all areas. After budget cuts of $46 million in food safety, we saw the greatest meat recall in Canadian history. With respect to air safety, we have lowering of the required number of flight attendants and crew, despite what the OECD and passenger safety would call for. This is something that could have been avoided. 47 people died this year after a train filled with highly volatile oil blew up in Lac Mégantic. Right now, the Transportation Safety Board is looking at what the effects of deregulation were with respect to this crisis.
Public interest, now they protect only private interests. And in so doing, they've sacrificed our long-term prosperity for their own short-term political gain. New Democrats have laid out a clear plan to protect consumers and to make life more affordable for Canadian families. That means limiting ATM fees, cracking down on payday lenders, and giving every Canadian access to at least one no-frills, low-rate credit card. It means protecting small businesses by creating clear rules that prevent credit card companies from using their monopoly power to hit retailers with exorbitant merchant fees. It means protecting drivers from price gouging at the gas pumps. And it means protecting the millions of travelers who are sick and tired of being stuck with the bill for delays and cancellations by passing a real airline passenger's Bill of Rights.
Hear, hear.
Unfortunately, despite their talk, Conservatives have voted against these measures every step of the way. That's their real track record. Now, the Prime Minister stands before Canadians, a man who's run out of ideas. Well, maybe not today, standing before Canadians, but you understand the notion. He's been reduced to stealing our ideas, a practice he stole from the Liberals.
It's twice.
Not only that, he's been reduced to stealing ideas that he's already voted against.
Very good.
Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, all this is a desperate last-ditch effort to regain the confidence of Canadians. But you know what? It's just too little, it's just too late, and it just won't work. And just to remind our Conservative friends, so that they're not confused this time, if you want a bill to pass, you actually have to vote for it, not against it. Just as families across Canada are facing a steep rise in the cost of living, too many are facing a financial cliff as they near retirement. As many as 5.8 million Canadians, nearly a third of our workforce, will see a sharp drop in their standard of living once they retire. For young Canadians, the situation is even more dramatic. By retirement, as many as 60% of young Canadians will face a drop of 20% or more in their quality of life. Without action now, Canada is facing a retirement security crisis. That's a social debt that we're leaving on the backs of future generations, in addition to the financial and ecological debt that this government's already leaving them. Yet instead of action to strengthen pensions, Conservatives are planning to cut $11 billion out of old age security by increasing the retirement age to 67 from 65. I can guarantee you the NDP government in 2015 will put it back to 65. You know, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reported just 2 weeks ago that far from putting our financial house in order, these Conservative cuts to old age security have simply downloaded costs to provinces and individuals. The
Minister of Finance promised, however, to meet with his provincial counterparts this summer to work to improve Canada's and Quebec's pension plans. This was a formal commitment made by this government through the Minister of Finance, who gave his word on this. However, though he had an extra month to do so, the minister never fulfilled that promise. He did not come up with a plan. He met with no one. The provincial governments, unions, and major retirement associations asked the government to go ahead with this to improve the public pension plan, but nothing was done. Even the head of the CIDC asked for the government to work on this, but nothing was done, because we absolutely need to improve this system. The government, by not taking action on this, is creating uncertainty for companies and individuals. This is why last month, my colleague, the member for Parkdale High Park, who is the NDP critic in this area, called on the finance minister through a letter to find out why the minister did not move ahead on this, why nothing was done, no meetings were held. in fact, we need to make sure that we overhaul the system to compensate for the cuts that have been made in the past. What was the answer from the minister? Total silence. Nothing. Canadians deserve better. They deserve to have answers. Here in Parliament, the NDP will go after those answers.
Today, in 2013, there are still nearly 300,000 more Canadians unemployed than before the recession. And of the 280,000 jobs that young people lost during that recession, only 50,000 have been recovered. In Toronto alone, this is an incredible statistic. In Toronto alone, a staggering 50% of workers cannot find a stable full-time job. You heard that right. Instead, they're forced to rely on part-time jobs, split shifts, and precarious contract work. Parents are seeing less and less of each other. Children and families are paying the price. Conservatives have repeatedly missed their own targets for economic growth, and on the heels of hitting a new record for household debt reported just last month, the International Monetary Fund has now just downgraded their projections for Canadian economic growth once again. The Conservative solution to all this? Spend $100 million of taxpayer money on economic action plan advertising. That's their solution. Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve a government with a plan to create jobs for our young people, instead of one that accepts a youth employment rate that's double the national average. Canadians deserve a government that understands the key role that cities play in economic growth and job creation, instead of one that cuts $6 billion in local infrastructure funding, as Conservatives did in their last budget, despite their promises to the contrary. They deserve a government that understands that the only way to increase wealth in a society is to increase knowledge, instead of one that slashes tax credits for research and development, hampering innovation. Canadians deserve a government that works together with the provinces to strengthen skills training, instead of one that tries to impose its will on the provinces from Ottawa. They deserve a government that has a long-term vision for developing our natural resources, instead of a government with a reckless rip-and-ship approach to resource development, an approach that does nothing to protect our own energy security or help create value-added jobs. Canadians deserve a government that's focused on creating the next generation of middle-class jobs in every region, in every sector, a government that will create a fairer, greener, more prosperous Canada for all. An NDP government will do that in 2015. But clearly this isn't a government that's focused on building a Canada that's more prosperous for everyone. And nowhere is that more obvious than in this government's approach to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Absolutely. It's been 5 years since the historic residential school apology on the floor of the House of Commons, 5 years since the Prime Minister promised to renew our nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. But what we've seen since that day is unfortunately more of the same. More broken promises, more delays, more cheap talk. For far too long, Liberal and Conservative governments have failed Indigenous peoples in Canada. There's been no partnership, no real consultation, no recognition, no respect, even though our Constitution and international law require them. Instead, all we see from Liberal and Conservative governments to this day is the same old paternalistic, father knows best approach. This summer, I visited with Aboriginal leaders at the First Nations Summit in British Columbia. These are First Nations leaders who have tried to take a constructive approach to treaty negotiations with this Conservative government, but who simply don't have a willing partner sitting at the table across from them. They've seen government representatives sent to negotiate with a take-it-or-leave-it proposal, rather than a real mandate for dialogue. They've seen the federal government threaten to simply walk away from the table if their demands aren't met. And they've seen demands to renounce and extinguish their inherent rights as the price of reaching a deal, a practice so egregious that it has been denounced by the United Nations itself. All this has resulted in a treaty process that has become so slow that it sometimes seems as if it's ground to a halt. As BC Treaty Commission Chair Sophie Pierre has said, this failed approach has not only produced delays and distrust, it has left a growing number of BC First Nations drowning in debt. First Nations are being asked to mortgage their children's future just to protect their children's inherent rights. This is not just wrong, Mr. Speaker, it's shameful.
We live in a time of innovation which is unprecedented in Canadian history. Canadian potential is greater than ever, and so is the potential to harness that potential. The problem is not a lack of potential, it's one of a lack of political will. NDPers believe in a Canada where Canadians work hard and follow the rules. Canadians believe in a government that puts Canadians' interests ahead of government's own self-interest. Only an NDP government will serve the interests of Canadians. That is the only interest we would ever serve. In the NDP, we believe that Canadians should be given the support they need and are entitled to, not just to survive, but also to flourish in the 21st century economy, which is based on knowledge. What does this mean? It means tax breaks that are targeted to companies that create jobs, that hire young workers, and not general corporate tax reductions for companies that are outsourcing. All summer I've met with young people who, instead of finding the type of stable job that our generation had, they've been forced to resort to low-paying jobs, contract and precarious employment. It's shameful. These days, our young people are more highly educated than ever, but can we honestly say that we're giving them the same opportunities that our parents gave us? I doubt it. Jobs for the middle class are disappearing, and what have we done to prepare the next generation of middle-class workers? This fall, NDPers will continue to focus on protecting Canadians against the abusive practices of credit card companies and payday loan companies, instead of allowing excessive banking fees. And our energy strategy would see value-added jobs created that would provide for our own energy self-sufficiency and protect the environment at the same time. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have done nothing about climate change. They've threatened our environment. And in fact, in the process, they've threatened the entire economy. It's time for a new plan, a new way of doing things, and a new path forward. The true challenges before us may at times seem too great. In order to tackle these challenges, we need more than words, empty words, which is all we get from the government opposite. NDPers know that we are up to the task, and unlike previous governments, we will get the job done. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Parkdale High Park, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words following job creation and replacing them with condemns the economic record of the Conservatives, which has led to 1.3 million jobless Canadians, massive cuts to EI, growing inequality, and the transfer of billions of dollars from among individuals and levels of government.
High-quality jobs and combat stagnating wages, provide tax incentives targeted to hire young Canadians, improve retirement security through increased Canada Pension Plan, Quebec Pension Plan benefits, and reduce credit card fees charged to small businesses and Canadian families. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, together we will get the job done.
questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Following the speech from the Leader of the Official Opposition, we do need to get a bit of a sense of a reality check. And I find it somewhat interesting that he likes to tie the Conservatives and the Liberals together. And one of the things in which And this is why I say there's a time for a reality check here.
Exactly.
When you make reference to the Aboriginals, and he says how there was a failure from the past, then the Leader of the Opposition would be familiar with a thing called the Kelowna Accord. The Kelowna Accord was a huge accomplishment in which First Nations and Aboriginal peoples with different levels of government came on side to support. And in fact, it was the Conservatives and the NDP that got together in order to defeat the Kelowna Accord, Mr. Speaker. When you want to talk about Liberal Party history, talk about some of the positives. I know the Leader at times can get someone angry if we talk too much about positive things inside the House of Commons. But look at the social programs, whether it's pension programs, healthcare programs, all wonderful programs brought in by the Liberal Party of Canada. Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is in relation to sales tax. He points to Manitoba and he says, I want to be like Manitoba, because after all, there's an NDP government in Manitoba. In Manitoba, the Premier Greg Selinger said in a campaign election that he was not going to increase the provincial sales tax. In the last provincial budget, the NDP increased the provincial sales tax. I'm wondering if the hero of the Leader of the New Democratic Party, Mr. Greg Selinger, and the government that they always point their finger to, has...
Order. Before I go to the Leader of the Official Opposition, when the Leader of the Official Opposition completed his speech, he moved an amendment. Unfortunately, the chair was in a conversation with one of the clerks at that point, and I'm wondering if, in order to clarify, if the Honourable Leader could read the amendment one more time to see whether it is. My apologies.
With pleasure. That the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after job creation and replacing them with the following. Condamne le bilan économique.
Condemns the Conservatives' economic record, which led to 1.3 million jobless Canadians, massive cuts to EI, growing inequality in the transfers of billions of dollars to individuals and other orders of government.
Call on the government to introduce a real plan to create high-quality jobs and combat stagnating wages, provide tax incentives targeted to hire young Canadians, improve retirement security through increased Canada Pension Plan, Quebec Pension Plan benefits, and reduce credit card fees charged to small businesses and Canadian families.
Order. Pardon me again. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition has moved the following motion, seconded by the member from Parkdale High Park, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after job creation and replacing them with the following. B, condemn the Conservatives' economic record, which has resulted in over 1.3 million unemployed Canadians, drastic cuts to employment insurance, growing inequality, and the downloading of billions of dollars of cost to individuals and other levels of government, and C, call on the government to introduce a real plan to create high-quality jobs and combat stagnating wages, provide tax incentives targeted to hire young Canadians, improve retirement security through increased Canada Pension Plan, Quebec Pension Plan benefits, and reduce credit card fees charged to small businesses and Canadian families. The amendment is in order, and at this point, with my apologies for having made the mistake, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition can respond to the question from the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North.
Let me start by telling my honourable colleague that it was with a little bit of surprise that we heard him use the term the Aboriginals, referring to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Canadians. Let's also deal with the substance of what appears to be his question. He takes umbrage at the fact that we say that the Liberals did nothing on First Nations issues. Well, you know what? He's pointed to an accord that came in after 13 years of majority government. I know a little bit about that accord, because I was sitting in Quebec City at the time, and I knew exactly about it. It was a stunt before the elections. There was no money associated with it, and it was never intended to do everything. After 13 years of doing nothing, it was a political stunt on the eve of election. 13 years of majority rule, nothing on daycare. 13 years of majority rule. He talks about tax increases. I'm sure he's referring to Chairman Chrétien's little red book, where he promised to get rid of the GST. Ask Sheila Copps. She knows all about that. No, that's called a broken promise. When they asked Chrétien how he could promise to get rid of the GST and then look Canadians in the eye, you know what he said? You must be kidding. I never intended to do that. They balanced the books by downloading billions in expenses in healthcare and education onto the provinces. That's the Liberal record. It is the same as the Conservative record. That's why we need an NDP government in Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the NDP for that rousing explanation to Canadians as to why they need to vote for the real choice, the NDP, in the next federal election. Now, I heard him quite eloquently say in his remarks that middle-class families are getting squeezed more and more by this government, as they were by previous Liberal governments, and that household debt has skyrocketed to near record highs. And shockingly, this government didn't even mention household debt in their throne speech. Now, in the past, they've done some minor tinkering to reverse some very reckless changes that they made to mortgage rules in this country. They reversed those changes. But other than that, they've done nothing to deal with household debt, didn't even mention it in the throne speech. Would the Honourable Leader of the NDP care to hazard a guess as to why that would be?
The Honourable Leader of the NDP.
The reason, as far as we're concerned, is they simply don't understand the problem. And it's worth reminding Canadians that Canada is one of the countries that's seen the largest and sharpest increase in inequality. In other words, the richest have gotten far richer and far faster than in other countries, and everyone else is lagging behind. It's also worth noting that if you go back over a 35-year period, 94% of that increase in inequality in Canada was during Liberal governments. So they want to know. Actually, they're worse than the Conservatives with regard to increases in inequality in our country. OECD statistics show that Canadian families support the largest household debt in the OECD. That's because of decades of incompetence and not taking care of Canadians by successive Conservative and Liberal governments, and we will start changing that in 2015.
Very good. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Leader of the Official Opposition seems to be stuck on the past. And I think as Canadians are listening in and thinking in terms of the future, they want to see a sense of hope, that the country is moving in the right direction, and they want to get a better sense that the politicians that are inside the House of Commons are, in fact, reaching out and listening, engaging Canadians in a very real and tangible way, coming up with ideas that are going to make a difference and provide that hope going into the future. That is something in which the Liberal Party is committed to doing. My question to the Leader of the Official Opposition: does he believe, as the Liberals believe, that it is time that we start getting over the past, focus our attention on the future, and bring forward ideas that are going to address issues such as our middle class today?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I guess that speaks volumes about the Liberal desire to forget about their track record, their broken promises, their ability, which is actually quite impressive, to decode what Canadians want to hear, to tell them that that's what they're going to do, and then to do the exact opposite once they're elected. We're not going to let Canadians forget the broken promises on everything from the GST to Kyoto. It wasn't me who said that they signed Kyoto as a public relations stunt. Eddie Goldenberg admitted as much. That's why they went on to have one of the worst records in the world on greenhouse gas production. That's the Liberal tragic record. Decoding what people want to hear on the environment, on daycare, on First Nations issues, getting rid of the GST. Once they're in power, they do whatever they want. They've gotten what they wanted, which is power. They forget about Canadians. The NDP will stay there, remain faithful to its promises, and take care of Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rimouski Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the contrast between the finance minister's vision, austerity, job cuts to the public service, cuts to EI, and the optimistic speech that the NDP leader has just delivered. My question, when it comes to consumer protection, yesterday, in the throne speech, the Conservatives attempted to hold themselves out as consumer protectors, the great champions of the consumer, but they've basically stolen NDP ideas when it comes to paper bills, not having to pay for those, the polluter pay principle, which the leader of the official opposition has made a priority since his election. So I'd like the leader to talk about the NDP's vision of consumer protection versus the government's. It's important to remind Canadians that every time they've had an opportunity to do something other than talk about protecting consumers, the Conservatives have voted against it. Twice we presented legislation to protect airline passengers. But now, they're saying, on the weekend, they sent the industry minister to say that this would be in the throne speech, but when you read the throne speech, there's not even a word about it. When it comes to charging $2 more for a paper version of a bill, we proposed that. My colleague from Sudbury proposed it in writing to the Conservatives, and they laughed in our faces. And yet, now we find it in the throne speech, but it has no credibility. Just by way of conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that if the Conservatives were sincere, there's Bill C-540 from my colleague, the member for Halifax, who proposes an act to amend the criminal code when it comes to the distribution of private photos without consent. This is following on the heels of the Rehtaeh Parsons tragedy. If the Conservatives are sincere, they will pass that bill at all stages today. If they understand it, if they get it, if they don't do that, we will know that everything they're saying is just hot air, it's rhetoric, it's smoke and mirrors. Once again, Conservatives, Liberals, same thing, empty promises, nothing to protect consumers truly, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker.
In this debate, let me start by stating my disappointment that we're not actually debating the speech from the throne. Instead, we're having a short debate on a self-congratulatory motion from this government. After 8 years, we've grown used to that tone. More troubling, they're again limiting the opportunity for members of all parties to participate in a debate on the government's agenda. One of the things I've seen across the country is disappointment that this government does not even respect their own members of Parliament. Canadians elected MPs to represent their voice in Ottawa. Instead, what they got is the Prime Minister's voice in their constituencies. That is the government is denying the traditional role for its own backbench to speak on the throne speech is only the latest example.
This is not what we were expecting in this House of each other. Like many of you, I spent the summer meeting with Canadians. I spent time at home in Montreal with my family and my constituents in Papineau. I crossed or visited more than 60 large cities, towns, and villages, and I listened to teachers, truck drivers, farmers, and small business owners, and they told me about their concerns. Being able to meet with Canadians, speak to them, listen to them, and learn more about the challenges that they are facing is a golden opportunity. It is a privilege that we all share here, and I hope to be able to do justice for them one day. One thing has come up from the face-to-face discussions that I had with many people. Canadians feel abandoned by their government. And even if it's wonderful to be able to go out and hear honest comments, let me tell you that if public service is something near and dear to your heart, these comments are difficult to listen to.
The more it became obvious that it wasn't easy for Canadians to talk about either. There's cynicism now, but it's not what we Canadians like to feel. It's not who we are when we are engaged and connected with people. These stirrings of mistrust and suspicion, they just don't sit well with Canadians. But at the same time, I get it. It's hard not to feel disappointed in your government when every day there's a new scandal, another lapse in judgment. Canadians are being led by a government that says it's committed to accountability and transparency, but that same government has lost 5 caucus members to scandal. The Prime Minister's office remains under RCMP criminal investigation for a $90,000 check written to a sitting legislator. The former chair of the Security Intelligence Review Committee is charged with fraud, abuse of trust, and money laundering. The member from Peterborough, until this past summer, the Prime Minister's own parliamentary secretary, has been charged with 4 counts of breaking election laws. And those are just the ones we know about. Right. The individuals in question can resign from the Prime Minister's office or be told to leave caucus. They can even flee extradition in Panama. But this Prime Minister put them there. He gave them an opportunity to abuse the public trust. He thought they were worthy, and one by one, they're proving him wrong. What does that say about the Prime Minister's judgment?
I understand that Canadians are disappointed and feel abandoned. This is a natural reaction when day after day you realize more and more that your trust has been betrayed, and that your hopes were not well founded. The throne speech that we heard yesterday was the opportunity for the government to cut back on the right track, to regain the confidence of Canadians. What the government said to us yesterday can be put into 2 categories: empty rhetoric and white noise.
These they identified are fine as far as they go, but they don't go very far. Canadians need more job opportunities, better job opportunities, not a jobs grant that has been rejected by all 10 provinces because it demands extra funding from stretched provincial budgets. Canadians need to feel that their priorities are the government's priorities, that their interests get more attention and airtime than the government's desperate attempts at self-preservation. Right. Where is the plan to attract investment to this country, to create good middle-class jobs? Instead, the government turns investment away with its Keystone Cops approach to policy. Right. Où est le plan pour nos jeunes?
Where is the plan for our young people, whereas this so-called economic recovery hardly exists for them? Where is the plan for middle-class Canadians who are struggling under record levels of debt, debts that they came to keep the country afloat during the economic crisis? All they hear from this government is a gross attempt to take credit for their hard work, for their entrepreneurial spirit, and their willingness to take risks.
Problems to solve, Mr. Speaker. This government has grown so long in the tooth, so tired, that it seems that it cannot even be bothered to try. Instead, we get policies focused on bringing the CRTC firmly into the 1990s. Instead of a forward-looking approach to data and telecom, we get a smattering of policies this government itself rejected in the past. In a world of Apple TV, YouTube, Netflix, and big data, this Conservative government is still looking under the couch for the remote control. No wonder they're having such trouble changing the channel.
The batteries are
To Canadians, I say there is much more to this government's agenda than what you heard yesterday afternoon. As they approach their party's Halloween convention in the great city of Calgary, the Conservatives are once again putting on a costume, but really just revealing how out of touch they are with Canadians. Their Environment Minister doubts climate change, questioning evidence about melting summer sea ice in her own constituency.
Their Minister of Development confirms that the government will no longer fund projects to help victims of rape in war, nor help young girls who have been forced into marriages. Their Minister of Health attacks decisions made by the doctors and professionals in her own department. Their Anglophone ministers condemn the government's plan, the PQ government's plan, to legislate the rights of minorities, whereas their minister responsible for Quebec states that there's nothing that shocks him in that bill.
Rogue members of Parliament. These are cabinet ministers, the most senior elected officials, hand-picked by the Prime Minister. Their positions: climate change denial, a crackdown on reproductive rights, denying Canadians medical treatment, finding no fault with an attack on individual rights and freedoms, are an affront to Canadian values. Canadians elected this government to represent their interests, but one thing has become perfectly clear, Mr. Speaker. This government serves only its own interests. It has only one goal, and its goal is not to serve Canadians. This is a political government staring down an unending series of political problems, and they are responding the only way they know how, with political solutions. And none of it is helping our struggling middle class.
That's right. Great.
Our economy has more than doubled in size in the past 30 years. Who has benefited from that growth? Not the middle class. Despite all of our economic progress, as a country, middle-class families haven't had a real raise in decades. As incomes have stagnated and costs of key items like post-secondary education and transportation have risen far faster than inflation, Canadian households have had to shoulder more and more debt. As a share of disposable income, our households are now more in debt than even those in the United States.
People from the middle class are worried, and with good reason, that despite all of their very hard work, they will not be able to offer their children the same opportunities that they were offered by their parents. Canadians are struggling with the lowest incomes. Those Canadians are also worried about this subject. They see the promise of upward mobility through hard work vanishing before their very eyes. And the most well-off Canadians also need to have the success of the middle class a reality, as long as the government doesn't recognize that a strong economy is that provides the greatest number of quality jobs to the greatest number of Canadians. We'll say that economic growth-based policies risk losing public support.
Above all else by these guys, leadership when it came to the economy. It's what many voted for. Well, what are the results? First, growth has been particularly stagnant under this government. Now, in his 8th year of office, the Right Honourable Member from Calgary Southwest has the worst record on growth of any Prime Minister since R.B. Bennett in the depths of the Great Depression.
Shame. Awful.
Under this government's self-proclaimed steady hand, we've seen 10 consecutive federal budget surpluses turn into 7 consecutive deficits. This government has ballooned our national debt at an unprecedented rate. By the next election, they will have added more than $150 billion in just 8 years, according to their own numbers.
The unemployment rate remains stubbornly higher than it was before the recession hit us 5 years ago, and has now reached almost double the national average for youth. And unfortunately, our unemployment rate does not seem to be improving, while workers are giving up and leaving the workforce. And we have been a witness to that in our own families, in the communities where we live and that we represent from ocean to ocean, while we are told, don't worry, the economy is our priority, everything is fine.
Handle the hypocrisy if it didn't come packaged in a slick marketing campaign that we ourselves as Canadians paid for. Right. Because you know what always drives home this government's economic record for me? That Economic Action Plan logo. Wow. Every time I see it, with 3 arrows pointing heavenward, I think to myself, yep, that's exactly what the Economic Action Plan has delivered. Rising debt, rising unemployment, and rising disappointment for Canadians. That is the economic legacy of this government. As I listened to the speech from the throne, one word came to mind. It's one I've used to describe this government before, and not surprisingly, it still fits today. That word is unambitious. As I said back in April, this is a government whose primary economic message is, well, it could be worse. Be happy you don't live in Spain. That attitude is completely out of step with the values of Canadians. The Canadians I spent time with this summer are ambitious. They aren't complacent. They're not willing to settle for good enough when they know that better is possible. Voilà la différence.
That is the profound difference that exists between this government and the people they should be serving. Session after session, this government is making a virtue of believing that doing better is quite simply unachievable, that requiring something more from our leaders and ourselves is a waste of time and, worse, naive. It's perhaps true for those who've been too long in power and who are disconnected from reality. Perhaps then you start to believe that making special appointments and having secret deals or even denying publicly what the facts are the norm. In that case, it is indeed possible that this kind of vision of the world begins to make some kind of sense.
Canadians, that their political engagement is futile, that their Occupy activism is empty, that their 1,600-kilometre idle no more walk through a Canadian winter makes no difference, well, that kind of defeatism has no place in this House.
That's right.
It has no place in the Canada I know and serve. It has no place in this country whose future we determine together. Canadians expect more, and so they should. They have every right to. We look forward to having even more conversations with Canadians, to doing our part to restore hope where it is fading. It is time, actually, it is well past time, to return to these great stone buildings the respect, the dignity, the public trust that they deserve. Right. On top of all that, it's good to be back here.
Yes, that's it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Liberal leader's speech very closely, but one thing that I recall, Mr. Speaker, is that in 1994, the Liberals made the biggest cuts to health. The federal government transferred 50% of the costs of health care, and under the Liberals, it went down to 17%. In 94, the CBC made cuts to CBC, the only public broadcaster, by $400 million. Our Canadian broadcaster. And also, under the Liberals, they made cuts to EI, the leader said, how can the average family suffer? Well, under those cuts, I saw all kinds of things. $57 billion was in the bank for people who lost their jobs. And my question for the Liberal leader is that why in his speech did he never talk about employment insurance and the cuts that the Conservatives continued to make after the Liberals? The Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party. I wish the member from Agony Bathurst to best luck in campaigning against us in 2016-17. We are focused on the future and on middle-class Canadians and the challenges that they are facing. We're going to continue to work with and hand in hand with Canadians to build a more prosperous and open and confident future, and it's not through negativity and through attacks that this will happen. I'm looking forward to this happening.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. The two parts of the speech. The end of the speech was about trust and having Canadians trust what you are going to do for them. And he did, as the opposition leader should do, criticize the government's plans. But the only plan we've heard from the opposition, Mr. Speaker, of the third party is that he's going to legalize drugs. I want to know, were there any economic plans that he would like to share and build trust with the Canadians that he has developed? Or are we waiting? Or what are we waiting for? Or do they just don't have any, Mr. Speaker?
Leader of the Liberal Party.
I am extremely pleased that after a year and more of my emphasis on the struggles of the middle class in this country, the Conservatives have finally taken note. The Canadians are hurting. This government is so incredibly out of touch, arrogant and disconnected that they think that throwing a few little baubles at Canadians to buy them off with their own money is going to be able to be enough to respond to the very real anxieties Canadians feel about where we're going as a country. What we didn't hear yesterday was any sort of vision or plan for how the country is going to be built stronger and better. That's where my commitment to reaching a 70% attainment rate for post-secondary education, my commitment to open and transparent measures around trade and foreign investment that this government has bungled entirely over the past months demonstrates that Canadians need to be served by a better government with truer priorities than this government is providing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much. I want to commend my leader on the job that he's done on not only his speech but certainly connecting with Canadians over the last number of months and listening to Canadians, because obviously we saw none of that reflected in the speech from the throne. But I do want to make a comment. My good friend from Acadie Bathurst had made a comment about cuts to employment insurance. One thing that we did do during that time, we took down the unemployment rate. Because when Liberals took over in 1993, the unemployment rate was at 12.5%. Inflation rate was in double digits. The interest rates were in double digits. It was a mess, Mr. Speaker. When we see more Canadians now than ever, the number of Canadians that are working for minimum wage has doubled under the tenure of this Prime Minister. And we see the Canada Jobs Grant. It's being laughed at by 7 out of 10 provinces. Did the leader think that at least there would be some kind of mention in the throne speech as to how they could fix the mess that they've created with the Canada Jobs Grant?
Good question. The Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
It was actually quite astonishing to me, because as I crossed this country this summer and heard from millions of people through our websites, through online engagement that we continue with, their frustration with finding jobs, with getting the help, getting the mismatch that exists fixed between jobs without people qualified to do them and people who desperately want to do jobs that they're unqualified for. The way this government has imposed upon the provinces a Canada Jobs plan that isn't going to work, that has been rejected by the provinces, that is based in its optimism on being able to do the one thing this government hasn't been able to do in its entire time in office, which is actually work collaboratively with provinces to get a deal signed. This is absolutely ridiculous that once again in the throne speech they said, we're going to make the Canada Jobs Plan work, when there is no chance of that working. There is no chance of this government actually giving Canadians the help they need to get the jobs they need.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-La-Solange. Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member for Papineau, and I lived under the Liberals, and I know that the record of his Liberals is that 80% of Canadians were never helped by them. The member for Papineau does not want to deal with the Liberal record of the past. He says that he has spoken to Canadians. Now, which Canadians did he speak to when he says that he wants to open the door to the Canadian government to buy our natural resources, to allow the Chinese government to have an agreement that will help the Chinese government and Chinese people instead of Canadians? The Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party. I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, by the fearful and xenophobic tone that I seem to hear in that question. The member of the NDP should know that jobs in export-based industries pay, on average, 50% more than other jobs, increasing the incomes of Canadians than those that are not geared to export. We need foreign investment, and the position of the New Democratic Party is against international trade, against foreign investment. This is of great concern because these are what will help our middle class. The attack against foreign international trade is something that gives us reason to say that the NDP will never be prepared to govern this country.
The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member and the Leader of the Liberal Party for his speech, but also for listening to Canadians. And given that we have youth unemployment today that's 2.5 times higher than regular unemployment, and that we have around 250,000 fewer jobs for young Canadians today than before the downturn, after having listened to Canadians extensively from coast to coast to coast, which does he believe would be the higher priority for young Canadians and their middle-class families? Jobs and opportunities for training for young Canadians, or lower cable rates?
The Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
I'd like to thank my finance critic and the member for King's Hands for his question. Of course, everyone can use a break on their bills, and that's certainly something that is fine as far as it goes. But the issue is it doesn't go very far, because when our young people are spending longer and longer living in their parents' basement, even after they graduate from school, from university, because they can't find jobs, when we have a government that prefers to spend money on economic action plan ads, advertising a jobs program that doesn't exist yet and probably will never exist, rather than financing summer jobs for students, we have a government whose priorities are purely electoral in nature rather than actually strengthening our economy. Young people deserve better. As they look to this place for leadership, they're getting none from this government and are very hopeful that there will be room for them in the shaping of this great country in the coming years, and I assure them there will be.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to participate in today's debate. Specifically, I would like to dedicate my allotted time to explaining in more detail exactly how Canadians and their families can benefit from Canada's Economic Action Plan. The opportunities presented by Economic Action Plan 2013 are substantive and far-reaching, which is why I am proud to stand today to highlight how our government is continuously helping with something that is on the minds of most Canadians, jobs. Since the recession in 2009, Canada has created over 1 million net new jobs, nearly 90% of which are full-time and over 85% come from the private sector. Indeed, our unemployment rate is at its lowest level since December 2008. Cependant,
however, support for Canadians does not end there, and these measures are aimed at directly dealing with real challenges resulting from demographic changes in an increasingly competitive world.
Are among the highest educated and best trained in the world. However, Canada is facing a skilled labor shortage in key sectors of the economy. In particular, persistent pockets of unfilled positions exist for skilled tradespeople and professionals, such as electricians, carpenters, machinists, heavy equipment operators, engineers, and architects, among others. Indeed, the president of the Canadian Construction Association, for example, put this situation into perspective by saying, and I quote, "Many construction firms are experiencing shortages of skilled workers today because past government efforts to align training with job market opportunities failed. Getting skills development right will be critical for the construction sector moving forward. With construction demand and industry retirements expected to rise throughout the decade, there is no time to waste." End of quote. Clearly, with thousands of jobs available across Canada that are going unfilled, Canada's growth prospects are being restricted. In fact, CIBC World Markets stated in a report in December 2012 that 30% of businesses in Canada are...
Did I hear the honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges is rising on a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order due to I take umbrage with the comments from the member from Papineau that just recently spoke when he used the term xenophobic to characterize myself and my comments. As someone who has lived and worked overseas in many countries for many years, I am certainly not an individual who would encourage xenophobia. I take umbrage with the comments of the member of Papineau. I find the term xenophobic as a personal insult and slight on my character, and I ask humbly, Speaker, that the member of Papineau withdraw his comments from the record.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North is rising on the same point of order.
Order, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the member would be aware that when someone raises on a point of order, they should be doing it relatively soon after it occurs. If you want to wait, 10, 15 minutes, a half hour, or whatever.
Order. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind all honourable members that when they are speaking in the chamber, they are to make those comments directly to the chair rather than their colleagues. In the past, this has been overlooked, and from time to time, members slip into this habit, but there are some in this place who do it repeatedly and constantly, and if that is the case in future, those members will be interrupted at that point, and whatever they are saying will be terminated. Secondly, with regards to the point of order that has been raised, the chair will take it under consideration and will return to this matter when the time, if necessary. And to address the specific point raised by the member from Winnipeg North, he is correct that there is an issue of timeliness, but I think it would be taking that argument to its extreme to suggest that less than 5 minutes is in fact too long to bring this matter back before the House. And so with that, I would resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just go back a line. In fact, CIBC World Markets stated in a report in December 2012 that 30% of businesses in Canada are facing a skilled labour shortage. De plus,
moreover, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce has also identified the skilled labour shortage as being the chief challenge faced by its members.
Available jobs, Economic Action Plan 2013 sets out a 3-point plan to address these challenges. First, it introduces the new job grant, Canada Job Grant, which provides $15,000 or more per person, combining federal, provincial, territorial, and employer funding. Once fully implemented, it is expected to provide nearly 130,000 Canadians each year with access to training at eligible institutions, including community colleges, career colleges, and trade union training centres. The CEO of the National Association of Career Colleges recognizes the importance of these efforts when he said, and I quote, "Thanks to the reforms proposed in this budget, including the new Canada Job Grant, an increased number of unemployed and underemployed Canadians will be able to obtain the training that they need to access jobs that are in demand now and will be in the future." End of quote. Second, our plan will create opportunities for apprentices. Supporting apprenticeships is a critical component in addressing Canada's work shortage because they allow students to learn skilled trades while gaining paid on-the-job work experience. Our government recognizes the value of apprentices, which is why we've invested nearly $2.7 billion per year since 2006 to support skills and training programs, and have made support for apprentices and the employers that hire them a priority. It's evident in programs like the Apprenticeship Incentive Grant, the Tradesperson's Tool Deduction, and the Apprenticeship Job Creation Tax Credit, to name a few.
In order to facilitate recognition of skilled trades and to improve opportunities for apprentices, our government will cooperate with the provinces and territories to harmonize the requirements for apprentices, and we will look at using practical testing as an assessment method for skilled trades.
This will ensure more apprentices complete their training and encourage mobility across the country. In addition, Economic Action Plan 2013 announces that our government will support the use of apprentices in federal construction and maintenance contracts. We will also ensure that funds transferred to provinces and territories through the Investment in Affordable Housing program support the use of apprentices. As part of the new Building Canada Plan for infrastructure, the government will encourage provinces, territories, and municipalities to support the use of apprentices in infrastructure projects receiving federal funding. And finally, Economic Action Plan 2013 will also support labour market participation and a more inclusive, skilled workforce with a range of measures that provide support to groups that are underrepresented in the job market, such as persons with disabilities, youth, Aboriginal peoples, and newcomers, to help them find good new jobs. Let me give you a few specific examples of some of the initiatives that will help make this three-point plan a reality. To begin, our Conservative government recognizes the contributions persons with disabilities can and do make to the economy. That's why Economic Action Plan 2013 will enhance skills training opportunities for Canadians with disabilities through a new generation of labour market agreements for persons with disabilities. These agreements will be introduced by 2014 and are designed to better meet the employment needs of Canadian businesses and improve the employment prospects for persons with disabilities. Economic Action Plan 2013 also recognizes the importance of engaging with employers who are committed to promoting the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the workplace. That's why it provides an investment to support the creation of the Canadian Employers' Disability Forum, as recommended by the Panel on Labour Market Opportunities for Persons with Disabilities. The Forum, an initiative led by a number of Canadian businesses, including Loblaw Companies Limited, will be managed by employers for employers to facilitate education, training, and sharing of resources and best practices concerning the hiring and retention of persons with disabilities. Under the leadership of the Forum, employers will help to promote and further the invaluable contributions that persons with disabilities can make to business. En outre,
moreover, in order to help more people with disabilities to acquire the experience needed for full participation in the labour force, we will modernize and expand the fund to promote the integration of disabled people, to find ways to improve training and help them meet the needs of the labour force.
Mr. Speaker. Economic Action Plan 2013 also extends the Enabling Accessibility Fund on an ongoing basis at a level of $15 million per year to support capital costs of construction and renovations related to improving physical accessibility for persons with disabilities through projects with demonstrated community support, including workplace accommodation. But, Mr. Speaker, we're not the only ones who think these initiatives will help persons with disabilities find employment. In fact, the Council of Canadians with Disabilities, the CCD, also agrees. According to the CCD, they were pleased to see that Economic Action Plan 2013, and I quote, continued support for Canadians with disabilities through extension of labour market agreements for persons with disabilities, and the fact that Enabling Accessibility Fund and the Opportunities Fund have been made permanent programs, end of quote. They go on to say, and I quote, pleased to see the creation of a Canadian Employers Disability Forum that will seek greater engagement of private sector in expanding employment opportunities for Canadians with disabilities, end of quote. But, Mr. Speaker, the praise doesn't end there. I think the Canadian Association for Community Living has it right when they openly supported our government's plan, saying, and I quote, Budget 2013 sets the right tone and target for people with disabilities. We know the tremendous potential that exists throughout this country to enable the 500,000 working-age Canadians with intellectual disabilities to join and help build Canada's labour force, end of quote. Economic Action Plan 2013 also proposes strategic investments that target youth at different stages of their educational and early labour market careers. Providing young Canadians with the information and opportunities to make smart education and employment choices is essential in securing Canada's long-term economic prosperity. Indeed, Economic Action Plan 2013 promotes education in high-demand fields by reallocating $19 million over 2 years to inform young people about fields of study that will help them get in-demand jobs, including science and engineering, mathematics, and the skilled trades. Cela confirme.
This confirms the commitment of our government as well to Passport for Success, a non-profit organization that provides various types of support to students from low-income communities, including tutoring and mentoring services in partnership with the private sector, other levels of government, and community organizations.
Early support for high school students has been shown to drastically increase post-secondary education prospects for young people and ultimately employment. Since 2001, more than 1,000 students have graduated from the program, with 73% pursuing further studies. And because the transition to a first job can be challenging, Economic Action Plan 2013 also provides support for an additional 5,000 paid internships for recent post-secondary graduates, ensuring they get valuable hands-on work experience to ease this transition. Our investments in Canada's youth are also evident in the $330 million per year for the Youth Employment Strategy to help young Canadians get the skills and work experience they need to transition to the workplace, and the ongoing Summer Jobs Program, which is an extremely popular program in my home riding of North Vancouver. In addition to providing support for Canadians with disabilities and today's youth, our government is providing support to Canada's young Aboriginal population as well. While young Aboriginals are underrepresented in both the labour market and in post-secondary institutions, there is tremendous potential for long-term success and economic prosperity. That's why Economic Action Plan 2013 invests $241 million over 5 years to improve the On-Reserve Income Assistance Program to help make it easier for First Nations youth to find the skills and training needed to secure employment. We
will also be working with First Nations to improve the program to ensure that young people receiving benefits and who can work are encouraged to take the training needed to find work.
First Nations Job Fund, totaling $109 million over 5 years, will fund the provision of personalized job training to these recipients. Economic Action Plan 2013 also confirms our government's commitment to consult with First Nations across Canada on the development of a First Nations Education Act. At the same time, it proposes $10 million over 2 years to Inspire, to provide post-secondary scholarships and bursaries for First Nations and Inuit students. Led by Roberta Jameson, Inspire has a proven record of success, providing scholarships to over 2,200 Aboriginal students annually and raising significant support from a range of corporate donors to help support student success. Indeed, Jameson herself recognized the significance of this investment by saying, and I quote, With the federal government's commitment of $10 million and its endorsement of Inspire's plan to match the funding with investment from the private sector, we'll be able to provide a total of $20 million in new funding for students. End of quote.
With this new investment, Inspire will be able to provide scholarships to thousands of young First Nations and Inuit students, and thereby help them reach their full potential, and at the same time strengthening Aboriginal communities across Canada.
Action Plan 2013 also proposes $5 million over 5 years for Cape Breton's University's Purdy Crawford Chair in Aboriginal Business Studies to encourage business studies by Aboriginal students. This initiative will help build a brighter future for Aboriginal youth and help to promote independence and economic self-reliance for Aboriginal communities. Mr. Speaker, every one of the initiatives that I have outlined so far will help connect Canadians with high-quality jobs, improving not just their personal circumstances, but also supporting their families, communities, and the Canadian economy. But there's something else that our government has been doing since 2006 that helps to keep our economy strong as well, and that's keeping taxes low. Mr. Speaker, the opposition might be interested to know that since 2006, we've cut taxes over 160 times, reducing the overall tax burden to its lowest level in 50 years. In fact, we've cut taxes in every way government collects them: personal taxes, consumption taxes, business taxes, excise taxes, and much more. Overall, our strong record of tax relief has meant savings for a typical family of four totaling over $3,200. This includes cutting the lowest personal income tax rate to 15%, introducing pension income splitting for seniors, reducing the GST from 7 to 5%, introducing and enhancing the working income tax benefit, introducing the tax-free savings account, the most important savings vehicle since RRSPs, reducing the small business tax rate from 12 to 11%, and more. And it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. In Economic Action Plan 2013, we extended and expanded the hiring credit for small business, helping an estimated 560,000 employers, saving them about $225 million in 2013 alone. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that our government has a plan to keep Canada's economy strong. Indeed, it's through our economic leadership that helped Canada emerge from the worst economic recession since the Great Depression better than most other countries in the world. Not only does Canada have the best job creation record since the depth of the global recession, with over 1 million net new jobs created, but the IMF and the OECD project that Canada will have among the strongest economic growth in the G7 in the years ahead.
The main responsibility of any country is to strike a balance between efforts to support job creation and economic growth on the one hand, and on the other hand, keeping commitments to reduce the deficit and return to balanced budget over the medium term.
What Canada has done and what we will continue to do. In fact, the Vancouver Board of Trade recognized this balance by saying, and I quote, "The government is demonstrating a commitment to returning to a balanced budget in the short term, but at the same time supporting economic growth and job creation. Given the state of the global economy, where we are seeing recessions, drops in national and subnational credit ratings, and out-of-control deficits, we are truly fortunate in Canada to be contemplating balanced budgets, receiving AAA credit ratings, and growing our GDP." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the NDP and the Liberals do not share in this view. While we're building a stronger Canadian economy and returning to balanced budgets, the Liberal leader openly admits he doesn't have a single idea on the economy, and the NDP leader keeps pushing higher taxes and big spending schemes. Mr. Speaker, we have a different route, and we're going to take that route. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I noticed in the throne speech that there was no mention of pensions, even though the lack of retirement security is a reality for far too many Canadians, especially young Canadians. Now, the Finance Minister did promise that over the summer he would meet with provincial ministers to decide on a plan for increasing the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan. So my question to the member opposite, why did the Minister of Finance break that promise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, helping seniors is one of our top priorities. After all, it was seniors who helped build the country that we enjoy so much today, called Canada. We are enhancing pensions. In fact, we've introduced the pooled pensions, which will be available for people in the private sector. This is an enormous achievement, considering that nothing has been done in this regard previously by previous governments. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do what's necessary to make sure that our seniors have the support they need. For example, income splitting for seniors was also introduced by our government. This is a tremendous savings for seniors when they're paying taxes, and we will continue to introduce measures such as this to help our seniors.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague spoke about the youth employment strategy in his speech, and I'm glad that he spoke about this program that was introduced under a Liberal government. But as I said earlier this year in the spring, since 2006, the number of youth who have been helped by this program has decreased by 48%. And so this is not consistent with the claims that my honourable colleague is making, and I was wondering if he could comment on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, helping youth find jobs is a top priority of this government. That's why we've dedicated $330 million to help train youth to find new jobs. We've also enhanced the apprenticeship training program, the internship program. We've enhanced the summer jobs program. We're creating new training opportunities so that young people can get that first job, or if they've already got a job, they can go to a higher paying job after they get retrained with new skills.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for
Pardon, I can't see her. Hochelaga, pardon-moi.
Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the throne speech as well, and I've spoken to the minister a number of times about this. When the contract comes to an end between CMHC and co-ops, a number of those contracts are coming to an end soon, and people might end up on the street if those agreements are not renewed. And there's absolutely nothing in the throne speech on that. In fact, there's not much about housing at all in the throne speech. So what's going to be done for those people? Why was there nothing in the throne speech on that?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, CMHC has been and continues to be an extremely important vehicle for people buying homes to get mortgage security and mortgage guarantees, and it will continue to serve that important purpose. At the same time, household debt is a concern to this government, which is why we have reduced the period of which mortgages can go to 25 years. We've also enhanced the program, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As member for Calgary Centre, we had the unfortunate circumstance of having Canada's largest natural disaster this summer in the flood. And I noticed in the throne speech, and I'd like to ask, there is a comment there about our government will continue to support citizens of Lac-Mégantic and affected communities in Alberta as they move forward. And I'm wondering if I might receive some information on that, please, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. Disasters like what happened in Calgary with the flooding and the terrible disaster in Lac-Mégantic is something which concerns Canadians greatly. And as the Governor-General said yesterday in the throne speech, it is something that we will continue to support our fellow Canadians. We will continue to support them with additional federal funds as well as support from the communities. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, with youth unemployment being almost 2.5 times higher than regular unemployment, the delta between youth unemployment and regular unemployment is in fact the highest it's been in about 40 years. With there being almost 250,000 fewer jobs for young Canadians than before the downturn, why is the government more focused on giving cheaper cable TV rates to young Canadians than actually getting them off the couch and out of their parents' basements and into the workforce.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, youth unemployment is a big concern to our government, and that's why we've taken significant measures to help youth find that first job. We've enhanced the apprenticeship system. We've enhanced the internship system. We've also enhanced and increased the summer jobs program. And one particular investment that we've made as well, which I'd like to highlight, which is the Aboriginal Mine Training Association. And I went to one of their graduation ceremonies in Vancouver this summer, and I can tell you that it's a tremendous success to see young Aboriginals have the opportunity to increase their skills in the mining sector. They're able to increase the average incomes from $13,000 to $50,000 a year. That's almost quadrupling their average annual income as a result of this program that we put in place to help train young Aboriginals to get better jobs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer to my question earlier was in no way connected to my question, so I'll ask it again. What I was talking about was long-term agreements between CMHC and housing co-ops. Those agreements are coming to an end, and the government so far has not renewed them. And as I said, a number of people, groups of people, may wind up on the street in very short order. So I wanted to know why there's absolutely nothing planned by the Conservatives to deal with that problem.
Mr. Speaker, I correct my colleague opposite. We have, in fact, renewed the affordable housing agreements, and we will continue to support affordable housing. 5 more years. You know that.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the course of the summer, I had the chance to consult with over 125 different stakeholder groups in Western Canada. And one of the things that we heard about in these consultations was the need for government support around innovation and ensuring that we have an innovative economy for long-term economic growth. Certainly this is something that WD Canada has had a strong track record in supporting, as has our government. I'm wondering if my colleague could talk a little bit about why innovation is important to the Canadian economy and how our government will continue to support this very important agenda.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that excellent question. Of course, innovation and research is extremely important to the Canadian economy today and also in the future, and that's why we're supporting advanced research. We're providing increased funding for research through the Federal Research Granting Councils, colleges and polytechnics, and Genome Canada. We're supporting business innovation, helping businesses invest in innovation, making them more competitive, and creating more high-paying jobs in Canada. And we're enhancing Canada's venture capital system by fostering entrepreneurial talent and ideas, promoting an entrepreneurial culture in Canada, and supporting youth entrepreneurship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? La troisième fois.
For the third time, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. I do what I can, Mr. Speaker. My second question, I didn't get an answer to that. The second answer was not an answer because I wasn't talking about affordable housing. I was not talking about that program. I was talking about long-term agreements with CMHC, which were entered into in the 70s and and the 90s, and they're coming to an end. So, and they have not been renewed. So I'd like an answer to that question.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, CMHC plays an important role in our economy in helping Canadians to buy homes and to have those mortgages secured, and it will continue to play an important role. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to speak to the House today. It's my first opportunity to give a speech after the very long prorogation of this House by the federal government. And I want to just begin with a recognition of the earthquake yesterday in the Philippines. I have a number of members of my community from the riding of Parkdale High Park who are of Filipino origin, and I just want to express my condolences to them, and we know how worried they and people of Philippine origin must be around the world worrying about the well-being of loved ones there. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the issue at hand, on the throne speech, I have to say to begin how disappointing the throne speech was for Canadians. It was very long, but it was very thin. It was, in fact, a bit of a string throne speech. There was not much substance to it. Throne speeches ought to be about vision, about where the government wants to take the country. They should be about what we can do together as a nation, in addition to our efforts as individuals, as families, and as communities. How does the government help us do more and to be more than the sum of our parts? But instead, we keep getting the message from this government that you're on your own, don't count on us, you'll keep paying more in taxes and user fees, but the services that you will get will be consistently fewer and fewer. If you're a young person growing up in Canada today, you're receiving the message from this government, don't count on us, don't count on government to help you in any way. What a puny vision for Canada. What a sad vision for Canada. And it is, of course, part of trying to change the channel after so many scandals and allegations of fraud and economic mismanagement. But I dare say it'll take a lot more than copying the New Democrats' consumer protection agenda to make Canadians forget about scandals in the Senate and to get Canadians to change the channel that quickly. I know I've heard from constituents across my community who have been infuriated by the misspending of this government and the lack of accountability. I have to say what really got on their nerves was the Conservatives spending millions of tax dollars on advertising, but falling short of taking any real action to help Canadian families. Their action plan was all about the action of spending Canadian tax dollars. Now, governments have announced even more cuts that will hurt services, but are putting more money into advertising for themselves. And while they like to tout their record, we're only faring middlingly well among the OECD countries. In fact, our economy is underperforming. Growth in Canada is stalling, and other countries are overtaking us, in spite of Canada's many, many advantages, and in spite of the government's rather breathless talking points this morning. The Conservatives have taken Canada from a trade surplus to a $62 billion current account trade deficit in 2012. Now that's quite a breathtaking record. $62 billion current account deficit. When it comes to a new trade deal with Europe, the Conservatives have been very effective at keeping Canadians in the dark throughout these negotiations. When it comes to trade, details matter. So, of course, we'll closely review the text of any agreement before we decide whether to support it. And, of course, we support, in general, trade with Europe as long as it's a good deal for Canada. We want to deepen and broaden our economic ties with Europe. They're a partner with high standards and the rule of law, exactly the kind of economy that we should be strengthening our relationship with. And I hope we get the opportunity to have a democratic debate and vote on it. But unlike the Conservatives and the Liberals before them, New Democrats support an open and progressive approach to trade, and one that is based on promoting our interests as a country, increasing our exports, and building a stronger global economy. What we've seen under this government is a decline of our manufacturing sector. The sector continues to shed thousands and thousands of jobs. Job creation has not kept pace with the population growth, and we still have almost 300,000 more Canadians unemployed than we did before the last recession. Le taux de chômage demeure.
The unemployment rate remains at 13% among young Canadians who must deal with working conditions that are precarious. There's a level of unemployment that we've never seen before. We now see 1.3 million unemployed Canadians. How can the government justify the fact that the number of unemployed has gone up by more than 200,000+ people since they came to power. It's really unbelievable.
The unemployment rate fell this month, but only because 20,000 young Canadians gave up searching for work, deciding to accept unpaid internships, going back to school, or simply giving up hope of finding a job. In fact, a generation of young Canadians facing double-digit unemployment, precarious, uncertain, low-paid jobs, have a very uncertain future. Now, the Conference Board of Canada and others rank Canada near the bottom compared with 15 of its peers in innovation and research and development. As I'm sure all my colleagues know, and as Canadians know, innovation is essential to a high-performing economy. And I just want to quote the Conference Board for a moment, given that my colleagues across the way have been fond of quoting supporters of theirs. The Conference Board has said, overall, countries that are more innovative are passing Canada on measures such as income per capita, productivity, and the quality of social programs. It's also critical to environmental protection, a high-performing education system, a well-functioning system of health promotion and health care, and an inclusive society. Without innovation, all of these systems stagnate, and Canada's performance deteriorates relative to that of its peers. And that's what's been happening. Canada's performance has been deteriorating relative to that of its peers. And this has clearly been another Conservative failure, and their solution has been just silence on innovation. Household debt for Canadians is at a new record high, a sure sign that Canadian families are being squeezed. Household debt stands at a near record high of 166% of disposable income. Why would that be? Well, incomes are stagnating. In fact, the average Canadian is even going backwards when it comes to income, whereas the benefits of economic growth are disproportionately going to those at the very top of the economic scale. That's simply unacceptable. We have based our success as a country in the post-war period on what I would call economic and social solidarity. In other words, the notion that we're all on the same bus, heading in the same direction, that we all have to work together as Canadians, and that when we do that, when Canadians go to work every day, they work hard, they do a good job, they support themselves and their families, that we will all share in the economic benefits of that prosperity, that there will be, in fact, Mr. Speaker, a shared prosperity for Canadians. That commitment is being broken, and not only under this government, but by previous governments as well. And I say that's a tragedy for Canadians, and they start to lose faith in their ability to act together when that kind of social solidarity is broken. Now, I hear this government talk about families, but I also think about First Nations families and how they are facing third world conditions and the despair that many young people feel in First Nations communities. The federal government knows that funding for First Nations youth, for First Nations education, is 30% less than the funding provided by provincial governments. And yet, in this throne speech, silence. Nothing about closing the gap. When I speak to businesses across the country, some of whom are crying for want of more skilled workers, they want to get more First Nations youth into skills training programs, but young people need to first pass the hoop of a secondary school education, and that's not happening because of the failure of this government to work with First Nations as equals and negotiate better funding for First Nations education. Canadians fundamentally believe that we need to work together to build a better tomorrow. And when we do, we count on government to protect us in certain areas. And yes, these are consumer issues. Things like rail safety. The fact that this government has failed to implement recommendations to improve rail safety leaves Canadians vulnerable. The fact that food industries are self-regulating when it comes to safety is simply unacceptable and has led to E. coli outbreaks. And the fact that airline passengers are left to their own devices because this government has voted not once but twice against an NDP proposal for an airline passenger bill of rights. Now, this government has a philosophy of just leaving people up to their own devices. No, don't get me wrong, people don't want governments to dictate to them, but they do believe that governments have a role in helping to create the economic conditions that can improve their lives. Now, over the summer and this fall, as I've gone door to door in my constituency of Parkdale High Park, I've heard people say again and again they're concerned about the same basic things. They're concerned about growing inequality. They're concerned about a lack of environmental protection and the terrible environmental record of this government. One of the boundaries of my riding is the mighty heritage river, the Humber River, and yet this river has lost its protection, its environmental protection, because of changes made by this government, and people are very concerned about it. They're concerned that there is no federal funding to make sure that a new infrastructure project, the air rail link in Parkdale High Park, is going to be clean electric transportation rather than dirty diesel, and we hear silence from this government. They're concerned about the undermining of our scientists and the undermining of science, the abandonment of the long-form census, for example. And they are definitely concerned about good quality jobs and what the lack of good jobs means for the next generation. I'm increasingly convinced that Canadians believe our economy should deliver some basic things. It should make sure that everybody has a place to live. People need a home to go home to. They need a roof over their heads. People need dignity at work. They need to have a decent job with a decent standard of living where they are treated with respect. People should expect from their economy a secure retirement. No senior in this country should live in poverty. And I think what people expect most of all is that the next generation will have at least as much opportunity as the generation that went before. Now, we didn't hear the government address these issues. We didn't hear them lay out a vision for the Canada of the future. We hear about mandatory balanced budgets, but not the requirement for governments to deliver for seniors or the next generation. Where are their mandatory commitments to Canadians? In fact, the Conservatives have done everything possible to undermine the ability of this or future governments to deliver on many of these fronts. They've cut the GST and took billions out of our budgets every year, when most economists and tax experts agreed this was the wrong approach. The Conservatives and the Liberals before them have cut corporate taxes in half, again reducing government's ability to act, but that money is not getting reinvested by businesses in the economy. It's not creating jobs. New Democrats, like most Canadians, believe you don't get something for nothing. You don't get handed tens of billions of dollars in tax cuts with no strings attached. New Democrats believe employers, large and small, should earn a tax benefit. Invest in innovation, invest in cutting-edge equipment, create new jobs, train people, then yes, let's offer an incentive. But you don't just get a big tax cut, put it in your pocket, and then walk away and have a nice day. What we did hear about was consumer issues. And believe me, it's flattering to have the Conservatives poach some NDP proposals, even if, sadly, they did vote against them again and again in the House. And sadly, still nothing on airline passenger rights or crushing credit card fees that small businesses pay. And you can't ignore the bigger picture. Today, Canadian families are squeezed like never before under successive federal and Conservative and Liberal governments, when the economy has been growing, most Canadians have seen relatively little benefit. They're struggling to keep up as the cost of living is rising and middle-class jobs are disappearing. Over the past 35 years, our economy has grown by nearly 150%, but the average family has seen their income fall by 7%. Too many students are graduating with a debt the size of a small mortgage. And just as families are forced to carry greater and greater debts, they're saving less and less for retirement. The CIBC estimates that nearly 6 million are facing a drop-off of 20% or more in their standard of living by retirement. Now, the Conservatives love tackling crime until it comes to Conservative MPs and senators. They appreciate our natural resources but do not provide good stewardship for our environment. They embrace a few pocketbook issues but don't deliver on creating jobs that put money in people's pockets. And they're enthusiastic about patriotism but not very good at nation building and bringing Canadians together. New Democrats believe that Canadians deserve better. Canadians need a government that works with them, not against them. At a minimum, we need an employment insurance system that helps working people adjust to the calamity of unemployment. We need a Canada and Quebec pension plan that offers better retirement security for more Canadians. We've also proposed a range of measures from youth job creation and small business hiring tax credits to developing a pan-Canadian energy strategy. Rather than cutting government services and throwing more Canadians out of work, we need a government that invests in cutting-edge and badly needed infrastructure to prepare our economy for the future and also creates good quality jobs. Rather than silencing our scientists and environmentalists, we support science-based decisions that keep in mind both our short-term but especially our long-term interests. We owe the next generation at least that much. And I see my time is almost up, Mr. Speaker, but just let me say in closing that, again, the vision we were presented with yesterday in the throne speech was very puny. It really wasn't much of a vision for Canada. Here, on the New Democrat side of the House, we believe that together we can meet the challenges of Canadians head-on and reverse and lift the staggering burden of household debt weighing on Canadian families. We can build an economy that's fairer, greener, cleaner, and more prosperous for all. Give us the chance, Mr. Speaker, and we will deliver for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western and Economic Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite. There's no denying that Canada's energy sector plays an important role on the growth of Canada's economy, and my colleague spoke about balance of trade, which, of course, is the difference between the monetary value of exports and imports of a country measured in the currency of that country. Now, if we want to talk about that, we have to recognize that right now Canada's heavy oil is being sold at a discount to other world crudes, and that has an impact on our balance of trade. So I'm wondering if my colleague opposite, being seized with this issue, would support the development of energy infrastructure such as pipelines to the U.S., to the Western Coast, if done in alignment with our government's responsible resource development package, which includes increased inspections for pipelines, increased tanker safety regime, a comprehensive greenhouse gas reduction policy, including for our coal-fired electricity sector, first country in the world to do that, and the development of greenhouse gas regulations, which will see tangible reductions in greenhouse gas emissions while ensuring that our economy continues to grow in the energy sector. I'm wondering if she is so concerned about balance of trade, if her party will firmly get behind the development of sound, safe energy infrastructure from coast to coast to coast.
Shut it down. The Honourable Member for Parkdale Hyde Park.
I thank my colleague opposite for her speech/question, and I want to certainly congratulate her on her new position. I know she'll do well. Well, certainly, Canada's current account deficit of more than $60 billion is very troubling, because we went from a rather sizable surplus before the Conservatives were elected to now this massive current account deficit. So I'm glad that my colleague opposite is also sharing our concern about how badly we're doing on international trade. And I do share the concern about energy security, and certainly as Canadians, if you talk to Canadians about their energy bills and their desire for energy security, I think there's a way to find common ground there. But, you know, I'll tell the member opposite, I have spoken to many businesses across this country who have said to me that part of the difficulty with the current government is that they have no credibility in either assuring Canadians or international partners that they have any commitment to a clean environment, and therefore they do not trust this government to defend environmental interests and protect Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, it is somewhat disappointing in the sense that we have seen a lack of leadership on the whole healthcare file. In 2004, there was a healthcare accord that was achieved with working in cooperations with provinces. That healthcare accord is going to be expiring in 2014. There's this need for leadership coming from Ottawa to develop another healthcare accord. This is something in which Canadians all across our land are concerned about. Liberals are very much concerned that the government has dropped the ball on what is one of the most important issues that Canadians want answers on. My question to the member is, does she not agree that the government could be doing so much more, specifically in regards to the issue of the need for a health care accord?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
I thank my colleague for his question, and you know, I think there's so much that could be done in the field of health care. I think the area of mental health especially is one that this and previous governments have fallen down on. And in order to get any kind of health care accord, certainly one would need to be consulting with the provinces, and that does not seem to be happening under the watch of this government. But I do notice that it was in the 1990s, under Liberal governments, that there were some of the most massive cuts to social spending in the history of our country that saw the downloading of debt from the federal government to the provinces, that cut federal participation in spending on health care. It's sad that we've been trying to play catch-up ever since, but I completely agree that we do need to work hand in hand with the provinces to have the kind of health care, physical health, mental health, dental health, seniors' health that the country wants.
The time for government orders is concluded at this time. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park will have 5 minutes remaining in questions and comments after a question period. Statements by members, déclaration de député. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Jean-Pierre Alma. Mr. Speaker, Quebec cheese producers suffered a huge shock today. They realized that they are the big losers in the free trade agreement with the European Union. Instead of defending supply management, as the government promised, it has abandoned Quebec's cheese producers and ignored the motion that the Bloc Québécois had in 2005, adopted unanimously, to protect supply management completely. The federal government has abandoned big and small producers who have made huge efforts over the past 20 years to produce exceptional cheese. It is time for negotiations to take place openly and for the wording of the agreement to be brought here. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today I'm recognizing my constituent, Michelle Ediker of Jasper, Alberta, winner of the Canadian Dental Hygienist Association Global Health Initiative Award.
Hear, hear.
Michelle has been practicing in the dental field since 2001. Her first trip to Africa was 2005, and it changed her world. Since then, she knew that she would be returning on a regular basis to share her skills and to help others to smile. This year will mark her 6th trip to Africa. The joy that Michelle feels from the people that she's able to help makes her realize that the privileged world can learn so much from those who live in poverty. Michelle is a model volunteer to us all, and I would like to commend her for her selfless gift of her time, her talent in helping those who need it the most.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Piabouchi. Mr. Speaker, literature is a reflection of a country's soul. When a writer, a storyteller is recognized internationally, it is our country that is honoured.
First for Canadian female writer, but also the first for truly exceptional, truly Canadian work. Alice Munro's are timeless stories. They are stories of daily life. There are stories of Ontario, stories of a small town on a long street, stories of Huron County and elsewhere that told us by the best short story writer in the world. My colleague from London, Fanshawe, has said that Alice Munro shows us essential truth about ourselves, that there are no ordinary lives, there are no mundane experiences. Every life is an extraordinary and astonishing one. And some lives are lived by those who make exceptional contributions to their country, to our society, and to the written world. So I rise in the House today to congratulate Alice Munro for her career, her work, her words, and for a Nobel Prize for Literature.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Speaker, today I rise to highlight the accomplishments of one of Canada's fastest growing populations, the Latino community. Canada's strength is its immigrants. We are a nation of immigrants. We are richer as a people and a country because of the men, women, and children who have chosen Canada as their new home. Just last week, I attended the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Business Awards ceremony in Toronto. The Vision Awards are awarded to outstanding members of the Hispanic Canadian community who have achieved success in business, government, and the arts. Their story is Canada's story. As the son of immigrant parents myself, I know the struggles and challenges new immigrants face moving to a new country. Learning a new language, adjusting to a new way of life, making new friends, just fitting in can be a very daunting challenge. I am so proud to represent one of the most ethnically diverse ridings in the country, York Centre, home to the world. York Centre residents hail from virtually every country, region, and continent of the globe. While proud of their heritage and culture, what unites us all is that we are fierce in our pride of Canada. This is the Canadian advantage. These successes are just the beginning for Canada's Latino community. Viva Canada!
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, this is National Cooperatives Week. Last year, this House recognized the importance of cooperatives by adopting unanimously my motion to create a special committee, which did very good work and obtained good results, including the transfer of responsibility for cooperatives to the Industry Department.
That my colleague, the member for York West, would, at the earliest opportunity, move a motion to create a subcommittee of the Industry Committee, and that this subcommittee's work be dedicated to assisting cooperatives across the country. We hope our colleagues from all parties will support this motion. I would be remiss if I did not also mention that today is International Credit Union Day, and that credit unions also deserve that we pay more attention to them.
I reiterate my commitment and that of my party to do our best to create a favorable environment for cooperatives and their members to thrive.
The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is tragic that the Liberal leader who aspires to lead this country disregarded his oath, flouted the law, and used an illegal drug that can cause heart problems, diabetes, possibly cancer, and is a key cause of vehicular and industrial accidents. He confesses his use of marijuana not as a youthful experiment, but 5 or 6 times, including as a father of 2 children and member of Parliament.
Shame.
Marijuana doesn't do anything for him, he says, but he keeps working on it. The Liberals and NDP assertedly claim that regulation will protect our youth from accessing marijuana, expecting Canadians to believe that no teens consume cigarettes or alcohol because they're legal and regulated. Since the 2 primary effects of marijuana are apathy and memory loss, it is difficult to get the Liberal leader to care about protecting our youth or even remember why it's important. The Liberal and NDP leaders are willing to cut loose the drug dealers on our children for votes. It would be a sad day to see Canada led by one of these 2 Doobie brothers.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw to your attention the concerns of a number of municipalities in my riding regarding rail safety. The time has come for the federal government, rail companies, and experts to work together to make our railways more safer. The town of Vaudreuil-Dorion is one of those municipalities concerned. There are over 1,000 signatures proposing improvements through, among other things, slowing trains down in urban regions. When I knocked on doors, this was clearly a concern of those living near railways. We have seen an increase of 135% in the amount of petroleum products transported by rail over the past 4 years. This is why we want stricter regulations. We want the gradual elimination of of certain cars and more consultation. But citizens are still waiting. The NDP is ready to act, but the Conservatives are still waiting. Canadians deserve better.
Calgary, Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's speech from the throne marked the beginning of a new session of Parliament. This new beginning also provides the perfect opportunity to reflect on the values and the character qualities that define what it is to be a Canadian. These qualities were exhibited magnificently this summer in my hometown, Calgary, such as staying strong when the going gets tough, pitching in without waiting for someone else to take the lead, lending a hand to total strangers when they need it, listening to and encouraging those in distress, standing shoulder to shoulder through disaster and heartbreak, building and rebuilding with courage and determination. These are qualities we as leaders can all represent here in the House of Commons. Where I come from, we call it the spirit of the West. It is also the spirit that built Canada and that continues to make our country great today. May these foundational values guide our deliberations and our work in the days ahead.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
On the occasion of Women's History Month, I rise today to pay tribute to an amazing young woman who has warmed our hearts and inspired the world to stand up against violence, oppression, and gender inequality. Malala became internationally recognized as an advocate for the education of young girls in Pakistan. As is now well known, her passion and determination led her to become the target of a Taliban attack in 2012. Her attackers boarded her bus, singled her out, and proceeded to shoot her in plain view. She was shot for the simple fact that she believed girls should have the same basic educational opportunities as boys. This passionate spirit was encouraged by her great dad.
Absolutely.
I am so proud that our government has recognized Malala for her love of education and her patient resolve to promote gender equality, and that we will bestow her with honorary Canadian citizenship. Malala's values and tireless determination represent the essence of Canadian.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
This Saturday marks the one-year anniversary of the passing of one of the greatest Canadians and a proud Hamiltonian, Lincoln Alexander. Link, as he was affectionately known by all whose lives he touched, was a trailblazer. As Sandra Martin wrote in the Globe, he was a man who had the capacity to turn rejections and despicable slurs into a personal challenge to excel. And excel he did. In 1968, he was the first black Canadian to become an MP and later became the first black cabinet minister. He resigned in 1981 to chair the Ontario Workers' Compensation Board, then went on to serve as Lieutenant Governor of Ontario and Chancellor of the University of Guelph. He was awarded the Order of Ontario and became a Companion of the Order of Canada. But perhaps the biggest tribute is that he was loved by everyone who knew him, right across party lines. I hope that love will again prevail when, at the request of his widow, I will in the days ahead ask all members of this House to agree to make Link's birthday, January 21st, a national day in his honour. I can't think of a more fitting tribute for a man whose whole life reflected the highest ideals of service to our country.
The honourable member for Lotbinière-Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my sympathy to the victims and families of Lac Mégantic. The municipality is watching us. People have worked hard to clean up their community and rebuild it. The residents there and our government hope that we will never see such a tragedy again. This is why we are working with the province of Quebec to ensure that the people of Lac-Mégantic continue to receive the support that they need. We quickly took steps to make sure that our railways will be safer. We have targeted measures that we will be introducing. Our government will require companies to have additional insurance to be able to cover their liabilities, and we will act firmly against those responsible if the investigation shows that regulations were not adhered to.
Mr. Speaker, today is International Day for the Eradication of Poverty. This afternoon, alongside several of my NDP colleagues, I had the privilege of joining the hard-working members of Dignity for All in their Chew on This campaign. Together, along with participants in 12 other Canadian cities, we took to the streets to distribute apples and postcards to the Prime Minister, urging this government to create a desperately needed federal food strategy. Mr. Speaker, food security is a basic human right, not a privilege. Almost 900,000 Canadians access food banks each month, and a further 3.8 million struggle to afford enough food to feed their families. The UN has called on Canada to adopt a federal poverty strategy. The National Council of Welfare gave an estimate of $12 billion to address poverty and a cost of $24 billion to do nothing. So today I ask you, Mr. Speaker, and all members of this House to join Dignity for All and chew on that.
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, on October 11th, I had the privilege to be on the tarmac in Edmonton to greet 16 troops returning from their deployment in Afghanistan. Alongside Brigadier General, as you know, we welcomed our brave soldiers back home. I thank them for their valiant service abroad, defending and promoting the freedoms and values we as Canadians hold so dearly. I was humbled in their presence. It was a good reminder of the dangers they willingly face every day. It is also a reminder of the esteem in which our servicemen and women are held here at home and around the world for the superior job they do when called upon. In this season between Thanksgiving and Remembrance, let us all remind ourselves that freedom has never been free. For the blessings of freedom, peace, and security which we inherited from yesterday, we give thanks to our veterans and fallen. For the freedom, peace, and prosperity we will enjoy tomorrow, we give thanks to our soldiers. Welcome home, brave sons and daughters of Canada. We are so proud of you.
Hear, hear, hear. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, as has been stated, today is the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty. Though we consider ourselves a rich country, Canada's poverty rate ranks 24th out of 34 in the OECD countries. More than 3.5 million Canadians and more than 1 in 7 children live in poverty every day, a fact that no Canadian can be proud of. Poverty has real effects on Canadian lives. Canadians living in poverty suffer from much worse health and are less able to find stable employment. Children, unlucky enough to be born into poverty, are much more likely to end up in the criminal justice system, more so than their wealthier friends. It used to be that a job would lift you out of poverty or provide a guarantee against it. Unfortunately, more working Canadians are now joining the ranks of the working poor. Poverty is a cycle that can and must be broken. Today, I call on the government to develop a national anti-poverty strategy as recommended by all party committees of both the House of Commons and the Senate, so that we can put an end to poverty in Canada.
Excellent. Well said. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, recently we were reminded that police officers and their service animals put their lives on the line every day to keep our streets and communities safe. Sadly, Quanto, an Edmonton Police Service dog, was killed in the line of duty. In 2006, Brigadier, a Toronto Police Services horse, was also killed in the line of duty. Last spring, I tabled Bill C-515, the Law Enforcement Animals Protection Act. this legislation contained measures to amend the criminal code to both recognize and protect service animals like Quanto and Brigadier. I would like to thank the Minister of Justice who offered his personal support for this legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank the Prime Minister for indicating in the throne speech that the government will soon introduce Quanto's law in honour of all law enforcement animals. I wish the opposition parties will come to their senses, cease coddling criminals, and finally focus on victims, whether they have 4 legs or 2, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were treated to a wonderful Conservative attempt to divert our attention from the raft of scandals they are embroiled in. They promised a new start, but in fact, we heard a long speech that was full of empty phrases that sounded like it came from a Liberal leader. They promised to help consumers, but in fact, there was nothing on gas prices. There was nothing to help people dealing with the airline scam that keeps people on the tarmac for hours, and obviously nothing to help merchants dealing with the credit card company scams. This masquerade will not make people forget how the Conservative senator cronies have filled their pockets with taxpayer money. Worse yet, after proroguing Parliament to avoid answering questions, the Prime Minister is too scared to show up here in the House today. He can stuff his face in Europe with cheese as much as he wants, but we will be waiting for him next Monday. The Conservatives will have to respond to the appointments that they have made that have turned out badly and their camouflage attempts.
The honourable member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have a rare opportunity to build on our immense natural wealth, our stable democracy, our sound finances, our expanding network of trade relationships around the world, and the ingenuity of Canadians. Yesterday, our government laid out its priorities, creating jobs and opportunities for Canadians, supporting and protecting families, and putting Canadians first. What are the opposition's priorities? The NDP are anti-trade, anti-business, and pro-tax. They would raise billions of dollars in new taxes on top of their $20 billion carbon tax. And the Liberal leader admits he has no economic policies. In fact, the only topic that seems to interest him is legalizing marijuana, which would make it easier for children to access. We can only assume, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal leader agrees with Chrystia Freeland, the person that he handpicked to co-chair his Economic Advisory Council. She's the one who told MSNBC, and I quote, "Amen to raising taxes."
Amen. Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, an astonishing 600 Aboriginal women have been murdered or reported missing across Canada. The National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, Sean Atleo, has called for a national inquiry. The UN rapporteur has called for a national inquiry. If in a city the size of Ottawa 600 women were murdered or missing, there wouldn't have to be protests in the streets to get a national inquiry. One would have been called a very long time ago. Why is the Prime Minister still refusing to hold a national inquiry into the national tragedy of 600 murdered and missing Aboriginal women?
That's the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question. We have, in fact, been very focused on taking action with respect to support for the Aboriginal community and specifically on this tragic issue of murdered and missing Aboriginal women. For example, we recently passed legislation giving women living on First Nations the same matrimonial rights as all Canadians, including, Mr. Speaker, including emergency protection orders for those who are living in violent situations. That's real action, Mr. Speaker. There's been massive consultation, and that will continue.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Brown's speech talked about victims. Well, victims' families are demanding a national inquiry, nothing less.
Mr. Speaker, in the past 160 days, the Prime Minister has only shown up for work 5 times. In spite of Senate corruption, corruption in his own party, corruption in his own caucus, and even corruption in his own office. Today, to avoid having to answer, The Prime Minister has even gone into hiding on the other side of the Atlantic. What's the Prime Minister afraid of? The truth?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, we all know why the Prime Minister is not here today. It's because he's in Europe to give our companies access to $500 million new consumers.
$500 million new customers for Canadian businesses. That means 80,000 jobs for Canadians, a $1,000 increase in average family income, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that is on the side of workers and consumers.
Order. I just want to caution both sides of the House not to inadvertently point out the presence or absence of any member, as it is against rules during the debate. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
5 senators appointed by this Prime Minister accused of corruption. The Prime Minister's former parliamentary secretary, his former director of communications, his former chief of staff, all under investigation or already charged. These are chosen members of the Prime Minister's own inner circle implicated in scandal. The Prime Minister needs to take responsibility for the climate of corruption that he created. Instead, the Prime Minister flies off to Brussels on Con Air. When will the Prime Minister stand up in this House and tell the truth to Canadians?
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, the Leader of the Opposition attacks our Prime Minister for traveling abroad to conclude the biggest trade agreement since NAFTA. The NDP would simply like to build a big brick wall around Canada, a brick wall that would keep out 80,000 jobs, would keep away 500 million customers, that would keep away $1,000 in increase income for the average family. The Conservative Party supports free trade, the NDP supports no trade, and the Liberals support the drug trade.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Le discours du trône prétend.
The throne speech claims the government wants to honor our veterans with symbols. But what our veterans are asking for and what they need isn't propaganda, it's concrete action. Today, veterans are protesting the closure of 9 service centres. These men and women risk their lives for their country. Instead of insulting them and using them, why don't the Conservatives actually help them out by keeping their service centres open?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadian veterans who are injured in the service of Canada don't drive to visit government office. We meet them in a place that they're choosing. Canadian veterans meet a nurse in a privacy of their own home or a doctor in the privacy of their own doctor's office. Only the opposition are calling for veterans to drive to a district office. In the first place, we on the side of this House are working to make life easier for veterans while respecting their privacy. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Truly pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Closing 9 service centres is somehow providing more service to veterans. We'll keep them open when we form government in 2015. If Conservatives are sincere in their promises from yesterday's throne speech, here's a chance to prove it. In the last session after the tragic death of Rehtaeh Parsons, my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour proposed a bill on cyberbullying. In yesterday's throne speech, Conservatives promised action on exactly that issue. Well, we can act today. Simple question to the Conservatives, who are all talk and no action. If they're serious, if they want to keep that promise, will they pass this bill today at all stages by unanimous consent?
The Honourable Minister of Justice. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin answering this question by expressing condolences again to the family of Rehtaeh Parsons, to the Todd family, to all families that have suffered as a result of cyberbullying and victimization. With respect to legislation, Mr. Speaker, it is our intention to bring a bill before this House of Commons. There will be opportunity to debate this bill and to make it pass through the House very quickly. If the Leader of the Opposition is expressing his support for this legislation when the government produces, we'll hold him. We'll hold him to that promise to pass it quickly through the House, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, these past months I've travelled across this vast country, in particular spending a lot of time in Manitoba. Nobody has forgotten about Mike Duffy, Nigel Wright, and the scandal that has engulfed the Prime Minister. But these Conservatives obviously still don't think they did anything wrong. Why was there not a single measure in this throne speech to raise the bar on openness and accountability?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the Liberal leader should have read the throne speech because he would have seen very clearly listed there was our plan to ask the Supreme Court for a legal instruction manual on reforming the Senate or eventually abolishing it if reform does not occur. We have already brought in 12 tough new rules on Senate spending. We have invited the Auditor General to investigate that spending, and we are seeking ways that we can transform that upper chamber into a democratic body that serves the Canadian people. Thank you.
The honourable member for Papineau. For almost 8 years, the Conservatives have been claiming their priority was economic growth, but they have the worst economic record since R.B. Bennett in the depths of the recession. You don't have to be a genius, Mr. Speaker, to understand that their approach simply doesn't work. Why, then, do they have no concrete solution when it comes to debt and jobs in the throne speech? The Honourable Minister of State. We now know for sure that he didn't read the throne speech, Mr. Speaker. The speech referred to improvements for consumers, giving them greater choice when it comes to cell phones. And we also underscored what this government has done. Today, the Prime Minister is signing a free trade agreement that will create 80,000 jobs for Canadians. That's an impressive record. It's a huge victory for workers and families.
The honourable member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, in places like Brandon and Steinbach, I hear Canadians' frustration that they elected MPs to be their voice in Ottawa, but instead got only the Prime Minister's voice in their communities. Canadians, and I am sure many members of the Conservative caucus, want us to raise the bar on openness and transparency. It's a question of control versus trust. Will the government allow their caucus to join us in proactively disclosing their hospitality and travel expenses?
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we are willing to work with our colleagues from all parties to develop improved reporting that applies to all parliamentarians. We believe that all parties should support measures to improve transparency. Until such a system is in place, Mr. Speaker, Conservative parliamentarians will do it themselves.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the summer, documents that were filed in court by the RCMP completely contradict the claims made by this Prime Minister in the House. On June 5th, the Prime Minister told the House of Commons and Canadians that the only person in his office who knew about the secret payoff deal to Mike Duffy was his Chief of Staff, Nigel Wright. So does the Minister now want to stand and correct that statement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister said on a number of occasions, this was a matter that was handled directly by Mr. Wright, and the Prime Minister had no knowledge of this payment until after May 15th, Mr. Speaker. But what is truly clear, and what we've heard over the summer, is how important it is that the government continues to focus on jobs and the economy. That's why the Prime Minister today is en route to Europe to sign a new trade agreement that will see 80,000 new jobs created. And again, we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP and the Liberals will be voting against new job creation measures. They vote against the small, medium, and large job creators in this country because they don't think that they have the opportunity or the ability to compete with everybody. We do.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question was about the unprecedented situation of a police investigation into the very office of the sitting Prime Minister. That was the question. So that the claims that was made by the Prime Minister in this House on June 5th have been proven false by RCMP investigation witness statements. So I'll give the new member in his new portfolio a second chance. Does he still maintain, on behalf of this shy Prime Minister, that Nigel Wright was the only one in the Prime Minister's office who knew about the hush money that was paid out, the $90,000? Is that the position he's going to continue to stand by?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Speaker, as I just said, and as the Prime Minister has said on a number of occasions and has been very clear on this matter, Mr. Wright handled this file on his own. He had no knowledge of the payment until May 15th, Mr. Speaker. Why doesn't the opposition start thinking about some of the things that were in the throne speech, Mr. Speaker? Some of those things that they have consistently voted against. Continuing to talk about reducing taxes for Canadian families, making our communities safer, Mr. Speaker. They have no ideas. They have no plan. When it comes to economic growth, when it comes to keeping our communities safe, Canadians know one thing. They can trust Conservatives on both sides of this House to stand up for them, to stand up for the values that have made this country great, and this Prime Minister will continue to do that for a while.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, as far as I can see, the Conservative lockout of Parliament has done nothing to change their old habits. They're still talking nonsense instead of telling the truth. And that's the only honourable thing to do. When he spoke to the RCMP, Nigel Wright clearly contradicted what the Prime Minister said here in the House. Does the government still deny that David Van Hemmen, Benjamin Perrin and Chris Woodcock were aware of the Wright-Duffy deal? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'll repeat it again for the honourable member because he's not listening. Prime Minister Nigel Wright handled this on his own. The Prime Minister knew nothing about the payment until after May 15th. Only the NDP would think it's nonsense to talk about creating jobs. Only the NDP would think it's nonsense to talk about keeping our communities safe. Only the NDP would think it's nonsense that a Prime Minister and a government would focus on opening up a market of 500 million people to Canadian manufacturers, to small, medium and large business creators. Only they would say that that is nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Canadians understand. We'll stand up for them and we'll stand up for jobs, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Hey, have they assigned me a new buddy? He's not as much fun as the last guy. Nigel Wright knew that some of his colleagues were aware of the deal with Mike Duffy. That's what he told police investigating the Conservatives' shady dealings. He turned hundreds of pages of emails over to that effect, in fact. Why did the Prime Minister say the opposite on June 5th? What information was the Prime Minister going by? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to give the member a break. I didn't think he wanted me to talk about the 29 separate donations that he made to separatist parties. If he wants to continue to talk about the fact that he continues to donate to parties that are bent on ruining this country, we'll continue to talk about creating jobs, we'll continue to talk about reducing taxes, we'll continue to focus on consumers and their rights in this country, we'll continue to make our communities safe, we'll continue to do all those things that Canadians sent us here to do, because that's our responsibility to building a bigger, better, stronger, safer Canada.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 584 days ago, the government agreed to act on an NDP proposal to strengthen Canada's electoral laws to prevent election fraud. Last April, the former minister finally acted to table a bill, but lo and behold, he met with the Conservative caucus and he was shut down. In yesterday's throne speech, the government again had the gall to promise this long-delayed bill. So I have a question, Mr. Speaker, for the new minister, a very simple question. When will we see this bill?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Control.
In time for it to be implemented before the next election.
Wow.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's dairy and cheese industry provides good, high-paying middle-class jobs. Dairy farmers and cheesemakers are central to many rural communities across this country. These farmers produce high-quality products at affordable prices without receiving 1 cent in government subsidy. So why are our Conservatives going to jeopardize the livelihood of dairy farmers and cheesemakers across this country?
All 3 pillars of supply management are protected, but more than that, Mr. Speaker. Farmers from across Canada, who are the best in the world, will now have access to over $500 million new hungry customers. That is the advantage of the free trade agreement the Prime Minister is working on. It means that we will be creating 80,000 new jobs for Canadians, $12 billion in additional GDP. That's $1,000 for every family in this country each and every year. The NDP wants to build a big brick wall around Canada. Mr. Speaker, we want to build a bridge to jobs.
The honourable member for Welland.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me remind the Minister of Agriculture, and I'll quote to him. This is a quote. Canada's position is always that we will protect and promote all our sectors, including our supply management system. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? Their Prime Minister. So will the Minister now assure Canadians, especially dairy farmers across this country, that he will not sell them out for a deal?
The Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
There are 3 pillars to supply management. We know what they are: imports, price, and production. All 3 of those pillars are protected by this arrangement. But once again, we are ensuring that Canadian farmers, who are the best in the world, will have access to over 500 million new customers with this free trade agreement. This is the biggest free trade agreement since NAFTA. It triples the number of countries with whom we have free trade. It ensures that we create 80,000 net new jobs, $12 billion in additional annual wealth for our economy. Mr. Speaker, this is jobs, this is hope, this is opportunity.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Since they're so out of touch with reality in Quebec, here are some facts for their information. Quebec's cheese industry is booming. It provides good jobs, often in rural areas that need these economic drivers, in addition to giving Canadians some delicious cheeses. Can the Prime Minister confirm he'll keep his promise to uphold supply management in its current form? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, the 3 pillars of supply management are protected under this agreement, and at the same time we'll be giving our farmers access to 500 million new consumers, new customers. This is an opportunity for growth for our farmers, and it's an opportunity for our country to bring in $12 billion more in income and 80,000 new jobs. It's a great opportunity for Canadian consumers and farmers. I don't think they understood the point of my question, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister took office, he promised to support Canadian farmers and rural communities. But because they've grown apathetic with power, they now take this all for granted. What did the Conservatives get in exchange for reneging on their promise to protect producers and supply management? The Honourable Minister of State.
Agri-Food Trade Alliance, which said the trade agreement offers tremendous potential for Canadian producers and food processors to grow exports to the EU. Current agri-food exports to the EU are $2.4 billion a year. When completely implemented, we expect this agreement to eliminate tariffs on virtually all Canada's agricultural and food products. This is 500 million hungry customers waiting to buy Canadian agricultural products. It is an enormous victory for our farmers.
The honourable member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, the affidavits to the RCMP published this summer contradict the Conservatives when it comes to the Wright-Duffy deal. Contrary to what they said for months, We now know that Wright wasn't the only one who knew the details of the agreement, and he had hundreds of pages of documents. Let's see if Conservative ministers can be honest for once. We know Mike Duffy met with the Prime Minister's office on February 11th, 2013. What did Mike Duffy say at that meeting in the Langevin building? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister was very clear on this matter. Nigel Wright handled this on his own. He did not know anything about the payment until May 15, Mr. Speaker. But in the meantime, of course, our government, we're going to continue to focus on jobs and economic growth. We're faced with two opposition parties, one that wants to create a $21 billion carbon tax and raise taxes by over $20 billion on our small, medium, and large producers, and the other one that their only economic policy after months and months and months is to reorganize crime so that they can extract taxes from drugs, Mr. Speaker. How pathetic is that? Start thinking about what Canadians really want, jobs and growth, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, this spring the Prime Minister and his ministers repeatedly claimed that it was Nigel Wright only who knew about the deal with Mike Duffy in the PMO. Unfortunately, even the Minister of Industry said the same thing repeatedly. He said that Wright acted alone. However, sworn affidavits in court by the RCMP point out that at least 3 other key staffers in the PMO and Senator Gerstein knew about the deal. Why are the Conservatives misleading Canadians, and when will they finally get the truth?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Nigel Wright has taken sole responsibility for this matter. He has said that he handled the file all on his own, Mr. Speaker. The deal that Canadians really want to know about is a new deal with Europe that is going to see some 500 new people being accessing Canadian products, Mr. Speaker. 80,000 net new jobs will be created by this one measure alone. We know that the NDP and the Liberals both are against that because they don't think that our producers measure up to others. We think, in our throne speech is quite clear, we're going to seize the advantages of 7 years of conservative government rules. We're going to unleash the potential of our producers, create jobs across this country, Mr.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians find it hard to believe anything this government said.
That's right.
Conservative ministers also tried to play dumb with a February the 20th email that summarized the deal, and they claimed that no written records existed. Again, in court records, the RCMP revealed that Wright provided investigators hundreds of pages of emails, as well as a binder labeled confidential, Senator Mike Duffy schedules. Why did the government mislead the House and claim that no written records existed when clearly they did? When will they publicly release the email, the binders, and come clean on everything else they're trying to hide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Wright handled this file on his own. The Prime Minister was not aware of any payment on this file until the 15th of May. In the meantime, this government is going to continue to focus on Canadians, on the things that Canadians want us to focus on, Mr. Speaker. That's keeping our communities safe, creating new jobs, unleashing the potential of our small, medium, and large job creators across this country. We're very excited that we're about to sign a new trade agreement that's going to open up a 500 million person market to Canadian producers and more jobs, Mr. Speaker. And the only thing that they can come up with is legalizing marijuana for our kids, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they even went to my university, my former university, and said, hey, sign up to be a Liberal member.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, while I'm happy the Conservatives decided to steal some of the NDP's good consumer protection ideas, unfortunately, they missed some of our best stuff. Canadians are being gouged by credit card companies and banks, often charged by excessive fees. Air passengers often left unprotected. Yet Conservatives ignored all those consumers. So, Mr. Speaker, will they act now to tighten regulations and better protect Canadian families, or are Conservatives still too scared to stand up to banks, credit card companies, and airline lobbyists?
I thank the honourable member for his quiet tone and approach on the subject. Of course, we regulate our banks. All the federal financial institutions, there are more than 400 of them, are regulated and inspected.
and honoured it. We brought in the code of conduct with respect to credit cards a long time ago, and that is still, and it is supported by the Retail Council of Canada and by the consumer groups in Canada. So a great deal has been done. There's more to do, as outlined in the speech from the throne.
Honourable member for Sudbury.
More hollow words for consumers, Mr. Speaker, but hey, if they're looking for some more good ideas to how to protect consumers, check out ndp.ca, the affordability campaign. The Conservatives' lack of commitment has made very clear by 7 years of talk and no action. Canadians are working hard to make ends meet, and they're tired of being squeezed out of every last cent. Conservatives even voted against the motion to protect consumers from abuse by credit card companies. Why are Conservatives cherry-picking which Canadian consumer they will help?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, we protect all Canadian consumers, of course, Mr. Speaker. It's vitally important through the Consumer Financial Agency, through the Federal Literacy Program, and the Federal Literacy Co-Leader, that Canadians have the best information available, which is available not on that particular website, but on the Consumer Agency website, so that they can inform themselves about what the best rates are and make good decisions for their families.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, it is wonderful to see that the Conservatives have finally listened to the voice of reason by adopting certain consumer protection measures proposed by the NDP, but it seems like it's not their ideas because they're only half measures. They completely abandoned our proposal for an air passengers' Bill of Rights, which was intended to see air passengers treated with respect. So what exactly are they proposing for clients of airlines? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I don't know what information that the member has opposite, but as we've always said, you should never speculate what will be in the speech from the throne. Indeed, you wait for the speech from the throne and you read it at that point in time. What I can tell you is this, Mr. Speaker, we have great connections with both airlines and airports, and I do hear from consumers across the country. We have constructive dialogue on all these issues, and at the end of the day, the consumer can turn to the Canadian Transportation Agency for their individual complaints regarding the airlines.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Well, that's what's happened when you prorogue and take an extra month before you come back. Things don't move as quickly as you want. If they really wanted to help Canadian consumers, Mr. Speaker, they would have included measures in the speech from the throne on gas prices, abusive credit card fees, ATM fees, and there's nothing like that in the speech. The government said that they were going to act to help consumers. But why are they groveling before airline companies and credit card companies? Honourable Minister of Finance.
We work with all of those groups, all of those entities, the credit card issuers, the consumer groups, the retail groups in Canada, to develop the voluntary code of conduct. And it's working, and they tell us it's working. And I've told them time and time again, if there's evidence it's not working, it will no longer be voluntary, it will be mandatory.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian families shouldn't have to pay for TV shows they don't ever watch. The big cable giants may support bundling television channels because it increases their profits. My constituents want an a la carte service. What is the Minister of Canadian Heritage doing to unbundle television services?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank the member from Don Valley East for that important question. Canadian families work hard to make ends meet, and every dollar counts. While companies will look out for their bottom line, our government is looking out for Canadian families. Our government believes Canadian families should be able to choose the combination of television channels that they want, and we will require channels to be unbundled while protecting Canadian jobs. We're standing up for TV channel unbundling, Mr. Speaker. Will the opposition members remain silent or stand with us for consumers?
The Honourable Member for Charities Spadina.
The NDP has
long called for action on rail safety, including informing municipalities of dangerous goods being transported and implementing a dozen outstanding safety board recommendations. 3 months have passed since the tragic Lac Mégantic disaster, and yet the throne speech only contained vague commitments. And testing crude oil and putting them back in the same old dangerous rail cars won't improve rail safety. So my question to the minister is simple. When will she phase out these dangerous, outdated tanker cars, .111? When will she get it done?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, since it's been brought up in the House, we have to reiterate again that our thoughts and prayers are with the families of those 47 victims from the incident in Lac Mégantic, and we think about them every day when we're talking about rail safety. Since that time, Mr. Speaker, I have talked to rail companies, to the municipalities, and indeed to other stakeholders with respect to the transportation of dangerous goods. We've heard from the TSB as well. That's why I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, to indicate today that effective today, I've asked the Department of Transport to issue a protective directive that will ensure that all crude oil being transported be properly tested, classified, and the results sent to transport.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, putting oil into those old tanker cars won't solve any safety problems. 3 months have passed since the tragedy in Lac Mégantic, and all of the government has done is to put temporary measures in place. When will municipalities finally have information on the hazardous materials crossing their territory? And what precisely are the targeted measures that the government intends to put forward to inform these municipalities? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a very good and constructive working relationship with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Railways on this issue. We all agree that first responders need to have the information that is important to them with respect to ensuring that they can respond to incidents that may happen. And as such, I encourage both the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to continue to work with us and with the rail companies to get to a resolution in the matter.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to welcome the new Minister of the Environment by asking her a simple question. Can the Minister rise and tell us if, yes or no, she believes in scientific information on climate change contained in the IPCC report? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that, yes, the science has been very clear supporting climate change, and that is why I'm a very strong advocate for taking actions against climate change, and I'm proud to be part of a government that is getting things done. We have a sector-by-sector regulatory approach which allows us to protect both our environment and the economy. Under the Liberals, under their watch, emission increased by almost 30%. Or the NDP, who wants a $20 billion carbon tax, our government is reducing greenhouse gas emissions and standing up for Canadian jobs.
The Minister is confused about what action on climate change really is. And Canadians were understandably confused after the Minister said, and I quote, "There's always a debate around science and what is changing." Actually, Mr. Speaker, that debate is over. Climate change is real. It's impacting Canadians, and it's time for this government to take action. So will the Minister agree that with all the evidence before us about climate change, that the time to take immediate action is now?
Very good. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our government is world leader when it comes to taking actions on greenhouse gases. We've actually reduced our projected emissions by 130 megatons compared to what they would have been under the Liberals. Under the Liberals, who increased greenhouse gas emissions by almost 30%, and the NDP, who wants a $20 billion carbon tax, our government is reducing greenhouse gases and standing up for Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, our dairy producers in Canada yesterday raised their concerns regarding the European Union Free Trade Agreement and the consequences of that for supply management Of course, in the speech from the throne, the government unequivocally told us that they would continue to protect supply management, but without providing any details. Can the government explain how this treaty will imply for our dairy producers in Canada? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, the 3 pillars of supply management will be protected in the agreement we are currently discussing, but the NDP and the Liberals are trying to sow the same seeds of fear as they did with NAFTA, and 20 years later we know that Canadians have been highly successful because of that conservative accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, it will be the same thing here. There will be new markets, a new market with 500 million consumers for our farmers. We are confident that they will be successful.
Mr. Speaker, this government has not provided any details on what the CETA deal means to Parliament and to Canadians. During the past 4 years, in fact, they didn't mention it in the throne speech in terms of giving us any further details. In fact, all we've heard has been through leaks in the media. I would like to ask this government what information they have shared with the provinces, because obviously the provinces have to sign on. Would they share that with the rest of Parliament, please?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, he wants details. Let me give him some details. 80,000 net new jobs, 500 million new consumers for Canadian businesses to reach, a cornucopia of new products to which Canadian consumers will now have access. Mr. Speaker, this is a deal that will triple the number of countries with whom we have free trade. It is the biggest trade agreement since NAFTA, and in fact, it makes us one of the only countries in the world to have free trade with both Europe and the United States. The NDP wants to build a giant brick wall around Canada. Where do the Liberals stand?
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, victims of rape and war and child brides are left in tragic circumstances. They should have choices, including access to abortion services. It is wrong for Conservatives to refuse to fund access for safe abortion services to these survivors. Will the minister now do the right thing, put the ideology aside for a moment and think about these survivors, and for the sake of these victims, reverse this government's policy?
Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to deliver where Canada can make a difference with its expertise. This is deplorable, Mr. Speaker, to see the opposition trying to divide over such debate, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, is recognized around the world as a leader in defending the health and safety of mothers and children, particularly girls. So, Mr. Speaker, instead of dividing, the opposition party should be proud about the results, the tangible results that we are accomplishing all around the world.
Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Cooperation tells us that he condemns the use of rape as a weapon in war, but what he's telling women for whom this barbarous act can result in a pregnancy is, it's pretty sad, but do with this what you can. Well, Mr. Speaker, can he sleep well at night? Honourable Minister of International Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I sleep very well at night, as I know that there are 1.3 million children under the age of 5 today that have been able to survive thanks to the measures that the Canadian government has taken in the Maternal Health Initiative. There are many more who are alive today because of other Canadian government initiatives. What I find unfortunate is to take these initiatives international aid and make it the subject of a divisive debate here, as the opposition is trying to do, when we know that the results are there and Canada is recognized internationally for its leadership. That's where we're going to make a difference, where we can best share our expertise and knowledge.
Member for Burlington.
For too long, the voices of victims have been silenced, while the system, and yes, that includes the Liberals and the NDP, coddled criminals. The opposition even opposed us repealing Pierre Trudeau's faint hope clause, which gave murderers a shot and an early parole. Will the Minister explain our upcoming agenda to support and protect Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my friend. I know, like him, I'm proud to be part of a government that puts victims and the protections of Canadians first. Since becoming Justice Minister, Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to travel broadly and consult broadly with victims and stakeholders about how we can work with them and the justice system to improve the safety and protection for victims across the country. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this fall, I'm proud to say we will bring forward the first National Victims' Bill of Rights that will do just that. It will allow us to ensure that victims have a voice and protection and inclusion and respect in our justice system, Mr. Speaker, and I know that all members opposite will want to support that important legislation.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense to Quebec and to the rest of Canada that one of our judges at the Supreme Court will not sit for the coming months, perhaps not for years. Canada needs all of its judges at a time when the court is dealing with important cases. In order to resolve the legal imbroglio that the Minister of Justice and the Prime Minister themselves created, will the Minister accept the proposal of the Quebec Bar and refer the case directly to the Supreme Court in order to obtain a rapid decision?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could not be clearer. We will defend the rights of Quebecers appointed to the federal court to also sit on the highest court of the country.
The eligibility and the opinion that we have received from Mr. Justice Ian Binney, which has also been endorsed by other Supreme Court Justice Louise Charon, as well as a noted constitutional expert, Peter HoC, is very clear. And in fact, we believe, Mr. Speaker, that Justice Nadon is eminently qualified. We are certain that he will serve the court and the country with distinction and will receive the clearance he needs to join his colleagues on the Supreme Court of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the RCMP have confirmed that Nigel Wright didn't act alone, but in fact others in the Prime Minister's office were involved. So is the Prime Minister's latest parliamentary secretary actually accusing the RCMP of lying?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this member, of course, will sink to no depths in order to try and make a ridiculous point in this House. Mr. Speaker, Nigel Wright has taken sole responsibility for this, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said that on a number of occasions. The NDP are just an angry lot, Mr. Speaker. It bothers them that 1 million Canadians are working today who weren't before, Mr. Speaker. It bothers them that 80,000 net new jobs are about to be created in this country because of the policies of this government and this Prime Minister. And when it comes to standing up for law enforcement, including the RCMP, they know and Canadians know that this government will always stand up for them, putting
Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Our government has delivered on its promises to Canadians. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Canada has sailed through the troubled waters of the global economic recession and come out better than any other G7 country. Yesterday's speech from the throne was an opportunity to inform Canadians that we intend to keep delivering results. Can the Immigration Minister inform this House of our next steps?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the hard-working and fast-running Member of Parliament for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, for his excellent question. As anyone, Mr. Speaker, who read yesterday's speech from the throne, who heard it, can conclude, this is a government focused on the priorities that matter to Canadians, on creating jobs and opportunities, on supporting and protecting Canadian families, and on putting Canada first. And, Mr. Speaker, nous entendons introduire...
We intend to table new bills to ensure that our goals and communities are safe, in order to protect Canadian consumers, to ensure that our budget is balanced, and the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. 80 MMA tank cars are immobilized on the rails in Farnham without being overseen, and they're close to a crowded yard. These cars contain the same type of oil as those in the Lac Mégantic tragedy. The Conservatives talked about targeted measures for railway safety, but the cars in Farnham are pretty targeted. What is the Minister of Transport waiting for to have these cars moved quickly and safely? Honourable Minister of Transport.
I share the concern of the member opposite with respect to this matter. The reality is these cars have to be moved safely. At this point in time, Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada has indicated these cars cannot move at this point in time. We want to ensure that they can be safely moved. They are working with MMA with respect to obtaining the appropriate permissions they need for them to be moved. And when they have those, we expect MMA to move them out.
Honourable Member for Barre-Nicolas Becancourt. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech was delivered yesterday and it contains nothing for Quebec. In fact, the federal government preferred to carry on with that obstinate policy of refusing to consider Quebec's demands. They are committed, among other things, to their harmful reforms to EI and workforce training that will adversely affect Quebec families. How can the government justify its ignoring the legitimate demands of Quebec and persists in creating tired old debates? The Honourable Minister, in yesterday's throne speech, there was something for every part of the country. And of course, the Bloc member wants to take Quebec out of Canada, which is not our intention. What he sees in the throne speech doesn't see at all, well, what he wants, rather, for Quebec has nothing in common with mine. We are going to persist with the throne speech and ensure that Quebec is stronger in Canada.
That concludes question period for today. Pursuant to an order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to statements by ministers.
And I recognize the Honourable Minister for International Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this moment to ask members in this chamber to solemnly remember the event which happened in Lac-Mégantic. Those who are familiar with Lac-Mégantic will agree with me that it is a magnificent part of the country where the mountains and the lake form a single landscape. The people of Lac-Mégantic have stayed. I know them well. They've stayed there and pulled together. They've shown extraordinary courage since the terrible event of July 6th last, when a train, let's remember, destroyed its downtown core and killed 47 of its fellow citizens. The resilience shown by the community since this tragic event could serve as an example throughout Canada for generations to come. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, the community is still mourning the people it lost, and this is why, Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget the community. We must also support it. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore ask you and ask all of my colleagues in this chamber to to remember those who disappeared in the tragedy, and that our thoughts and prayers are with their families and their loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I would like to recognize the work of the International Development, the member for Mégantic-l'Érable, for his support to the population of Lac-Mégantic. I went there. He was there. I would like to congratulate him and thank him once more for being there. Further, I join my voice to that of thousands of Canadians who, on July 6, 2013, realized the enormity of the tragedy which happened in Lac-Mégantic. Together, the population of Quebec and of Canada was stunned by the enormity of the event and full of compassion for the people of Lac-Mégantic.
Thing we can do will bring them back. It is our duty as elected members of either local, provincial, or at the federal level to make sure this will never happen again.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Premier of Quebec and all local elected officials for their dignity and their support in the days following the catastrophe.
congratulations should also go to all groups and all people who gave of their time and their money to help and to sympathize with the families and the people who were sorely tested. I would especially like to highlight the enormous contribution of the mayor, Ms. Colette Roy-Laroche, who was a mother as well as a mayor. She brought us together. She brought her children together to ensure that no other soul was lost. There was collateral damage in the short and medium term, but we will make sure that in the long term this never happens again. The people of Lac-Mégantic not only lost its soul, but also lost its history and its roots. It is now time to rebuild, to turn towards the future, to take action for the well-being of everyone and every individual. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, 3 months have gone by since the train explosion and the fire which devastated Lac-Mégantic. Many people are still under the shock of this tragic event, and I went to Lac-Mégantic twice since the catastrophe, and I fully feel for the many families who must deal with the loss of loved ones and the distress as a result of their loss. The entire country is feeling your pain. The very spirit of this town, which sparkled with beauty and joie de vivre, was shattered, and this is why we are all feeling profound sadness today. 47 Canadian men and women disappeared, and many families were devastated. Thousands of people saw their lives irrevocably affected, marked by this tragedy. I know that it is difficult to put into words the distress and sadness which comes with the loss of a loved one. The pain many still feel today will always be part of our history.
What we continue to do now is to help the families, friends, and neighbours. The healing and rebuilding must go on, and we must aid in their efforts to find renewal in this senseless tragedy. We must bring hope to those who continue on. We must help those who are grappling with loss. Their courage has been truly inspirational, as have been the valiant efforts of all those emergency personnel who responded to this disaster.
It befalls all of us to ensure forever the present and future security of our communities. It's a collective responsibility which we must all shoulder. We cannot let this type of tragedy to ever happen again. The federal government must reach out proactively to the provincial government and to the municipality. We must at all costs ensure that they receive all the help they need, and we cannot leave them to grapple alone with this burden. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like all the people of Lac-Mégantic to understand that Canadians from coast to coast are with them. We are thinking of you. We stand beside you in this difficult moment, and we will continue to do so day after day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that there is an agreement to allow the honourable member to speak. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to pay tribute to the 47 victims of Lac-Mégantic, and I would also like to offer our condolences to their families and their loved ones, as well as to the entire community marked by this economic, human, and environmental disaster. The train disaster touched the entire community of Lac-Mégantic. In one night, the entire population of Quebec became as one to stand behind this community, be it through the exceptional work of the first responders, the fire services, security services, or healthcare services, be it through the work of all the volunteers who joined authorities on the ground to help those who were hit by this catastrophe, be it the thousands of people, the municipalities and organizations which made donations to help the community. We must point out, highlight their extraordinary dedication. In the night of July 5th to 6th, the date of this drama, it will stay with us forever. And it is one thing to commemorate a traumatizing event, but it is another to do what it takes to prevent a future catastrophe of this type to happen again. We must help those who were affected. The federal government will always be welcome to fully involve itself in order to help and support the community of Lac-Mégantic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now invite honourable members to rise and observe a moment of silence. Thank you, colleagues. It being Thursday, I understand the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley would like to ask the traditional Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I get to my question, I want to congratulate the government House Leader. We've been here for almost a full day, and one of his pet favorite standing orders, 78.3, the motion to invoke closure on a debate, it's been almost 24 hours, and he hasn't used it yet once. So hope springs eternal that time allocations may be a thing of the past.
So 3 very simple questions for the government House Leader. When will we get the much anticipated bill on the Elections Act? This legislation promises to strengthen the rules to prevent other Conservatives from cheating their way into getting a seat in the House of Commons. There's already a long list of Conservatives who are dealing with or who have dealt with accusations from Elections Canada. Are they simply wagging the puck so they can do what they want to do during the next election? So that's an important question for the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that, to quote from it, the Senate must be reformed or, as with its provincial counterparts, vanish. Well, reform has been an abject failure for this government so far. They could have done better with a do-no-harm policy when it comes to the Senate. We, along with most Canadians, are ready for that vanishing act. Is there a cutoff for the government's patience when it comes to the Senate, or more rhetoric from the government? When will we see the legislation to actually make this thing a reality? Finally, on government motion number 2, of which there has been some debate in this House, the government leader asked for some suggestions at the end of his intervention. This is the motion in which we are seeking to divide it into its coherent parts. I'm prepared to move all of the necessary motions, Mr. Speaker, to pass the component parts of the government's motion, to allow the MPs in this place to vote with a free and fair conscience if my colleague across the way believes what he says and was looking for actual recommendations. So those are my 3 questions to him today, and to all members, welcome back from the extended summer recess. Thank you.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with regard to election reform legislation, I think it's clear that there has been a continuing stream of submissions from important panels, and including from the Chief Electoral Officer, all of which I know the Minister is taking into account and wants to make sure that all the considerations are taken into account so we have the best possible legislation that will be in place for the next election. I look forward to that being introduced in this House and being supported, hopefully, by all sides of the House. Secondly, on the question of the Senate, we are, of course, awaiting a decision from the Supreme Court on the reference on our legislation, which has been in the House, which was opposed by the opposition parties, to allow for Canadians to have a say in who represents them in the Senate and to establish term limits. Any Canadians who have been elected in elections to the Senate have, of course, been appointed by the Prime Minister thus far. There have been a number of them. We hope there will be more in the future, and we look forward to the Supreme Court's decision on the Senate, at which time we will act in that regard. Monsieur le Président, c'est un plaisir.
Mr. Speaker,
It's great to see you and all other members of Parliament here today. I know that Conservative members had a hardworking and productive summer back in their ridings, and that they're anxious to get back to work here in Ottawa. As we begin a new parliamentary session, I take pride in the fact that already this year, between January and June, we have passed no fewer than 37 new laws, already matching our government's most productive year in office.
In fact, since we formed a majority government in the past session of Parliament, 61 government bills have actually reached royal assent. It's a very productive and orderly approach, and I plan to continue what has been a productive, orderly, and hard-working Parliament, and to build upon the success through many exciting initiatives that have been outlined in the throne speech. In a moment, Mr. Speaker, the House will start debating Government Motion Number 2, about which my friend asked, a motion to facilitate business here in the House this fall, including our principle-based proposal for reinstating all business where we left off in June. Demain, nous entamerons le débat.
Tomorrow, we will start the second reading debate on Bill C-2, the Respect for Communities Act, which was introduced this morning. On Monday, before question period, we will start second reading on a bill to be introduced tomorrow. Honourable members will note that the long title, as printed on today's order paper, is identical to the one borne by the previous session's Bill C-57.
Mr. Speaker, the House will consider a Ways and Means motion, notice of which will be tabled related to budget measures. Following that, the House will resume consideration of Government Motion Number 2, should debate not conclude today. On Wednesday, the House will first consider a Ways and Means motion, the notice of which will also be tabled in relation to certain housekeeping amendments found in last session's Bill C-61, the Offshore Health and Safety Act. After that vote, we will debate the budget implementation legislation flowing from Monday's Ways and Means vote. That debate will continue for the balance of the week. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Tuesday, October 22nd, shall be the first allotted day. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I am now ready to rule on the decision on the point of order raised by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition with regard to Government Business Number 2 in the order paper of the Leader of the Government.
And the Honourable Government House Leader for his contribution to the discussion. The Opposition House Leader argued that the motion in calling for the House to reinstate government bills and re-adopt several orders of reference with or without changes from the previous session, and in calling for the adoption of new orders of reference with regard to the management of business in the current session, both in the House and in committee, constitutes a series of distinct proposals that require separate debates and separate votes. He then asked the Chair to divide the motion to allow for this. For his part, the Government House Leader stated that, in his view, the motion represented a balanced attempt to ensure that everyone's business from the last session could be preserved. But he stressed that the motion's broad purpose was also to more generally arrange business in the House and its committees this autumn.
As mentioned during the intervention, this is not the first time that the House has had to deal with such a situation. O'Brien and Bosk, on page 562, say that when a motion is a complex motion is presented at the House, that is a motion containing two parts or many pages, each should be a separate motion, and the Speaker has the power to amend it in order to facilitate the decision-making process of the House. Any members opposed to a motion that contained two or more separate proposals can ask that the motion be split and that each proposal be the object of debate and votes. However, the final decision is up to the Speaker.
Speakers have been faced with similar requests to divide motions. They have seldom done so, something Speaker Milliken on October 4th, 2002, at page 299 of Debates, remarked upon when he stated that, quote, "The Chair must exercise every caution before intervening in the deliberations of the House," unquote. In that instance, Speaker Milliken did in fact determine that a motion contained three different proposals. In that case, the broad purpose of the motion was the, quote, "resumption and continuation of the business of the House begun in the previous session of Parliament," unquote. Accordingly, Speaker Milliken took the view that the first two proposals, which dealt with the reinstatement of business from a previous session, should be debated together, but each get a separate vote. The third proposal, which concerned travel by the Standing Committee on Finance and was not found to be, quote, strictly speaking, a matter of reinstating unfinished business, unquote, became a separate motion. In making this decision to allow a separate debate, Speaker Milliken also stated that, quote, our usual practice is to adopt travel motions on a case-by-case basis, unquote. While government motion number 2 is similar to the 2002 motion, it is not identical. In adjudicating cases of this kind, the chair must always be mindful to approach each new case with a fresh eye, taking into account the particular circumstances of the situation at hand. Often there is little in the way of guidance for the Speaker, and a strict compliance with precedent is not always appropriate. Dans le cas actuel,
in the current case, the Speaker is aware, as indicated on page 562 of O'Brien and Bosk, that the division of a motion is rare and that precedent that the Speaker cannot take such a decision upon his own initiative except in exceptional circumstances.
The Chair has listened very carefully to the interventions made on the nature of government motion number 2 and on the particular parts of it that have given rise to objections on the part of the opposition House Leader. I have noted that he reserved his strongest objections for Part A of the motion, which deals with the reinstatement of government bills, and indeed indicated that his party, quote, supports, unquote, the other aspects of the motion. In view of this unique set of circumstances, the Chair does not feel the very high threshold required for dividing the motion has been met, and accordingly I will allow the motion to be debated as a whole. However, the Chair understands the arguments raised by the opposition House Leader as they relate to the very broad blanket provisions contained in Part A of the motion. In that regard, I am directing that a separate vote be held on that part of government motion number 2. In proceeding in this manner, I trust that members will have satisfactory and practical means to express their views through debate, amendment, and voting on the propositions contained in government motion number 2.
I would like to thank the members for their attention.
I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes. And the Chair has notice of a question of privilege raised by the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be brief. I rise on the question of privilege at the earliest opportunity. Shortly before the summer adjournment this past June, you had been asked to rule on whether or not a prima facie breach of privileges existed surrounding the finding by Elections Canada that members of this House had contravened certain sections of the Canada Elections Act. This finding had been followed by a letter from Elections Canada asserting that members in question should therefore be suspended from the House and prevented from sitting and voting until the matter was resolved. I and a number of colleagues made submissions on this matter, and on June 18, 2013, you noted a serious gap in our procedures in this House in cases where an impasse of this sort is reached in a dispute between a member and Elections Canada. You thereupon ruled that the situation did warrant further study and allowed for the House to be seized with a motion that would refer the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The House adjourned for the summer recess later that day, and the motion unfortunately died with prorogation of the session. So I ask that you today take as given the arguments that were made in June, as well as the ruling that you rendered then. And accordingly, in order to save time, I adopt by reference the exact words of my own intervention on the question of privilege, found at 41 sub 1 Hansard, June 10, 2013, pages 17994 to 18001. But I would like, if you'll indulge me for about a minute, to reference key passages from your ruling of June 18, 2013, and I quote, "The current situation and the various interventions on the matter points to a serious gap in our procedures here in the House in cases where an impasse is reached in a dispute between a member and Elections Canada. In the absence of statutory guidance, should a standing order mechanism be developed to guide the Chair in such questions? To answer that question, I believe it would be helpful to the whole House and to me as Speaker if the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs were to examine the issue with a view to incorporating in our standing orders provisions on how the Chair and the House ought to deal with such matters in the future." Then he went on to say, and I quote again, Mr. Speaker, "For his part, in remarking that he had a certain appreciation of the Speaker's position in the absence of any guidance at all, either from the statute or from the standing orders, as to how to execute the provisions of subsection 463 sub 2 of the Act, the member for Toronto Danforth came to a conclusion with which I can entirely agree, namely, This honourable House cannot function without the Speaker and the House as a whole working in concert. It seems evident to me that the lack of a clear process, and again I am quoting you, Mr. Speaker, is not satisfying the needs of the House, nor indeed of the individual members concerned. The Chair is faced with the fact that some have argued that it is just and prudent to continue to await the conclusion of legal proceedings, while others have maintained that the two members ought, even now, not to be sitting in the House. I believe that the House must have an opportunity to consider these complex issues. This approach is founded on an ancient practice summarized in a section of Bourdieu's 4th edition found at pages 161 and 162 of that work, where it states, "In the Canadian, as in the English House of Commons, whenever any question is raised affecting the seat of a member and involving matters of doubt, either in law or fact, it is customary to refer it to the consideration of a committee." Accordingly, the Chair has concluded that there is a prima facie case of privilege here. In summary, then, to bring clarity to the situation at hand and to give the House a voice on the matter and to seek its guidance, the Chair has concluded that immediate consideration of the matter by the House is warranted. End of quotation, Mr. Speaker. So I am prepared to move this matter be dealt with by the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and will move a motion to that effect upon your invitation, should you rule again that there has been a prima facie breach of privilege in this case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in the time that has passed since the events originally spoken of, much has changed. For example, the situation of the member for San Boniface as it affected elections Canada has been entirely resolved and is now behind us, so there is no issue there that remains, and I think that's a matter of public record of which everyone is aware. And of course, there have been significant further information provided to Elections Canada by the member of Selkirk Interlake, all of which I think renders the matters that were not procedurally fulfilled, which was the issue at the time, procedurally fulfilled at this time. So I do think the circumstances are very different than they are in June, but I will be prepared to return to you more fully to consider this.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Toronto Danforth and the government House leader for their interventions on this. The chair has not been, is certainly not aware and has not been officially contacted or been made aware of a resolution of the matter with regard to the member for Selkirk-Interlake. When the honourable member for Avalon raised this matter in the previous session in a ruling delivered on June 18th, as the member for Toronto Danforth cited, I did find it to be a prima facie question of privilege. Accordingly, a motion was moved to have the matter referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and the House began to debate that motion. As honourable members know, that debate was adjourned, and later that day the House was adjourned for the summer recess. There has since been a prorogation, which put an end to all proceedings on the question before the House. For the same reasons given in my ruling last session, in my view, the matter remains a prima facie question of privilege, and accordingly, I now invite the honourable member for Toronto Danforth to move his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on your ruling of a prima facie case of privilege, I move, seconded by the member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, that the matter of the question of privilege related to the dispute between Elections Canada and the member for Selkirk-Interlake be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Tisdale, moves that the matter of the question of privilege related to the dispute between Elections Canada and the member for Selkirk-Interlake be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Is there debate? Is the House ready for the question? Question. The question is on the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your indulgence. I rise on a point of order as it relates to a matter that was brought up at question period and in the throne speech, and that has to do with an issue covered by a private member's bill that I sponsored in the spring session, known locally anyway as Ritea's. The bill with respect to Ritea Parsons, and it deals with the non-consensual distribution of intimate images. It's about making a change to the criminal code, which we think will protect many people who from being punished, from being bullied by the distribution of intimate images. The government has indicated, the Minister of Justice has indicated his support for the principle of this issue. The concern that I have raised and that other advocates, including the family, have raised is that if this issue gets bundled in a major piece of legislation, it may get lost, it may get delayed, and it may get lost. So, Mr. Speaker, in that spirit of the of acceptance of this principle, I would like to seek unanimous consent that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-540, an act to amend the criminal code regarding the non-consensual making or distributing of intimate images, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Does the honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No?
Yes.
There's no consent. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government business number 2.
The House and its committees.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Ritz, moves that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, for the purposes of facilitating and organizing the business of the House and its committees in the autumn of 2013, dans les 30 premiers jours de séance,
May I dispense?
Okay. Debate. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of Government Motion Number 2, and I look forward to the continuation of what has proven to be a productive, hard-working and orderly Parliament. This year alone, from the end of January until the end of June, Parliament passed 37 new laws, matching our government's most productive year in office. This, of course, included a budget that will help fuel job creation, grow our economy, and increase Canada's long-term prosperity. Since the last election and the 2011 throne speech, we have witnessed 61 government bills become law. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, an unprecedented 19 private members' bills received royal assent, heralding a renewed empowerment of individual members of Parliament to bring forward initiatives important to them and their constituents. It's a long way from the days when a Prime Minister derisively described backbenchers as nobodies 50 yards off the hill. Yesterday's speech from the throne has outlined the government's objectives as being those that matter to Canadians. As a new parliamentary session begins, we remain squarely focused on jobs, the economy, and protecting families, while taking pride in the history and institutions that make Canada the best country in the world. Here in this House, these policy objectives will be given legislative expression in the form of bills that will be introduced over the coming weeks, months, and years. As we look forward to implementing the new initiatives outlined yesterday, we also want to ensure that important unfinished work from the previous session, whether it be bills or committee business, is not forgotten. Government motion number 2, Mr. Speaker, seeks to facilitate and organize House and committee business for the autumn in view of our calendar and circumstances. Government motion number 2 proposes that June's unfinished work, in which all parties have an interest, carry on where we left off. I stand here today asking that all opposition parties join me in taking a balanced, principle-based approach to getting Parliament back to work. The bills and committee work I am today proposing be reinstated are those that have received support and praise from members opposite. It is also work that matters to Canadians. We are not asking that only items proposed originally by the government be reinstated. We are proposing on behalf of all parties that everybody's proposals and initiatives be restored. It is a fair approach. It is a nonpartisan approach. In respect of government legislation, paragraph A of the motion sets out a procedure for the reintroduction of government bills which advanced in the House in the previous session. In total, up to 7 bills from the first session could fall into that category. What sorts of bills are we talking about here? Well, type of legislation the NDP says they are keen to debate all over again. What are they? Let's consider some examples. Comme elle est soulignée dans le discours de...
As it was stated in the throne speech, we are firmly decided to protect the victims of crime. Therefore, Bill C-54, which deals with criminal, not responsible criminally, would be part of the situation for people who are deemed not criminally responsible because of mental illness. This bill would strengthen security for victims, and it would also ensure greater participation of the latter as part of proceedings under the Criminal Code. In the past session, the NDP shared the view of the government and supported this bill. We hope that they will continue to support this important initiative. Protecting families and communities also means getting rid of contraband tobacco so that cigarette packages, illegal, low-cost cigarettes, are not exposing our children to the dangers of tobacco use. That is why we will be focusing on S-16, which is designed to deal with contraband tobacco by establishing mandatory prison sentences for people trafficking tobacco. In addition to protecting Canadian children from the dangers of tobacco, this bill will also deal with a broader problem of contraband tobacco by organized crime. The NDP and Liberal, as well as the Bloc, have spoken out in favor of that bill. We continue to hope for their ongoing support and a nonpartisan approach to this bill.
The Cluster Munitions Act will implement our government's commitments under the Convention on Cluster Munitions. A significant achievement. Over time, the enactment of this convention will save the lives of many thousands of people around the world and will help put an end to the use of a weapon that has shattered the lives of too many innocent civilians. In the previous session, support for this bill came from the Bloc and the honourable members for Saanich Gulf Islands, Thunder Bay Superior North, and Edmonton St. Albert. We look forward to renewed support from them on this bill as part of our balanced, principle-based approach. Our government believes in our national museums, and we recognize the tremendous value they hold for all Canadians. As we approach Canada's 150th birthday, the former Bill C-49, the Canadian Museum of History Act, offers an unprecedented opportunity to celebrate our history and those achievements that define who we are as Canadians. The Canadian Museum of History will provide the public with the opportunity to appreciate how Canada's identity has been shaped over the course of our history. Canadians deserve a national museum that tells our stories and presents our country's treasures to the world. This bill receives support from the honourable members from Saanich Gulf Islands, Thunder Bay Superior North, and Edmonton St. Albert. We look forward again to their continued support. Our commitment to improving the lives of Canadians from coast to coast continues. In the case of Aboriginals, former Bill S6, the First Nation Elections Act, will provide a robust election system that individual First Nations can opt into. The Act will help to create a framework that fosters healthier, more prosperous, and self-sufficient Aboriginal communities through stronger, more stable, and effective First Nations governments. The bill is the product of recommendations developed by the Atlantic Policy Congress of the First Nations Chiefs and the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and a lengthy national engagement campaign with First Nations leaders across the country. Looking at Hansard, Mr. Speaker, that bill passed second reading without the opposition even asking for a recorded vote. The new parliamentary session will see our government stand up for Canadian families and consumers. This includes ensuring they do not fall victim to counterfeit goods. Counterfeit goods hurt our economy, undermine innovation, and undermine the integrity of Canadian brands. And of course, they threaten the health and safety of Canadians on occasion. This is why I'm asking that the NDP and Liberal MPs who stood in this House and spoke in favour of former Bill C-56, Combating Contraband Products Act, going to committee, that they agree to allow that to happen again. By allowing these bills an opportunity to be reinstated, bills that received varying degrees of support from across the aisle, our intention is to finish where we left off on key pieces of legislation important to Canadians, not to enter into partisan gridlock, not to re-debate legislation that has already received support from parliamentarians, but to reinstate and pass bills so we can move on to new initiatives and deliver results for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as I've made clear, Government Motion Number 2 is about restoring everyone's business. It includes bills and motions that are important to everyone here and, more importantly, to Canadians. Many of the Canadians I speak with want to see their elected politicians work and make decisions and get on with the important work we are sent to Ottawa to do. I can only imagine the reaction I would hear if I told them we had to spend over a dozen days to have the exact same debates we'd already had, to make the same decisions we'd already taken, to have the same votes we'd already voted on, and in many of these cases, on bills that we all supported. It would be a remarkable waste. That would seem absurd to anyone in the real world where efficiency and productivity counts for something. But believe it or not, that is what the official opposition wants to do, to play partisan games and hold debates that we've already had, to enter into the kind of unproductive and unsavory political deadlock just witnessed south of the border. A news article on Tuesday noted that, quote, the NDP is fundamentally opposed, unquote, to the legislative component of our balanced approach to restoring the work of all members of Parliament. Yet just a few short paragraphs later in the same article, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley is reported to have said he's, quote, not opposed to bringing back some of the legislation, unquote. Well, which is it, Mr. Speaker? Are the NDP fundamentally opposed, or are they actually in favour? Is this a matter of principle, or is it really just a matter of partisan gamesmanship? Is it just that some people like to stand on their feet and grab attention? I think the answer is obvious, Mr. Speaker. Our approach to restoring the work of all members also includes the important work that is being done in our committees. This means continuing our commitment to ensuring that taxpayers' dollars are spent efficiently and in a transparent manner. That's why we are taking action to reinstate the mandate for the procedure in a House Affairs Committee study on members' expenses, including a special provision for independent members to participate at the meetings of the committee on this issue. We ask all members of the House to support this mandate so that we can increase accountability and transparency in MP disclosures. Our balanced, principle-based approach to making Parliament work this session will also mean a reappointment of the Special Committee on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. There's no question that the deaths and abductions of these women are a tragedy that has caused deep pain for many families. By reinstating this committee's work, we are ensuring that this tragedy receives the careful attention it deserves. Other uncompleted committee mandates flowing from House orders include a private member's motion that would also be revived. Finally, some scheduling adjustments are proposed, including items to reconcile some deadlines to our calendar, as well as the usual indulgence granted by the House to allow members from a recognized party to attend their party's national convention. Mr. Speaker, what I have just outlined to you is a fair and balanced proposal to get Parliament back in the swing of hard work. Government motion number 2 is balanced. It's based on a principle that we will be back where we were in June, that nobody is prejudiced by our prorogation, that it is a nonpartisan approach, one that will restore everyone's business, regardless of their partisan affiliation, regardless of which side of the House they sit on. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly heard the comments from government's House Leader, but I have a very clear question to him. Now, what we have is a long list. It's like an omnibus resolution that was brought forward. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the House Leader for the official opposition brought this forward, expressing broad concerns about this government throwing everything into one motion. One of them, of course, is the get out of prorogation free card that the Conservatives have put into this motion, but basically says, okay, we prorogue Parliament for a month so we could do some photo ops, but we don't want to have any consequences stemming from it. But then, more disturbingly, Mr. Speaker, what they did was incorporate into the motion, which is an omnibus motion, a very partisan motion from the government, a special motion dealing with the special committee with the mandate to conduct hearings on the matter of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Now, we're talking about 600 Canadian Aboriginal women and girls who have been missing since 1980 or murdered. And my question, and I say this with some sadness to the government's House Leader, is simply this: why would he try to mix in an issue on which I think all of us in the House of Commons agree with, mix it in with what is clearly a partisan attempt by the part of the government to remove prorogation when they installed it? Why did he mix, in such an unfortunate way, those two issues together?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Honourable Member is approaching the question from the wrong end of the horse here. The usual practice, the usual motion that you see after a prorogation is a motion that seeks to allow the government to introduce bills in the next period of time, 30 days, say, and they would be restored at the stage they were at. That was the starting point of our preparation of a motion. That's the usual practice. But we thought this time that perhaps we should go farther than that. Perhaps we should say, well, if we propose that, those are the things that we have asked for as government initiatives. There are a whole series of things that are being done in Parliament that were being done that mattered, some of which were agreed on very late in the last Parliament. There are a whole series of things that go beyond just government legislation. So rather than having a usual motion that dealt only with restoring government bills, we said, let's be fair to everybody. Let's let everybody's interests be reflected in this, and let's go beyond the usual motion that just deals with legislation and look at committee mandates and restore some of them too. Because we knew that some of them mattered a lot to the opposition members. And for example, the committee mandate to deal with MPs' expenses and the like, we've done something extraordinary there to allow for the participation of independents. We thought, let's give them that right again that was negotiated late in the last Parliament, that they asked for, that they received. Let's not just have the traditional motion that only deals with bills. Let's put everybody's business back where it was. Let's treat it in a fair and nonpartisan fashion so that nobody finds themselves left behind. That was why.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, there's so many things that I'd like to be able to pose in terms of a question to the government House Leader. But let me just start off, I guess, with a very basic one, and that is the actual need to have prorogued when, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I would ultimately argue that there was no justification. Why did the government choose to prorogue? What was in the throne speech that ultimately meant that you couldn't have incorporated it into a budget or something that could have been done in some sort of a mini economic update to Canadians. I believe that most Canadians are fair in their thinking, and if you provided the facts to them, what you will find is it looks as if the Prime Minister was scared to come back in September. And my question to the government House Leader is, why did the government choose to prorogue when it didn't have to do that? The only advantage to doing that was it meant that they wouldn't have to come in September. So they get a few more days in which there's no accountability coming out of the House of Commons. A great many of Canadians, I being one of them, believe that it just wasn't necessary to prorogue the session. Can the government House Leader explain to Canadians clearly and concisely why did you have to prorogue?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the a little more than 140 years that this Parliament is now operating in Canada, there have been over 100 occasions of prorogation. It's the normal pacing of a Parliament that one has in a 4-year term of a government, 2, maybe 3 throne speeches. So in that sense, it reflects the normal process. I suppose the questions he asked would be more appropriately directed to the Ontario Liberal government, who has made much more extensive use of that process with far less reason or understanding from my perspective, but I will leave that for people in that chamber to deal with. Here in this chamber, I would say to you that we now have a throne speech that deals with all the important priorities of Canadians while taking the next step and moving to the next level, but on the major thrusts that matter to us: job creation, economic growth, long-term prosperity. But I do also want to say to the honourable member from Winnipeg that we do appreciate the very constructive and positive approach that the Liberal Party took in dealing with this motion, their recognition that it was indeed a nonpartisan motion, that it was indeed designed on a principled basis to allow everybody's business to be restored where it was before, and we thank them for their support for that principle.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of short questions, because I'm looking at motion number 2 here, and it talks about the special committee which will be charged with dealing with violence against Indigenous women. Now, this is a far cry from the national investigation that families have been calling for several years now. However, this is the lesser of two evils, if I can put it that way. However, it talks about February 14th and reporting then. Mr. Speaker, didn't this prorogation short-circuit the amount of time available to the committee to do this work? They're going to be losing a month. Will this not hinder the ability of the committee to do its work in the view of the Government House Leader?
Government House Leader.
I think the honourable member has raised a very interesting point. This is something that we did ponder through our discussions, and had her party constructively engaged in those discussions, perhaps we would have been able to take their views into account. However, what we did take into account was the request that came from the Liberal Party regarding the date and the restoration from the honourable member from St. Paul's, and that was to accommodate the original date, and it was on that basis that we did change the motion from what was originally circulated in our original draft to the final version. It was a product of negotiation, a product of discussion. That's what happened when people actually decide they want to work together rather than simply trying to create gridlock and shut things down.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I have to rise. I wasn't expecting to be in this debate, but the Government House Leader seems to have woken to some new reality and a fiction in his own mind. That coming from the government that has broken the 140-year record of all governments in all situations in Canadian history of invoking closure, of shutting down debate in Parliament, and somehow suggesting that they're open to negotiations now, that they're a very willing and consensus-building kind of a culture over on that side, is a revelation for me, Mr. Speaker. I deal with this government often. I deal often with ministers on various things, and it's remarkable to me how many times I get backbenchers from Conservatives approaching me and some of my colleagues here in the official opposition saying, is there any chance that you can move the Conservative side along here? Or can we see some progress on issue X for my constituents? So, if what the government House Leader is suggesting, that he is into consensus building, if he is into incorporating the ideas of the opposition, of which we tried 2 today and he said no, by the way, if he's now into that sort of a procedure in this place, then absolutely we in the official opposition welcome the idea so that we can turn his words of productivity and orderliness into something a lot more than what it has meant, which is shutting down debate and using bully tactics consistently in Canada's Parliament.
The Honourable Government House Leader, short answer, please.
Well, I thank him for his, I don't know what he was exercising there, but I got something off his chest, I suppose. But again, I'll return to what the objective was here. The normal practice when one prorogues is to deal with a motion that simply seeks to restore the government bills, that allows that to be done. But we thought that it was more sensible to go beyond that, to consider interests that others had put forward, to also put in place committee mandates that others elsewhere in this House had sought, essentially to ensure that everybody's interests that were protected. And we asked, is there anything that we have missed? Is there anything that was happening, that was unfolding at a committee mandate, that should be in this motion that wasn't there? We didn't get any suggestions of anything that was happening before. So the principled approach of continuing with what exactly was happening before was there and reflected in the motion. And that is the approach we took, and I put it to you, that is because the motion did take into account everybody's interests, every committee mandate that mattered that had to continue. Those were all reflected in the motion, and I look forward to the support of all parties for a principle that is designed to defend and protect the interests of all parties.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to point out the fact that these are not just procedural tricks, and it's not just opposition members who don't disagree with all of the bills to bringing them back to where they were before prorogation. The fact that the government prorogued, this is not a procedural trick. It's a tool for Parliament to restart a debate, restart bills which the government wishes to introduce. It's a process normally available to the government to allow it to pick up where it left off. Because the objectives of the previous speech from the throne have been reached. So that's why this tool of prorogation is there at the disposal of government. But unfortunately, the government is using this tool as a hammer to hammer opposition MPs. We have many ideas on the bills before us, and we should have the opportunity to present these ideas. The fact that the government only wants the benefits of prorogation without considering its negative impacts shows that they do not understand the procedure of the House of Commons. The Conservatives want to reinvent procedure and reinterpret it the way they want to, and it's not the first time they do this. In fact, this government used prorogation, for example, to prevent a coalition of members in this chamber from forming the government. So this is a tool which the government has used to hammer the opposition. It is a tool which should only be used with reserve. But this government has not demonstrated that it is able to act with reserve. If we have bills, rather, if there are bills we agree with the government, it's one thing for those to go ahead, but you cannot block all legislation the opposition is opposed to. We need to pass bills, or rather, many of the bills introduced by the government are not supported by Canadians, but the government is forcing their passage without reviewing their weaknesses. MPs in the House must have the opportunity to speak to legislation. We want to voice our opinions on the creation of a committee which would study violence against Aboriginal women in Canada. We want to do this. Certainly, we want Conservatives to be able to hold their convention at a time of their convenience. However, in exchange, we are not willing to agree to reintroducing all of the bad bills introduced by the government during the previous session. We do not want them to be reintroduced where they were at the stage they were at without proper debate. The problem here is that the government wants to reap all of the benefits of prorogation. This is not just a simple matter of procedure. We need to give the representatives of the people the opportunity to express, to reflect the views of all Canadians in this chamber. The government is trying to have us believe that it's just a matter of negotiations that didn't work and that the opposition is slowing down the procedures in this House. But this is not just a matter of procedure. Democracy is at issue here, and the ability for MPs to express themselves and to reflect the views of Canadians. We are not here to rubber stamp government bills. Even Conservative members of Parliament should have the opportunity once in a while to speak to government bills, but unfortunately they won't have the opportunity to do so either. All members in this House, regardless of political stripe, should have the opportunity to speak to legislation. The bill, rather the motion presented by the government today, was introduced following negotiations which were ongoing for several weeks. Unfortunately, these negotiations were not fruitful, and the Speaker had to intervene and find precedents to find what the usual practice of the House has been historically. Just because the government wants to introduce a motion does not make it a precedent. We should not pass a government motion just because the government has introduced it. Up until now, the government has not been able to introduce these motions because the Speaker has shown common sense by turning back to historical precedents which underpin Canadian democracy. It seems that the government wants to ignore all precedents, and this will work against opposition MPs as well as government MPs. Members of Parliament must have the opportunity to debate legislation. The members of the House should have the ability to speak to issues they agree with and to issues they do not agree with. But with the way this government is operating, we cannot speak to this motion, these motions which are being introduced in the House. And this is exactly what they did with omnibus legislation. This is not the first time this is happening. In the past, we've had omnibus bills. Now we have omnibus motions, and we all know what the end result is. Often, the end result leads to negative consequences, to consequences which are bad for Canadians. For instance, Omnibus Bill C-38. It was imposed on Canadians, and it created terrible effects for Canadians, which are multiplying. That bill amended over 70 other pieces of legislation, and debate is neutered in the House of Commons when a single omnibus bill is introduced. It's not an effective way of proceeding. So when the government House Leader is telling us that it is trying to make the process more efficient, well, let's ask the question. What types of inefficiencies is the government House Leader referring to? Badly drafted legislation and motions are ineffective. and we are constantly rising on points of privilege and points of order. This eats away at the time of the House. We need to negotiate procedures which will be used in this House. We, in good faith, wanted to negotiate bills and motions which would be beneficial to Canadians and which would benefit from debate in the House. But unfortunately, the government House Leader insisted to introduce an omnibus motion, which is what we are debating now, when in fact we should be debating issues which are of greater concern to Canadians, such as violence against Native women. Here we are asking for the Finance Committee to go ahead with and we would like the Finance Committee to study income inequality in Canada. There are so many bills which we could debate fully, but now the government is insisting on introducing on its own interpretation of prorogation, which again, let me remind you that prorogation puts an end to government bills. In the previous session, this was a known fact. This is what prorogation does. But now they are turning around and saying, no, that's not what prorogation is about. It's just the opportunity to spend millions of dollars on a speech from the throne in the other chamber. That's waste. That doesn't make sense. And generally speaking, in fact, the Senate is a waste of money. We've debated this even today in the House. This government has to stop trying to make us believe that their interpretation is the only interpretation. The customs of the House evolved to allow for extended debate, for a full discussion, which would help improve legislation. And it's in the interest of government to allow for extensive debate. It is not bad for the government to let Canadians speak to their bills and motions. And in fact, this is why we have a parliament and why we are not a dictatorship. So the government has to think of introducing or passing legislation with a little more flexibility in the spirit of partnership with all other Canadians who are not represented by MPs who are not ministers. Even Conservative MPs should have the opportunity to speak their minds about government bills and motions. In fact, the lack of transparency has shown that the Conservatives are losing their own members who go and sit as independents because they cannot speak freely. This is a real problem, and frankly, it's a problem for electors who voted for MPs who do not represent them anymore. We are ashamed of this issue here in the House of Commons, and I can't understand why the government cannot understand that a full debate would benefit all Canadians. I would like to remind everyone that from the start we were making overtures to the government. We would not oppose this motion as long as it was divided into smaller ones. As soon as Parliament reconvened yesterday, and even after prorogation, we tended a hand to the government, and we hope that through unanimous consent, the House, and we also agreed that the House would not sit on the day of the Conservative Convention. I don't understand why the Conservatives did not view this as a legitimate offer, but unfortunately the government insisted on not negotiating with the opposition parties, so we lost an entire day debating, dividing the motion. At least the vote has been divided. This goes to show that the opposition has often been right. The opposition has really thought about the consequences of motions introduced by the government, whereas the government is simply bulldozing its way through procedure, knocking down walls, and it is completely ignoring the will of Canadians represented here by members in the House. So it's a big problem. That is the fact that the government will not let their motions and bills be fully debated. I certainly hope that the government will gain a higher opinion of the House and debate in better faith, if not in good faith. The government seems to have, the government says that it is here to protect Canadians, but frankly, I think it is the opposition which is doing just that. Unfortunately, Canadians do not have any voice in here, given the way the government is acting. It is not possible to hear the voices of Canadians here if their representatives cannot speak in a timely manner in the House of Commons. We should be able to solve this problem when we negotiate, when all parties negotiate before the House opens. And yesterday we could have done just that, and we could have had a good debate here, and we could have passed motions which would have been freely debated. But now we are debating an omnibus motion, and it's still a problem. I think that given our experience with bills C-38, C-45, prorogation, when the government was having a near-death experience, at that time the government hid behind prorogation. For the government, prorogation is not an opportunity to reset the parliamentary cycle to zero and to allow a full and free debate. A full and free debate on a new vision and new bills. The government has used prorogation as a hammer with which it will impose its own vision and points of view.
It should have consulted much more than it did. They don't want to consult the House of Commons, that's clear. They're trying as much as possible to divert the will of Parliament, and they're trying to divert parliamentary procedure, which should be there to defend parliamentary democracy. They don't want to consult Canadians in any kind of comprehensive fashion. I'll give you an example. Canada Post, for 2 months, they had on their website, we want to reform a Canada Post service. Maybe we're going to eliminate home mail service. There was no advertising. There was just a website. If you came upon this website randomly, well, that's fine. But unfortunately, no one was even advised that this consultation was going to be held or that the website existed. And now the consultation is over, and so the website disappeared. I learned about this consultation afterwards, and I wondered how long we had to submit briefs or proposals. And I was told that the website would always be open and we could always submit things, but it actually closed 3 weeks later. The government seems to be scared of consulting. In fact, it avoids consulting Canadians, and when there is a consultation, it doesn't advertise it. It doesn't want to consult the members of Parliament. So I would like to know where does the government get its ideas? How can they adopt bills and ensure that they are properly drafted without shedding light on it that comes from the will of the people? We've seen situations, for example, the Official Languages Commissioner. He recently published certain reports that said that that talked about the closing of the library of the Institut Maurice Lamontagne. It happened because there was a lack of consultation. We saw the EI reform here in the House. The Conservative government admitted that it had done no study, that it had not consulted the public, and it went forward with this vast reform that, coincidentally, I don't think so, but it's going to help pay down the deficit on the backs of the most underprivileged in Canada. So well done, Conservative government. You've the Conservative government has taken the poorest people in Canada and used them to help pay down its deficit. Once again, if they'd consulted the Canadians, then Canadians might have told them that the way to pay down the deficit was to increase corporate taxes on large, wealthy companies. So once again, a lack of consultation. They don't want to consult either their own population or their representatives in the House. We've seen it time and time again, and this motion is further proof. I want to have a government. I want to see a government that is not afraid of its own people. I want to see it not being afraid to consult. This government doesn't like consulting, and neither did the previous Liberal government. They like to prorogue as often as possible as well. It's about time that we have a government that is prepared to accept the will of the people, that is prepared to consult, that is prepared to adopt bills based on the needs of ordinary Canadians, of Canadians who are not as rich as wealthy people in this country. So what other surprises is this government going to spring upon us without having consulted? They have to at least trust the Canadian public a little bit, and we don't see that with this government. They don't want to hold consultations because I think that they are afraid of the will of Canadian people. We know what happens to governments who are afraid of the public's will. Normally they don't last very long, and I hope that in 2 years, the next time the public is consulted, and I might remind you that the Constitution does not allow for the Conservative government to continue their governing beyond 2016, but I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to stay in place. But luckily for us, the government term is limited by law. So they have no choice but to consult voters at that time. And so I think they might be right to be afraid of consulting the public, because the next time they do so in a general election, they'll see that the Canadian public doesn't support them anymore. I think even today, if we consulted the Canadian people with these motions that we have before us, I think that they would also see that the Canadian public has a lot of difficulty with the bills and motions that are being proposed by the government here. I think that Canadians, with the throne speech, would have liked to have seen, instead of talking about freely transporting wine and beer in Canada, I think that they would have preferred to have people be able to live in their regions, stay in their home regions, and be supported, instead of seeing the government create situations where remote communities in Canada are not consulted. The government does not know how to support them, it doesn't want to support them, and that can lead to situations whereby remote communities have no choice but to shut down their own community. People have to move to other regions of Canada in that case. That's no way to treat people. It's no way to ensure that families in this country remain healthy, and that people can realize their full potential. The fact that communities were not consulted and that major changes were made with regard to Canada's natural resources, and all of a sudden people are told, don't worry. For example, the Minister of Fisheries said, don't worry if you have trouble during the winter because we've cut your EI benefits. All you have to do is move to Alberta. So, and it's extremely shameful to say something like that without having consulted the Canadian people at all. What kind of on what kind of reform should have been brought to EI? They just went ahead with this vast reform without consulting anyone, especially not the Canadian public who was affected. And all they say is, "Well, too bad for you. Just go ahead and move." Canadians deserve better. And the Canadian government should trust its own people. It should be able to consult them. I come back to the motion today. This is not a consultation with the Canadian people. The government is simply imposing its own conservative tactics to ram these bills through and impose its own vision of Canada. If we had the opportunity we would have liked to have seen the adoption of the study that was done in the Finance Committee on financial inequality in Canada, or economic inequality in Canada. unfortunately, we cannot proceed quickly with adopting this study, this resolution, because the government insisted that all its bill that had not been adopted at third reading in this House be reinstated at the same point that they were before prorogation. So we were unable to rapidly strike a committee to study the situation of Indigenous women in Canada. And it's a good thing that the Conservative caucus consulted its members regarding its about its convention, but it should have also consulted Canadians about the issues that concern them, such as financial issues. For example, how are Canadians going to pay their rent? How are they going to find work? We heard it in the House today. People in Toronto, half the people in Toronto do not have a permanent full-time job. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. So we can understand the stress that people are subject to when they don't even know whether they're going to have work next year, and half of the population of Toronto is in that situation. So they're going through a very, very difficult time. And I can tell you that that's the same thing I hear in many regions of Canada. But this government is afraid of its own public, and it is afraid of holding consultations with those people. And as I say, perhaps they are right to be afraid. I can tell you that there are many Canadians that I have met with recently who have really lost all confidence in the government and in the Conservative Party. So perhaps the Conservative government would have been able to maintain that confidence if they had been able to show in this House that they're prepared to consult the representatives of the people. But unfortunately, once again, the government is incapable of doing so. We're holding a debate today on a vast omnibus motion, and we have seen over and over again that the government's omnibus legislation and motions can only lead to dire situations. Often these bills are poorly crafted, and they do not receive the comprehensive debate they deserve. I would just like to point out that in this bill, the government also sought to create they wanted to specify that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee should have the opportunity to go forward with its own study on parliamentary rules. So perhaps the government will have the opportunity to scrutinize the parliamentary rules at that time and to see what the customs of the House are and why certain rules are in place. Perhaps it would give the government members the opportunity to read parliamentary procedure and rules attentively. Perhaps they don't read O'Brien and Bosk enough. Even good parliamentarians don't know all about House procedure. They don't know all about all the standing orders in this House, and that's fine. But that's why the government needs to consult people. They need to consult the clerks in this House, the experts. They need to consult their assistants. Do they do so? Well, it appears to me that they don't. The result of what they are showing us seems that they haven't even consulted their own employees, and because if they had done so, we would have seen a motion that has been divided from the outset after the negotiations that we held in good faith. One would have thought that common sense would have prevailed. And unfortunately, it is clear that the government appears unable to even see common sense when it's staring at them when it's staring them in the face. It just forges ahead with its own method. It has been seen that this method is wrong-headed. We know that it goes against the rules of this House. So was that done deliberately? I hope not, but sometimes the government thinks it's smarter than everyone else, and then it's going to go forward and create new customs, new ways of doing things in this House without realizing that other people are going to realize themselves that there is something fishy. Unfortunately, we could have held this debate in this House a month ago. The government decided, once again, without consulting anyone, that prorogation was the way to do things. It decided that it was more important to not hold a question period for a month while the Senate scandal continued to rage.
Que le Parlement devrait pas siéger pendant qu'il n'est.
It decided that the Parliament should not sit while it was negotiating a free trade agreement with Europe, without realizing that there are farmers in Canada who are going to suffer harmful consequences thanks to this agreement. But if the government had only taken the time to explain to us in the House, and therefore to Canadians, what are the consequences of this free trade agreement with Europe, perhaps people would not be concerned today that they are going to perhaps lose their farms.
Se réuniraient pas ensemble pour crier qu'il y a un gros problème avec.
Because now people would be more reassured about the government going ahead with this free trade agreement. Now, we would have had an extra month of debate. We would have been able to hear the government explain what its intentions are and what direction it wants to go in, and we did not have that opportunity, and that's very unfortunate. We can see the government that is going in all directions. It announced before the throne speech, during prorogation, that it was planning to introduce a bill to allow people to go and to buy channels using a pick-and-pay method. And with regard to cable TV, I'd like to point out that in my writing in Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine, the choice was imposed upon us. We had to go and use cable distributors because we used to have access to CBC TV, just free of charge, just like other Canadians, but now we don't have that option. There is no CBC television in Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine, so we have to buy cable packages, and now the government all of a sudden is doing an about-face and saying, oh, we're going to save you money, we're going to allow you to go through pick and pay. So thank you, the government. Thank you to the government for saving us money after we've had to pay money. So it's really a lack of common sense. And once again, I believe that this is a consequence of a lack of consultation. We heard this summer that the government wants to go ahead with increased civil liability for companies that export hydrocarbons in by sea. The government decided arbitrarily that they would increase the amount to $1 billion in regards of liability. This would have been an interesting bill if we'd been able to discuss it. We might have been at the point of debating it now if the government hadn't prorogued. I think that people who live in Eastern Canada, who live along the St. Lawrence or in the Arctic or along the coast in Atlantic Canada, I think for them it would have been interesting to hear about this bill, but unfortunately we haven't gotten there yet because we were shut down for a month. So we've wasted all that time and we've been unable to understand the vision of the government. I can tell you that those who listened to the throne speech yesterday, they were not much more enlightened as to the government's direction because there were an awful lot of words but very little content. So once again, I can tell you that the people who live in the regions who want to see interprovincial freer trade of wine and beer, well, that's great. But some people have to move their entire families to different regions to create jobs. If we think of the immigration rate in Canada, I think we can see that the employment rate, with regard to the percentage of population in Canada, I don't think there's anything to boast about. With regard to our employment levels, I don't think that we're far from being the best in the G7 countries. I think we're among the worst, in fact. The government simply has not explained its vision. This government has been unable even to face the Canadian population because it is afraid of its own people, it's afraid of the Parliament, it's afraid of Parliament, and it's afraid of parliamentary procedure. It wants to impose its own will, but that is why we have parliamentary rules. When they boast that they're the party of law and order, perhaps they should realize that law and order also is designed to supervise them to provide equality among all Canadians. The government is not above the law. It cannot just do as it wishes, and that Canadians will simply kowtow and say, yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead and do what you want. Yes, I have less income. I don't know if I'm going to have work next year. I pay for scientists to be muzzled and not to be able to hear what they have to say. I don't have the right to see the reports that scientists have published. All of that is true. And unfortunately, the government appears unable to face up to its own population and to allow for a fulsome and comprehensive debate, whether it be in this House, whether it be anywhere in Canada. Canada is simply not there. Consultations, sure, they hold some on the internet. They do not advertise the fact that they are being held. You may come across the website by pure accident, but otherwise people are not consulted. That's no way of consulting the public. Another way of consulting people is to allow for debates here in this House. Unfortunately, the government shuts down debate. It stifles debate. It doesn't allow for fulsome debate. It doesn't allow all committee members to be able to present motions without going in camera. There are parliamentary committees. They are the ideal place to debate about the expertise of the minutiae of bills. And they are the ideal place also to hear from witnesses who have points of view to express on these bills. All of this, these things should be going on in committees in public, but it all happens in camera now. And that, once again, is unfortunate because committee members should be able to express themselves fully. It's because what we see here in the House, we also see in parliamentary committees. Everything is done in the dark. Everything is done under the surveillance of a PMO that thinks that it is all powerful. But I think that the proof is that it is not, because a genuine government should be able to hold fulsome debate with its allies as well as with the members of the opposition. It would appear that it has a great deal of difficulty with that concept. Omnibus motions do not belong in Parliament. These omnibus motions do not allow for fulsome debate. The government should allow for debate, as it is done for in other Westminster parliaments, because here they don't allow for debates. The debates do not take the time that they should. When a member has something to say, often they they aren't allowed to because the government has imposed a gag order. The motion before us today, we could have gone quickly through 3/4 of this motion, and we could have allowed the housekeeping matters to have been adopted unanimously. The questions of striking committees, everyone agrees on that. That could have been done very quickly, but unfortunately to do so, we had to swallow the government's medicine. That means that all bills that had not been adopted at the last session should be reinstated in this parliamentary session now, with no debate and with no opportunity to allow for any clarification of these bills.
Without a fulsome debate. Now, I have a great deal of difficulty with a government that can't listen or to realize that they perhaps don't have all the answers, and to show some humility. The government can't be better than the people, and people display humility. The population and people should have an opportunity to express their views on all bills, and should have an opportunity as well to put forth suggestions to improve legislation and motions. Unfortunately, the government doesn't seem to want to listen to the people of this country. Consultations every 5 years are fine and well. However, legislation that comes up and that are, in fact, debated and whatnot are very beneficial. Now, unfortunately, bills are not going to the Senate here, where, well, as you will recall, they're all appointed by the Prime Minister's office, so they don't have a direct mandate from the people of this country, and they allow themselves then to slow down and even crush bills from this chamber. And that's with a wink and a nod from the government. Where were they, in fact, when the bill on transgendered people was delayed in the Senate and not adopted? Knowing that the House of Commons had adopted that bill, why didn't the government do anything to encourage the Senate to adopt it? Where was the Conservative government, which claims to be very much concerned about greenhouse gas emissions? Where was the government when in fact the bill went to the Senate on greenhouse gas emissions and was defeated there? Where were they in that case as well, in that instance? That didn't represent the wishes of the people of this country. The government seems to have a great deal of difficulty understanding this. And I think the government would be very happy to listen maybe to what people want, but not to accept what people want. We need to have real consultations on reforms to EI, on why they didn't move forward on Kyoto, on issues that concern Canadians today. Normally, they're concerned with their jobs, with how they're going to feed their families, how they're going to be in a position to pay for their rent, to know whether or not they'll be able to send their children off to school the following year. That's what people are concerned about, and I didn't see anything in the Throne's speech to show that everything is all fine and well. They talked about creating a job creation program. Well, it's the one that all the provinces have already rejected, so how are they going to move forward with that idea? If the government can consult the provinces, well, perhaps they could give us an idea here in this House where they're at with those consultations. If they say that they want to move forward with a job creation program or plan in the Throne speech, and the provinces tell us that it's not going well at all and that it will never, in fact, be accomplished or achieved, well, if that's the case, then why not say so? Why would they say in the Throne speech that they're going to go forward with a plan or a program when they know that they won't be able to? We need to hear them say, here is an update on the situation. And here again, we see that the government wants to move forward with free trade agreements with Europe. It would appear to be a fait accompli. But there, too, there's been a lack of consultations. They say, oh, well, it'll create jobs, lead to investments, and farmers shouldn't be afraid or concerned. There'll be a huge market for them to sell their products into. Has anyone thought that maybe it's not possible for some farmer in the Lower St. Lawrence region of Quebec to sell his or her goods in Europe? How can they do that? When they say, the government says that's what's going to happen, well, what was the government thinking when it thought that they would do that? Now, I don't want to doubt that it's possible. It would be wonderful if that could be the case, but maybe, in fact, the farmers too would like to know how they'll be able to do that or achieve that. instead of just hearing that there's no reason for concern, that everything is going to be fine and well and that there'll be a market for their products. If that were the case, well, then farmers and I would be very happy. We would all be very happy. Everybody would be happy with that kind of an idea. But how is it going to work? What are those details? And that's where the consultations bear fruit. That's where Canadians have an opportunity to understand just how the government's going to help them, how Canadians can use the tools that will be made available to them to, in fact, make money, to send their children to school, to pay their rent. Now, we have no idea about how people will be able to do this. The government has remained silent on all of the details with respect to these intentions in the free trade negotiations. We haven't been consulted. That means Canadians haven't been consulted either, and that is shameful. We can't negotiate something as free trade with Europe without Canadians knowing the ins and outs of the negotiations. We can't scrap agreements with the U.S. for jobs in the auto industry without consulting Canadians. And we can't implement changes to EI, fundamental changes, without consulting Canadians. They're the ones who pay the contributions. They pay into it. How can the government think that it can simply change all of the rules respecting EI when they don't even put a cent into the fund? And they proceed with changes that will be beneficial to the government, which will say at the end of the year, oh, well, look how good we were. We dealt with the deficit. Now, unfortunately, they're doing that on the backs of the unemployed. The government claims to be working to help consumers. Well, that's good. However, Canadians aren't being consulted. Canadians are, in fact, becoming more and more indebted. They're getting poorer, and I think that if the government consulted them more, people would realize even more that there's not enough, that the tools being provided are insufficient. The clarification that could be provided in this House would represent a golden opportunity for the government to explain to Canadians, Quebecers, and the people from the Maritimes, all Canadians. But they're not taking this opportunity to do so. What is the government afraid of? Why are they afraid of talking to Canadians and trusting what Canadians have to say? It's high time for the Canadians to call on the government to put forth a long-term vision, a vision that says, this government is here for you, to help you, for it to be a fact and not just a promise. We're here representing the people of this country. We're not here to help enrich companies and corporations that are doing fine. We're here to ensure that the people of this country have confidence and trust in their future, that they'll have money available to themselves, for themselves, to send their children to school, to pay for their rent, etc., and they will benefit from the use of our natural resources as well, for example. But Canadians are facing a great deal of doubt. They're not consulted. They don't see the vision. The vision changes overnight because the government doesn't seem to be in a position to explain their vision. Canadians need a government that can clearly explain its vision, that can prove that it is there to help the people who are most in need. Now, over the past decade, we've seen governments change, going from liberal to conservative, back and forth, and people are more in debt today than they have ever been before. The generation of today is poorer than the previous generation. We're going in the wrong direction. And in a country that's as rich as Canada, we can't help people get richer. What has happened to this wealth, to the wealth in this country. There's been an unfair distribution of wealth in this country over the past 20 years. And that was under both Conservative and Liberal governments. We're losing the Canadian vision, that vision of a country. We're here to help people beyond our borders as well, people who are peaceful, who want to help, and to enable all individuals to fully flourish. It seems to me that we're moving farther and farther away from those ideals. Now, we've got the Interparliamentary Union, which is an excellent opportunity for members of Parliament to travel to other countries and to exchange ideas, to look at what's working well in other countries, what isn't working well, what we've done here, what hasn't worked for us. Those kind of exchanges are increasingly infrequent. The government has cut off funding for the IPU. Why is that? They would appear to be afraid of debate, afraid of letting people or allowing people outside the country to know what's happening here. Because if we travel, people in other countries will simply say, what on earth are you doing there? We need to be in a position where we're proud of what we've done and say the next generation will be even better, will be in a better position than the previous one. Since Canada has been created, there has been increasing prosperity. However, over the past 20 years, that's not been the case. And I single out the government that is in power today and the previous government. It's under their leadership that we have begun to lose prosperity. The Conservative government has used prorogation, in this case, as a political tool, not as a procedural one. They're afraid of what the people of this country want. They're afraid of being criticized. They're afraid of the scandal in the Senate. They're afraid that Canadians are going to see that Nigel Wright is under police investigation. They don't want us to talk about that here. They don't want us to talk about the Senate in this scandal, Senate scandal, and Senator Brazeau, and I wouldn't even know where to start discussing that one. But the Conservatives don't want light to be shed on what's happened in the Senate. It's not just a Conservative government. The Liberals also have senators. Look at Senator Harb. They're not prepared to talk about the Senate there either. Those people, those senators, were appointed There wasn't a consultation among Canadians to see what they want from their Senate, whether they even want a Senate. That debate is not taking place. Well, why is that? Well, because Parliament was shut down. It was shut down for an additional month, just apparently because the government's afraid of debate. And they said, well, no, it's just a procedural matter to start from scratch and come up with a new throne speech. Well, if that were the case, it wouldn't want to bring back all of those bills. Prorogation is like turning the page, starting over. But the government wants to use a tool to prevent the House of Commons from debating and shedding light on various situations. They don't want to take advantage of the opportunities to consult. Now, we've simply wasted a month. It's unacceptable. We're supposed to be here to represent the people of this country. That's why we're elected. That's why we've been elected, to represent people. And each time the government shuts down this House, we're not able to do our job. The government doesn't want members of Parliament to do their job. They want to do as they see fit. The government can't simply do as it sees fit. It's accountable to this House. Now, when we say that it's accountable to the House, it's supposed to follow the rules of this chamber and the will of this House as well. How can it do so if it doesn't ask this House for its views? It couldn't, because they had shut down debate. Now, fortunately, the Parliament has resumed its proceedings. It's going to shut down again in December. They want to have a very short session because, here again, they're very much afraid of the scandal in the Senate. Mistakes were made in Ottawa. Major mistakes were made, and that has been under the leadership of this government. It's under the Conservative government that Canadians have lost trust in their federal institutions. Canadians, Quebecers, all people in Canada need to be able to look to Parliament and say, I'm proud of this institution. I know that Parliament is there to protect me, that they have precious tools available to them, very strong and powerful tools that can be used to help people. But unfortunately, what we're seeing is a period where people are becoming increasingly more in debt, they're getting poorer, and that's being ignored. Instead of dealing or tackling these problems head on, hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent on advertising, on websites. Websites are being set up without even telling people that websites exist. The participation of people in this country in their institutions has been completely mismanaged. And it's high time that the government, in fact, started over. Because there does need to be some time set aside to think about certain issues. The government could have taken time to look at its record, but I don't think that it did so in the summer. I think they just looked at how they could shut down Parliament as long as possible.
How long we can shut down Parliament until people really begin to revolt. I think we've reached that point. People are not happy with what's happening in the House. People are not happy what's happening in the other chamber. It's about time that the government deal with the problem. That is, we need to have a fulsome debate so people can get things off their chests, so people can say, yes, I like this, no, I don't like that, but I want to be heard. The consultation which took place on Canada Post is a golden example. It really shows that the government does not want to consult a website was put up, but people are supposed to know that it is there, and if they go on it, that's consultation. Whether you express yourself or not, people know what the result will be. The government has already announced it. The government conducted a study which concluded that home mail delivery should end. That's a huge change. It might be the right decision. It might be the wrong one. Regardless, we should have debated it, but that debate did not happen. All we got was a website. And I would also like to point out that this happened at the same time as the government cut the Community Internet Access Program. 2 years ago, communities provided the lowest income Canadians in isolated regions, provided them with access to a reliable internet network which otherwise would not have been accessible. That program was cut. But people were told, we'll consult with you, but how were people consulted if they could not even access the website? First, they didn't know it was there. One, there was no advertising for the website, and two, they don't have access to the internet. So how could they have been consulted? Instead of saying that that consultations were happening on the internet, the government said that there would announced a job creation program This announcement cost millions of dollars, but the program didn't even exist yet. The government is trying to get us to believe that jobs would be created at the same time as provinces were saying that they were not on board. That money was wasted, and the way of doing things was completely ineffective, to the point where we have to ask ourselves, is this government competent? When two parliamentarians tell us that we are the ones creating inefficiencies, well, really, I think it would be salutary for them to look themselves in the mirror. They should use common sense, and if they did, they would realize that the government was wasting money. They would realize that people are not happy, that people are being treated like a bunch of idiots. So it is high time that the government shows some openness, that this government stop being ideological when making most of its decisions, that the government begin to start thinking about how it could help Canadians. It's about time the government think about how it could effectively use its resources. It's the most powerful institution in Canada. We are here to represent Canadians. But the government decided to start the session off with a really long throne speech that was big on words and low on content. The words resonated well, but there were no details in the throne speech. Job creation programs were announced, but these programs have already been rejected by the provinces. So the government really finds it hard to consult not only Parliament, but also with its partners, the provinces. The last time the Prime Minister met with the provincial premiers, in fact, when was that? It's been so long that the Prime Minister took the time to consult his provincial counterparts that really we don't remember when it was. However, we do remember the last time the government was prorogued. This was a few months ago. And we remember the way it was done the time before that. The government was undergoing a near-death experience. It chose to cling to life by imposing prorogation. And so there was no consultation on bills, and there was no consultation with other representatives of the people. So this government has a lot of problems, and there's one party in this House which is willing to repair the House of Commons, to really represent Canadians, and that party is the NDP. It is high time that we have a government which will meet the needs of Canadians. It is high time that we have a government which listens to Canadians, a government which will introduce bills and which will then be open to discussions, which will be open to improving the bills. It is high time that we have an NDP government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
To the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague go on ad infinitum about the government not consulting. I'm not sure what my colleague did over the summertime, but I took advantage of the opportunity to consult with my constituents on a regular basis. I sent out a survey of 2,500 surveys to businesses in the area. I sent out close to 5,000 surveys to people who are constituents in my area. And I have here, just by chance, a handful of the hundreds and hundreds of responses that I got from my constituents. I have a constituent by the name of Charles Secura who wrote, "You keep us updated and communicate via local media on many of the bills or policies passed in the House of Commons. You communicate and seek our input." Or from Donna Conroy from Aurora, who, when was asked if our government is on the right track, said yes, there's still more work to be done. Or Mr. Fagan, who wrote, "I believe that the government is going in the right direction with its policies. The Liberal Party is weak and the NDP is a dangerous option." Or from my other constituent, John Norquay, who wrote, "Overall, Mr. Harper and the Conservative government have led us..."
Order on two counts. First of all, I know we've been away from this place for many weeks. But I remind all honourable members they can't use the names of other members while speaking in the House. First of all, and second of all, while the member for Gaspé Ile de la Madeleine had unlimited time to make his speech, members do not have unlimited time to pose questions. So if there is a question, I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to put it quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He concludes by saying, please stay the course. So my question to my honourable colleague is, why is it that he feels that the comments of the constituents of Newmarket Aurora are irrelevant to these discussions?
The honourable member. On the contrary, the comments made by Canadian citizens are very precious, and that's why I'm saying that the member opposite is a good parliamentary secretary, and she knows that the government has precious and powerful tools with which to consult Canadians. So as a member, it's important that you consult your constituents. I'm proud of you. That's great. I think we all do that. I know that my colleague from Gatineau constantly consults her constituents. I do the same. And as opposed to staying the course, all I can say is that we're heading towards a shipwreck. I know that there are many Canadians with many points of view, but what's important is that Canadians have the opportunity to express themselves. Let me say again, when the government wants to pass legislation, it's up to the government to consult Canadians. It's important that MPs can do their jobs in their ridings, but the problem is bringing that debate and those voices back to the House of Commons. MPs want to express themselves in the House of Commons. We don't have that opportunity. My colleagues might wave her props and claim she's really consulting, but when the government claims it is consulting, it does so in a very arbitrary manner, and it does so without allowing a fulsome consultation. The government is not willing to bring Canadians into the House of Commons through their members of Parliament. It claims that it is consulting via the Internet, but it is not even providing this Internet consultation service to some people who don't have access to the Internet. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I did have the opportunity to ask the Government House Leader the question in terms of the whole need. Was it really necessary in order for the government to actually prorogue the session? And I was interested by the Government House Leader's response. And it was quite simple. Well, it's the process. That's just the way in which things happen, as if there's nothing outside the norm. And, of course, that's a pretty tough one to sell, that is, in fact, the real reason why it was prorogued. And many individuals, including myself, believe that the government was, in particular the Prime Minister, didn't want to come back to the House of Commons, didn't want to come to the floor of the House to be questioned about his office, the PMO, and how they were engaged with the whole $90,000 with Nigel Wright and Mr. Duffy, and all the allegations that were out there. So in order to avoid having to come back in September, the Prime Minister prorogues the session. And then it's interesting that he picks a date, of course, in which he is now in Europe. Again, avoiding accountability on what is a very important issue. I'm wondering if the member might want to provide his thoughts or some of his comments in terms of the real need. Was there a need to even prorogue the session? Thank you, Mr.
L'Honorable Député de Gaspésie, Ile de la Madeleine.
The honourable member.
I have a certain degree of agreement with him. We have a hard time understanding on this side of the House as well why the government felt it was important to stop debate for an entire month, why the government felt it necessary for its representatives, including, as he said, the Prime Minister, to go to Europe, to not be here to be accountable, to not permit a full and entire debate on the very agreement that he's left Canada to go to Europe for, which is to sign a free trade agreement with Europe that this House has not had occasion to look over. This House has not, as representatives of the people, has not had an occasion to be able to actually put in its 2 cents, its feelings, its worries, its suggestions for improvement. None of that has happened. This government insists on doing things its own way, and forcing Canadians its point of view down, forcing that point of view down its throat. It's a government that seems out of control, quite frankly, and it's a government that lacks accountability. We need a government that is actually going to answer to the needs of the people, and I think, quite frankly, that government is represented by the members of Parliament that are sitting on this side of the House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree with my colleague, and I'll say why. It's not really fear. It's more denial. It's like a young teenager who doesn't want to deal with someone who doesn't agree with him or her. So I think we're dealing more with denial than fear. So Conservatives are hiding. They are afraid of being proven wrong. With that, let me ask my question. It's strange because normally when there's prorogation, it is done because a government wants to turn the page and start anew. But it is quite peculiar that after having drafted a 24-page speech from the throne, a long one compared to previous ones, the government wants to bring back all of the former bills which came as the result of the former speech from the throne. Very peculiar. What does this mean? Does it mean the government wants to go back to the past? Or does it mean the government does not want to move into the future? Because we've been talking about a victims charter for a long time. There's nothing new in that. Cyber intimidation, cyberbullying has also been debated long before this speech from the throne was given. So I'd like my colleague to comment on what I've just said. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. I would like to thank my colleague for her interesting intervention, and I would like to thank her for the work she has done in her writing. I find that she consults her constituents widely, and she is a good representative for her constituents, and we would benefit from having more members of Parliament like her, whom we can be proud of. So this government does not stop repeating that it is taking action, but it is hard to trust this government. For instance, the government, again, has announced that it will create a jobs creation program, which all provinces have already opposed, but the government says it's still going ahead with it. Why does it want to do this when employment is a matter of provincial jurisdiction? The government needs to make the provinces its partners. It seems that the government doesn't understand. I don't know why, but I know that the government is talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk.
And just to inform members that we have added 9 minutes, so government orders will extend until 5:39, and the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Canso, in that context, would have an opportunity for his entire 20 minutes. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me say from the outset that I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Winnipeg North as we enter into this debate. Mr. Speaker, before we get started on, and if you could allow me just a little bit of latitude outside of the realm of the motion here, I want to do something that's not that common and actually in this House, and actually pay a compliment to the government, and in particular to my good friend from Claresholm just fell out of his seat, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister, my colleague from Nova Scotia, upon assuming his new duties as the Minister of Justice, announced that they would be undertaking a review of the federal action on the Fenn McIntosh issue, and many in this House are very familiar with that particular issue. And it was one that certainly has devastated a number of constituents. It's from my riding, and I know that the Minister of Justice was very much aware of this case long before they came to government, before he took this responsibility. And as a matter of fact, one of the first times I had an opportunity to
talk about the case was with the minister who was in opposition at the time. So upon coming to his new portfolio as Justice Minister, it was the first file that he asked for, and indeed, after review of that file, he has directed the department to identify or go forward with the review of the federal responsibility in the case, and so I want to here on the floor acknowledge him for that, and that's where I'll stop with the flattery of the government, if everybody's comfortable with that. Mr. Speaker, the essence of the motion here is really, about trying to split off aspects of the omnibus bill and really unbundling some of the bill as it goes forward. And it's okay. They announced in the throne speech yesterday that they were going to move forward to unbundle cable packages, and I think it's only fair that maybe they come into the chamber here with that same kind of spirit and unbundle some of the aspects of this omnibus bill, Mr. Speaker. It's funny that we had hoped that with the speech from the throne going forward yesterday, that it would articulate a clear vision of what this government wants to accomplish over the course of the next couple of years here, and as government. And we thought that vision would be obvious, but really all they allowed us was an opportunity to maybe delete Vision Television from our cable package. It was a really strange undertaking, what we witnessed here yesterday with the speech from the throne. So there are many aspects as identified in the motion that we're very comfortable with and very supportive of, and our leader has been on record on a number of occasions speaking in favor of these aspects of the motion, and certainly the oversight on the economy and the portion of the motion that identifies the oversight that we want to see. We've taken initiatives already, and certainly our leader has led the charge on that with full disclosure and proactive disclosure. So, the aspects of this, this motion that identify that, we are very comfortable with, and we think that they will be worthy going forward. The initiative on the study on the Indigenous women and murdered and missing women, First Nations women, Mr. Speaker, we had hoped that the throne speech would be the occasion to call for a full public inquiry. It's something that we would be very comfortable with. My former colleague from Winnipeg has long been an advocate. Anita Neville spoke passionately on numerous occasions in this chamber on that particular issue, and I was always inspired by her when she would speak on the issue, how passionate she was about it. And unfortunately, we haven't seen any action on that particular issue from this government. So that's an obvious disappointment, and this is one aspect of the motion that I think I know that both our leader and our entire party are very supportive of. Having listened to Sean Atleo recently speak about this, I mean, it's one that not only grips First Nations communities. I think all Canadians are aware of the horror of this issue, and so I would hope that the government would go forward with a full inquiry. Certainly, as the motion is written here, again, just to state that we are very, very supportive of that aspect. Mr. Speaker, the reconstitution of the committees, and one of the most frustrating aspects, and anybody that's been, in this since coming to the chamber here and serving as an opposition member in a majority government, as you're only one member on a committee, what happens is that a lot of times committee will embark on a particular project with the greatest of intent. I don't think we really get to a lot of the tough issues, the core issues that are of most concern to Canadians in many of the 18 committees that grow from the House, Mr. Speaker, because anything that could reflect in somewhat of a negative light on the government doesn't allow that to go forward. So many times, you're doing work that, yes, it has purpose and it's of benefit, but there's other things that you could do that I think would be more beneficial for a greater number of Canadians, and it would be more beneficial for Canadians that are really finding it difficult out there now. I know in my own committee, Human Resources Skills Development, certainly the issues around employment insurance and the changes that have been undertaken on employment insurance, that would have been very worthwhile. But we're not getting the opportunity. And when we do undertake a study and witnesses come forward and offer testimony, and it's uniformed and it's it's brought forward and then reaffirmed by witness after witness, if it doesn't fit into the government's narrative, we don't see it in the final report. And that I talk to people on other committees, and they say time after time after time, when you get to the essence of an issue, that testimony is missing from the final report. Now, we can put in a dissenting report, but Mr. Speaker, if we want to move forward, if we want to do the best we can for the Canadians, then if we can come together and work around the political stripes and the ideologies, then I think that's when this place functions at its best. So reconstituting the committees, unless there's that spirit of let's do the best work we can to represent the greatest number of Canadians, and those Canadians that are facing hardship, those that don't have a voice, then, Mr. Speaker, I think we should be compelled as lawmakers to do just that. Because there are many Canadians out there that are having a tough time of it. When we see the unemployment rate for young Canadians at twice the level of the national average, that has to be of concern. When we see the underemployment rate of young Canadians at almost 25%, that has to be concerned. And Mr. Speaker, if I could wrap up on this, the most recent statistics stating that the number of Canadians working for minimum wage has doubled since this Prime Minister has taken over. We see more and more Canadians that have become a whole new category of the working poor, and I think that that's troubling. I would hope that, if once we get the committees reconstituted, then we can look at some of these important issues. But there are many aspects of this motion that we are very excited about and want to support.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York West.
And really, it's the lack of content. All of that pomp and circumstances that went on yesterday. I'd like to have an idea what kind of costs we taxpayers paid yesterday for all of that. There was the prorogation and all of the other things, but just to have a day where you bring people together and you celebrate all of these things, and yet there was nothing in that throne speech that couldn't have been delivered under ministerial statements or one thing or another, all right? So might be disturbing to some people over there, evidently, but I think cost is an important thing, and I kind of had an idea, if my honourable colleagues any idea, what kind of money was spent yesterday in all of that pomp and circumstance. And then on to the issue that really matters, which is the issue of jobs. And spending $41 million on advertising a Canada Jobs grant that nobody seems to want to partner with the province. So we spent $41 million and there still are no jobs. And I'd like to hear some comments on my honourable colleague, what he thinks of that. Thank you.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for the question. The throne speech yesterday, when I look at some of the comments that have been posted by the pundits, you know, they said it was timid, they said it was tepid, they said it was unambitious. I remember back to the new millennium, to 1999, as we came into the new millennium, and all the hype around the Y2K bug and how it was going to devastate the country and how it was going to, you know, the world, if we weren't careful, the world was going to end, and all this anticipation and anxiety around the Y2K, and you know, and there wasn't anything there. Nothing happened, and that was sort of like the throne speech yesterday. You know, there was a great deal of hoopla and you know, anticipation, and you know, it was pretty thin gruel. I agree wholeheartedly with my colleague that I believe that you know, anything that was announced yesterday could have been easily assigned could have easily been addressed through a ministerial statement. But, Mr. Speaker, do I have time to speak about the jobs grant? I don't. I'm seeing a shaking of the head, so maybe in a later question I can address the jobs grant.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope my colleague on the other side can explain to this side of the House why the Liberals are so confused about prorogation. And let me just go through it. The 37th Parliament, which was a majority with Chrétien and Martin, it had 3 sessions, 2 prorogations. The 36th Parliament was a majority Chrétien, 2 sessions, 1 prorogation. The 35th Parliament, Chrétien, majority, 2 sessions, 1 prorogation. Let's go to Trudeau, the 32nd. The Trudeau-Turner majority, 2 Pierre, 2 sessions, 1 prorogation. Trudeau, the 30th majority, 4 sessions, 3 prorogations. I can go on and on and on. It's a process that's happened year after year in this House. Why are the Liberal Party claiming we did something that isn't normal? Do they not understand Canada's history? Do they not understand how it works around here? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians were probably, this was the least offensive of the Conservative prorogations, but I think they would have been very comfortable with it had they come with a throne speech that would have had some bit of substantive, you know, a little bit of direction, Mr. Speaker. You know, I know that sitting in on a throne speech after one of those prorogations, I know that the government of Prime Minister Chrétien, he came back and, you know, that was back in the surplus days. So we had we had to deal with stuff like, okay, what are we going to do with the surplus? So there would be 1/3 of the surplus would go toward tax relief, 1/3 would go into reinvestment into programs, and 1/3 would go with paying down the debts. Mr. Speaker, the good old days, I guess they're long gone now. It'll be a long time before, at least 3 years anyway, before we see another day like that.
Resuming debate. There are 9 minutes remaining. The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Winnipeg North was going to speak, but he's on a panel doing important opposition business, Mr. Speaker. So I will take a few moments, Mr. Speaker, to talk about this omnibus bill, really, that brings in previous legislation, some of the government legislation, some of the private members' bill. But I think my colleague from Cape Breton that spoke earlier, I think hit really on a serious point that we would hope that would be different in this Parliament, and that is especially how the chamber works and how committee works. Mr. Speaker, I've always I've been as I said in some of my responses to the throne speech and talking with people in my riding today, I've been a member of this place for somewhere close to 30 years, or 20 years. It'll be 20 years next week. And I've seen somewhere around a dozen speeches from the throne. And I have never seen one with less vision, one with more misrepresentation of the historical facts, as we've seen in this one, and such a small-minded strategy moving forward. You know, and I would hope that this chamber is going to have bigger ideas than we've seen in the throne speech. Some of them can come from other bills coming forward. Some can come forward from committee if we're allowed to operate the way we should. But, Mr. Speaker, why I want to talk a little bit about committee in the last session. You know, what we've seen was opposition members put forward amendments, they're voted down. Opposition members put forward a motion to do a study in most committees. I don't know of all, but in most committees, and I've attended 4 different committees. In all of them, government members sitting on the committee asked the committee to go into camera, and the motion, surprisingly, an opposition motion, is voted down. I guess I can't say in this place who voted which way, but I think you can detect that, Mr. Speaker. The government members put the meeting in camera, and there's a vote, and the motion is lost, and so that issue is not discussed, even though it's an issue that Canadians are concerned about. And I would actually plead with the backbench members on the government side to, in this Parliament, change that. Allow Parliament to work the way that it's supposed to work, where you have pros and cons to ideas, where you debate the ideas, where you take things that, yes, you don't agree with, but you allow them to come forward and have a debate. That's how this place is supposed to work, and I think members opposite on the government side, a lot of them would like to see that happen as well. You know, the parliamentary secretary and the trade committee that I was on last session, Mr. Speaker, he challenged me, and he, just like the member from Burlington here earlier, challenged me and said, but that's the way the Liberals used to do it. No, it's not. No, it's not. That parliamentary secretary on trade, he was an opposition member when I happened to chair the Fisheries Committee, Mr. Speaker. And I went back and looked at the record. There was 32 motions put to committee. None of them debated in camera. Not a one. 21 of those motions were from opposition members, critical of government policy, and the government of the day allowed the debate to occur, and in fact, many of them passed. Because that's what this place is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a place of debate, of ideas, of big visions. You know, the government opposite just kind of wants to manage a little bit. I mean, look in the throne speech again, Mr. Speaker. They're going to, as my colleague said, they're going to unbundle the TV, some of the TV channels, whether it's Vision TV or whatever it might be. They're going to unbundle it. I had to say, as one of my constituents said to me today, you know, this constituent has an unemployed youth at 23 years old who should be out in the workforce. The government's not doing anything about the highest unemployment among youth that we've ever seen in this country. But by golly, as this constituent of mine said, you know what they're going to do is give them a little cheaper TV, a little cheaper cell phone, that he can stay home and sit on the couch, and we lose that potential of that youth out there working. They should be working on the big issues, not trying to sell a new little consumer product for some cell phone company. That's not a vision, Mr. Speaker. And so I bring those points up, Mr. Speaker, because I'm worried. I'm worried that we're going to get in this second session of this Parliament is more of the same, where the government limits debates, they vote down motions that that are coming from citizens, motions that are going to build Canada into a better nation. They at least should be discussed. And, Mr. Speaker, if today's performance in question period is where we're going to continue, it was just a continuation of the same. I quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, sat here pretty disgusted. I can see why Canadians are disgusted. We never had an answer to one question put to the government. We know the Prime Minister kind of chickened out and left the country. He doesn't want to be here, obviously, to answer questions on the Senate scandal. So he went over to, he used the excuse of going over to sign the CETA deal. He could have signed that tomorrow. He could have signed it Friday. He could have stayed here and answered questions in the first in this first session of this Parliament. He could have done that. And there's no doubt, we've seen some of it today, he's going to talk about 80,000 jobs that are created by CETA, but they can't prove it. Their record, yeah, let them clap, Mr. Speaker, because their record on trade. They're the first government in 30 years that had a deficit in trade in this country. The first government in 30 years that had a deficit in trade on an annual basis. And let's look at the numbers. Since December 2011, this government that sits over there, that fails to answer questions every day in this House of Commons, has had a deficit every month since December 2011. And they talk in the throne speech that they're going to bring in prosperity through trade. They've been an absolute and utter failure every step of the way on trade thus far. And we know in this trade deal, and my colleague, the trade critic, spoke about it earlier in question period today, we know in this deal they're going to sell out the dairy industry. We don't know what they're going to do in terms of adding extra costs on drugs to all Canadians, on pharmaceutical products. We know that the Europeans are going to have 2 years. There's going to be 2 years extra patent time for drugs. So is the deal good for Canadians? We don't know. And as everything else this government does, they've done it in secret. You know, they now lock committees down in secret. They're negotiating the CETA agreement in secret. And we have a whole cabinet over here that fails to answer questions. They operate like the opposition's supposed to do. They fail to answer questions, and in the process, they undermine democracy. And this omnibus bill is certainly not going to do anything to them.
The time for the debate has expired. The member from Malpeque will have 1 minute when the debate resumes if he wishes to continue. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Commencement of debate of motion M425 on the subject of obesity, standing in the name of Mr. Wallace.
Just for the record, I would correct it's 5:39, not 5:30. Motion, Mr. Wallace, seconded by Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to A, recognize the long-term health risks and costs of obesity in Canada, B, appuyer, promouvoir et subventionner les...
And support and promote to fund organizations and individuals who are involved in the physical well-being of Canadians, and C, make the reduction of obesity of Canadians a public health priority.
Debate. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure this evening to rise and speak to my motion 425, regarding obesity and the issue that's facing this country with the obesity piece. I want to first of all thank the member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. I hope they're changing the name of that riding and the redistribution. But for his work, the member's work on the issue of on health and on fitness, trying to make Canada the fittest country in the world, and initiating a National Fitness Day, which I believe next year will be on June 7th, and doing great work, and I really appreciate his support. This evening, we don't get a lot of opportunity to really, in this House, we're usually talking about policy or legislation, and tonight I'm going to take the opportunity to talk about something that has personally affected me, and why I brought this motion forward. It's not a bill, but a motion, to bring light to the issue and to have some discussion amongst our colleagues about what could be happening with our health care in terms of the issue of obesity and looking after one's health. So I thought I would start by telling you a little personal story. I have known 4 great-grandparents. I have 2 grandmothers still alive. They're both 96. I've known my grandfathers. They lived into their late 80s. I have a picture of myself, my daughter, my father, his mother, and her mother, 5-generation picture. I have very good genes, Mr. Speaker, for long life. We have no health. We have no heart disease in the family. We have my one grandmother, who is 96, did survive cancer at age 40, a long time ago. But other than that, we've been very, very lucky with long health. A year and a half ago, I was having some difficulty, and I went to my doctor. I thought there was something wrong with my prostate. But I found out that I had diabetes, which was a bit of a shock to me. I thought, Mr. Speaker, that I was virtually indestructible because of my genes. But because of my lifestyle, and my lifestyle included drinking 5 or 6 Coca-Colas a day, eating improperly, not keeping proper hours, in the sense that these are long days, and it's a really interesting career you choose in federal politics and traveling back and forth. I didn't eat breakfast. I just was not doing things correctly. I gained weight here, as I know some of us all have. I was at one point about 225 pounds here. I hit it well with big suits, but but things changed for me. And then I went to the doctor, and I was having some difficulty, and lo and behold, they claimed that I had diabetes. And of course, my first reaction was to the medical professional was, no way, that's not possible. How is that possible when I have no diabetes in my family? I have no heart disease. My blood pressure was excellent. It still is excellent, but my blood pressure was excellent. But my sugar levels were through the roof. And the doctor indicated to me that if I continue on, have a chance of my pancreas even getting worse. I'd have to take insulin and so on and so forth. So they diagnosed me with type 2 diabetes, not type 1, of course, which is juvenile diabetes, but type 2. And they put me on a pill, which metformin, which is sort of the standard thing that they start you on. And I said to the doctor, I said, I do not want to take pharmaceuticals if I don't have to. Is there a way for me to do something about it? And he indicated that it is possible, not likely, but possible. If you lose weight and exercise regularly, you may be able to get off metformin. So I took his advice. I started exercising again. I have set a goal for myself to run a marathon in every province. I've run 6. I just ran one this past weekend in Victoria, British Columbia. I don't advise everyone that they have to run marathons to get healthy, but I have taken that task on. I eat better. I've lost weight. And I'm not on metformin anymore. And it has been over about a year. But what woke me up to this issue is that I really did not pay attention. I have 2 daughters who are athletes. One's on a sports scholarship in the United States, for example, at a university in the United States. The other one played competitive volleyball. They're both in very good shape. It was never an issue around our house, obesity and diabetes. And all of a sudden, there's something there. So I started thinking about, well, if it could happen to me, what about everybody else? And I started looking around and talking to individuals and to different organizations about what is happening. And in that time frame, for example, even the United States has announced that obesity is actually a disease, and that if they don't get on top of it, it's going to be a real healthcare issue for them. So based on the motion, I have it broken down into 3 pieces. And really, this is just to get people to think about where we're going from a health perspective. The first part of the motion is to recognize the long-term health risks and costs of obesity. I could put a lot of statistics out there and talk to you about the cost of obesity and stuff. But it's just, to me, it's just, after thinking about it, it's just common sense. If you're not healthy, you're going to be using the system. There's no magic to it. There's no statisticians formula. I always get a little nervous about statisticians. I give my friend $1 today, I give him $1 tomorrow, there's a 100% increase. But it's still only $1. So you got to be very careful with that. But the reality is, if you look around at what we're eating and what we're doing in terms of being healthy, there's going to be a long-term cost to our healthcare system. Healthcare at the federal level obviously is you may not like the way I put it, but it's writing checks to provinces who actually deliver the actual healthcare. And that's a lot of pressure, not necessarily on the federal system, but on the provincial system. And healthcare in general, we need to worry about the costs. We also need to worry about the health risks. It is claimed, and I don't know if it's going to be true, and I hope it's not true, that we might be the last generation to be able to outlive our children. Can you imagine that if the generation in general is not able to outlive their children? It's just not right. It's just not the way I think it should happen. And if we don't do something in terms of our healthcare, looking after our health, that is an actual real possibility. And I don't think that's something that we all want. The motion, the second part of the motion is really about support, and support not just financially, but other ways through promotion of health and healthy living. There are a number of really great organizations, and some are not for profit, some are actually for profit. I have no issue with that. But I just want to highlight a couple. There are organizations that look after that are oriented due to health issues. So for me, the Diabetes Association has been fantastic. They provided me a lot of information about what diabetes is, what I can do about it, the 2 different types, and there's heart and stroke, there's lung, there's all number of organizations. They do great work. My motion is asking that we continue at all levels of government, federal, provincial, and municipal, to support those organizations in their efforts. That doesn't mean necessarily you have to just write them a check, but go to their events, support their efforts when they're in their community. If you have a neighbor or a friend who's running in a marathon in support of diabetes, which I do, support that individual. Those groups are doing great work in their areas of expertise and are important in terms of not only helping those with the disease that they're looking after or the health issue that they're looking after, but are great for awareness and education, and we need to be able to do that. Another organization which I'm very excited about, which the Government of Canada has supported, is Participation. I am a keen supporter of organizations that get people moving and healthy, and it doesn't have to be running. It can be karate. It can be whatever activity that you want to do. But I want to encourage people to look after, to take advantage of what these organizations do. You do not have to be an expert at whatever you're doing. I ran my marathon this weekend in 4 hours and 42 minutes. The gentleman sitting beside me in the plane coming back ran it in 2 hours and 19. I was exactly halfway when he was finished. So you don't, but just get out there and get involved. And I want you, if you could, to encourage your neighbors, your friends, your community, whatever is happening in your community, if you as a member of Parliament could help support those organizations. There are organizations that do for profit or for that are helping for, and I'll use one example, the Weight Watchers organization. I think it's an excellent organization. I haven't personally use it. I've lost my 25, 30 pounds basically by eating less and not drinking Coke, but which I miss. But people do need help, and there are organizations that will help you there, and they're doing a great job. Another organization that's in my community that's recognized this issue is Big Brothers Big Sisters, and they actually have a program for the clients that they service, the young people that they service, because youth is a big issue. If we don't convince youth about taking care of themselves, both by eating healthy and by taking care of themselves from a physical fitness point of view, there will be a problem. Big Brothers Big Sisters has a program for those who young people to make sure that they understand what good health is, what good fitness is, and what good eating is, and I applaud their efforts. My daughter, as I mentioned before, one of my daughters goes to school in Indiana, and the program she's in is in education. What was interesting to me this past week was that one of her programs that she takes, one of the courses, it talks about introducing health, eating, and activity into the classroom. They use Canada as an example of how it's done well. So I think that our education system, I'm very supportive of our education system. I think it does a good job, but we need to continue to support them to make sure that physical activity does not leave the agenda of the curriculum of our Canadian school children, particularly at a younger age, to make sure that other things aren't easing it out, that things are more of a priority, because health, I think, is a priority, and we need to teach young folks that piece. The last piece I have, Mr. Speaker, is to talk about the public health priority. I would think it's fair to say that our public health policy here at the federal level has been somewhat lacking on the obesity fitness area over the last number of years. It just hasn't made it to the top of a priority piece. I am hopeful that that will change under our government and with the support of all members. And if you look, Mr. Speaker, at the throne speech that just happened yesterday, and under safeguarding families and communities, there is, the government will also work with provinces and territories and private and not-for-profit sectors to encourage young Canadians to be more physically active. Mr. Speaker, I did not know this was going to be in the speech. I've had this motion in front of the House for a while because I kept getting bumped for other private members' motions that I felt was a higher priority in terms of timing. So this was a surprise to me, a very pleasant surprise, and I am going to use this as a member of Parliament to encourage my government, based on the throne speech, to be proactive on making sure that we meet the mandate that we have put in this throne speech over the next number of years. I thank you for your attention. I thank your attention to your own health and your family's health, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Deputy Beaton-Skimnagel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask my colleague a question, because I read his motion. I understand the intention behind it, but I don't see how concretely it will help deal with obesity. Now, I'm a nurse by training, and when we want to implement a patient's plan, we have to have objectives that are specific, measurable, concrete, realistic, and that can be evaluated. Here we talk about recognizing the long-term risks. Well, yes, we understand that. All healthcare professionals understand, and Canadians as well, understand these risks and costs. I don't know what we could do more there. We talk about supporting, promoting, and funding organizations. Well, there are no figures attached to that, how much it would cost, what that would involve. It's a beautiful sentence, but there's nothing concrete in there, not enough detail. And when we talk about making the reduction of obesity of Canadians a public health priority, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but as a healthcare professional, it has been a priority for a very long time. We've been working on it, so I don't know that the member is bringing something new to the table. This is something we've been working on already, so I'd like him to explain exactly what types of changes he intends to see put in place through this motion and in the government plans, how these changes will be made, because otherwise they are very beautiful sentences, but there's nothing concrete here.
Well, I think the honourable member question, and it's a very good question, and I would agree that the motion isn't intended to give specifics. That's what motions, in my view, in the House of Commons are for, to generate discussion about particular policy or topic areas. Where I disagree with the member is that I agree that other jurisdictions have and industries and healthcare providers have identified obesity as an issue. But I am not convinced that Public Health Canada has made it a priority. I do not, I think the purpose of my motion was to say we are thinking about this in the House of Commons. We would like to see some action, and I'm very, very happy to see that in the speech from the throne, there's actually a line regarding obesity and the security of families and children in the future. So I think it is moving up on the ladder of priorities, and I'm very supportive of our government moving forward with it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do think that we do need to recognize that we have to take a holistic approach in dealing with this particular issue. In fact, when you want to talk about long-term policy best interest, you take a look at school divisions, municipalities, and provincial governments. All need to be a part of a process. And give a specific example in terms of a high school initiative. High school initiative where, in fact, we see students recognizing the importance of eating healthier. So there's a movement to get rid of the gravy and fries and get more salads put into cafeterias. There are many, many different ideas that are out there. My question to the member is, to what degree does he believe the federal government, being a national government, has a leadership role to try to look at the stakeholders and bring the stakeholders together, actually have a proactive Minister of Health that shows that she's genuinely concerned about the issue and start talking about it, not just inside the House of Commons, but outside of the House of Commons with the different stakeholders?
The honourable member for Burlington, you have about a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his question. And I do believe the federal government, through the Public Health Agency, should be taking a leadership role in working with others at all levels, whether it's the municipal level, the provincial level, the education organizations, the other organizations I discussed that may be oriented to certain health issues. And it is a holistic approach. You can't do one thing and solve all the problems. You have to do a number of pieces. I would agree with that, as I've experienced it myself. And I'm hoping that through the throne speech and through our discussions of this motion that it will take a higher role in terms of priority for the Public Health Department and for the Minister herself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak to motion M425 on the prevention of obesity. To my Conservative colleagues, please understand that we will support this motion. It reads that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to recognize the long-term health risks and costs of obesity in Canada, support, promote, and fund organizations and individuals who are involved in the physical well-being of Canadians, and make the reduction of obesity of Canadians a public health priority. Of course, you can't be against virtue, and within the NDP, well, we care about Canadians' well-being as well as socioeconomic determinants of health. So, in fact, we are disappointed every time the Conservatives prevent the Health Committee from studying socioeconomic determinants of healthcare. But that's not at issue now. So, obesity rates have reached an alarming level in Canada. In the last 30 years, the obesity rate in Canada nearly doubled. And these are figures from Canada's Public Health Agency dating from 2011. Between 25 and 30% of adults and nearly 10% of young people are obese in Canada. It's very sad, and we have to take it seriously. Why? Because we are mortgaging the lives and the health of our young people and less young people as well. Mr. Speaker, what we also find unfortunate here at the NDP is that very often MPs of the opposition, especially NDP MPs, have tabled concrete bills, tangible bills, to limit obesity in Canada, to improve the health and lives of people, but systematically the government has rebuffed us. That's sad. We're very happy that the government seems to take this matter more seriously now. But then again, the weakness contained in this motion is that it's not tangible, it's not concrete. And I'll tell you a little bit later why we have a problem, why we have some problems with this motion. So, several times, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has asked that trans fats and salt be reduced in the food Canadians eat in order to fight obesity. In 2004, my colleague and good friend, the member for Winnipeg Centre, tabled a private member's bill to improve labeling of trans fats. The project was tabled, but the federal government did not take any action since then, and that was unfortunate. The same MP tabled Bill C-303 to amend the Food and Drugs Act to reduce to 2 grams per 100 grams the maximum amount of trans fats in foods. So this would have been a concrete measure to improve the health of Canadians. In 2011, the member for Vancouver East, who is also the health critic for the official opposition, tabled Bill C-460. And if it was adopted, and I certainly hope that the Conservatives will be consistent and support that bill, so that bill would implement Canada's sodium reduction strategy. So this would be another concrete measure to improve the health of Canadians. That same MP asked questions of the Minister of Health with regard to the regulation of processed foods in Canada, and she asked the minister why the government was ignoring trans fats and the quality of processed foods in Canada. Now, so the mover of that motion had shared her concerns with the health minister, and we certainly hope that the health minister, and we see that the health minister seems to have listened this summer, and certainly we hope she'll be more cooperative than the previous health minister. So for the NDP, the promotion of health is a priority. I have another NDP colleague, the MP for Saxville Eastern Shore, who tabled Bill C-252, which would allow Canadians to deduct from their income to have access to a tax credit for physical exercise. So that was in 2005 when fewer than 30%, so 28% of young Canadians were involved in sporting activities. And teenagers really don't do enough sport, especially teenagers from low-income families. So really we have to help these middle-class and low-income families to become more active so that they can improve their health. We don't want these young people to grow into unhealthy adults who would burden our healthcare system. It's unfortunate that in Canada, fewer than 7% of Canadians engage in a significant amount of exercise per week. Rather, this would apply to very young people. Young kids have a lot of energy, but they have to eat well too. So I would have liked to have seen this motion to be a little bit stronger, especially since it came from the Conservative side. I'm convinced that all of us here, we could have come up with a bill which would have received the support of all MPs, including Conservative MPs. So as I've said earlier, at the NDP, the walk follows the talk. The federal government has cut by $31 billion health transfers to the provinces, $31 billion. So there's not going to be more money to invest in prevention, and really I don't understand that. But to come back to my Conservative colleague's motion, in the last few decades, obesity has increased drastically in Canada. Apart from compromising the health of thousands of Canadians, obesity costs between $4.6 to $7.1 billion each year in healthcare costs. Conservatives have not created a single service to address this increasing problem. Further, many Canadian health experts believe that 46,000 deaths could be avoided each year if we had a national obesity prevention strategy. And if this strategy would complement prevention programs, and the government as well has to create obesity awareness programs. The NDP has proposed concrete measures to promote a healthy, active lifestyle, which would go towards preventing obesity. Unfortunately, the Conservatives or the sponsor of the motion don't really care about the health of Canadians, be it related to healthy eating, a healthy and active lifestyle. Conservatives are not listening to Canadians. They are cutting in housing, in health and education, and therefore they are increasing the risk of obesity in Canadians. They've taken unilateral decisions, which goes against a multilateral approach, which is needed if we are to fight obesity. Obese Canadians need support from all sides to become healthier. So, in Canada, rates of obesity are going up. The health of more Canadians is being threatened. In the last year, Conservatives have done nothing to help improve the health of Canadians. They have done nothing to propose tangible strategies focused on prevention. So why doesn't the government implement a national strategy to really fight this problem in a concrete way? Why? Because this problem affects many Canadians. We've always insisted on concrete measures to help improve the health of Canadians. Even though we support motion M425, it won't be enough to bring down obesity rates in Canada. And again, this is unfortunate. MPs have worked relentlessly within the NDP to propose concrete measures to help contain obesity. We have suggested bringing down the trans fat content in foods. In order to help improve the health of Canadians. We've also criticized the government's unwillingness to regulate processed foods. We've always promoted an active lifestyle, and we've always focused on prevention. So I'm coming to the end of my speech, and I find it unfortunate that, generally speaking, the government has not done more to promote prevention to improve the health of Canadians. That said, we will support this motion. But when I read it, all it says is that that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to. Well, we're asking that the government do more. We ask that the government not allow the food industry to self-regulate or to police itself. The lowest income people need help, and so this is our position. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I indeed am pleased to speak on this motion from the member for Burlington, and I welcome and congratulate the member on the motion, or at least most of it. There's one part I want to talk about for a moment. But also congratulating, we all listened to his remarks earlier, and congratulating him on his personal journey that he went through on his getting off the pill, so to speak. And we certainly congratulate him on that. The motion says that the government should continue to, and I would agree with my colleague who just spoke. That's really a misrepresentation of the facts to say that the government continue to. We see that a lot in a lot of the motions coming forward to committees, Mr. Speaker. And the government's record on this issue is pretty dire. So I would certainly say that the government at least start. But the points are valid on A, that recognize the long-term health risks and costs of obesity in Canada. B, support, promote and fund organizations and individuals who are involved in the physical well-being of Canadians, and C, make the reduction of obesity of Canadians a public health priority. And that's certainly absolutely essential, Mr. Speaker, that happen. I would say, too, Mr. Speaker, that it's kind of significant. I believe today is called World Anti-Poverty Day. And I guess some would ask, why would I see it's important to mention World Anti-Poverty Day on remarks on a bill that is trying to make the reduction of obesity a public health priority? Well, Mr. Speaker, it's extremely important because it's a known fact that the poorer you are, that if you're in poverty, that people tend to buy unhealthy foods. They buy them because they're cheap. They buy and they're not as nutritious. So there's certainly a connection, Mr. Speaker, between poverty and the food choices that families make, which actually leads to obesity either at a young age or down the road. And we know on that issue of poverty, this is certainly something that the government, they're actually increasing poverty in Canada, the truth be known, Mr. Speaker. We see it in my region with the changes they made to employment insurance and so on. But I would digress if I get into that particular issue. But I do want to make the connection that there's a serious connection between poverty, health choices, choices on healthy foods that leads to obesity, and we should recognize that, and the government should recognize it as well. This motion is calling then on the federal government to make the issue of obesity a public health priority, which we have always supported as a party, as a preventive public health measure. We will support this motion in the hopes that the government will take this seriously and move forward on issues like sodium reduction, like a sodium reduction plan that my colleague from Vancouver Centre has talked about many times, and that they will also impose regulations on trans fats and energy drinks, all of which, to date, the Conservative government has refused to act on. There are important issues, too, in terms of a health strategy on foods and on obesity. Obesity is a risk factor for many chronic illnesses. We all know that, Mr. Speaker, particularly heart disease and diabetes, and the member from Burlington talked a substantial amount about diabetes. Although a variety of factors contribute to obesity, physical activity and dietary practice help prevent it. And I think that's the major thrust of the member's bill, and it's certainly a good idea. I think we need to look at some of the facts, Mr. Speaker. Obesity rates in Canada have been rising steadily over the last 2 decades, and the rate is now, we're told, at 25.3%. The North and Maritime provinces have the highest obesity rates. British Columbia has the lowest. Children aged 2 to 17 have an obesity rate of 26%, up from 15% in 1979. Youth aged 12 to 17 have a higher rate of 29%. First Nations children and youth on and off reserve have a combined obesity rate of 41%. Those are serious numbers, Mr. Speaker, and I think what I'm trying to do is to make the point that the member from Burlington's bill is necessary, and it's absolutely necessary that the government take this motion very seriously. Obesity has economic costs, including lost productivity and increased costs to our healthcare system. In our analysis, Canada has an estimated $15 billion sports, physical activity, and recreational infrastructure gap, which has prevented the repair or the replacement of needed facilities for youth and has contributed to low levels of physical activity among Canadian youth. You know, I will admit myself, I'm not great at going to the gym or doing physical exercise, but I do walk from the Justice Building to here, so that gives me some exercise, and I get some on the farm. But I look at my son. When he went through the school system, going to the gym, physical exercise was the thing in that time frame. And whereas I would see going to the gym as, I think to me it would be a waste of time in my mind. That's wrong, I know, but it would be in my own mind. Whereas my son, if he didn't go to the gym, it wouldn't have been, it just wouldn't have been a productive day. And that's what we have to instill in young people, is that kind of attitude where physical activity is part of their daily life. And in that way, it will prevent more costs in our health care system. Estimates show that obesity results in economic costs of approximately $7.1 billion annually. That's according to the research that we've done. So for this government, Mr. Speaker, let's review that figure. The estimates show that obesity results in economic costs of approximately $7.1 billion annually. That's lost productivity. It's costs in our health care system. And so really, Mr. Speaker, the government should look at this proposal as an investment, not a cost. Because if we can bring down that $7.1 billion annual cost as a result of obesity, then that is money well spent. It's spent in other ways. So while the member from Burlington, Mr. Speaker, I believe is sincere, and he makes the point about the throne speech, this piece of fiction that was read yesterday, that the government intends to work with the provinces and the territories, we'll actually believe it when we see it. Because the government, this federal government, has failed to work with the provinces and territories on anything yet, especially on health care issues. And we would hope that with a backbench Conservative member putting forward this motion, that the government will take the issue seriously, will move on the obesity question, will support physical exercise, and will do something about the other health issues and poverty that I mentioned previously with my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague, the marathon running member from Burlington, has so vigorously moved a motion today that goes deep and far in helping Canadians find the way to go from where we are today to becoming the fittest nation on earth. Mr. Speaker, in my remarks, I'll reinforce what he's told us about the crisis in which we find ourselves today as a nation in terms of the health consequences of the obesity epidemic, then touch on the economic consequences. Most importantly, I address three audiences today who can unite to reverse the current trend and make us what we can and should be, the fittest nation on earth. Those audiences are fellow parliamentarians, mayors and councillors of our local governments, and most importantly, the 35 million people of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the rates of obesity continue to be high. The most recent Statistics Canada data show that 67% of Canadian men and 54% of Canadian women ages 18 to 79 are either overweight or obese. Even more concerning is that nearly 1 in 3 Canadian youth between the ages of 5 and 17 fall into these categories. These frightening statistics ought to make us all wake up. Put simply, the root causes of obesity are issues that we Canadians must acknowledge, challenge, and defeat. And Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about fatness. We're talking about fitness. This is not about cosmetic and subjective commentary about how fashionable we Canadians look. This is about when BMI, body mass index issues lead to chronic diseases. Obesity is associated with the increased risk of many chronic diseases, including diabetes and cardiovascular problems. Other related problems are sleep apnea, hypertension, osteoarthritis, and certain types of cancer. And these diseases are killers. Every year in Canada, 67% of all deaths are caused by 4 major chronic diseases related sometimes to obesity: cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular problems, and chronic respiratory diseases. Afflicted by these things, children are increasingly hit by chronic health problems that used to be confined to adults. Our current youths are likely to be the first generation in history to die of natural causes at an age younger than the age at which their parents died. Mr. Speaker, the obesity epidemic raised by the member from Burlington today is not just a health peril, it is an economic peril, a major factor in balancing our national budget, in being competitive economically, and being a prosperous nation. We Canadians know instinctively that poor health saps our creativity and productivity. But you'll agree that the numbers deliver a staggering message. Canada's Public Health Agency has put a $7 billion annual price tag on health care for cardiovascular problems and diabetes arising from obesity. Canadians are concerned about these spiraling health costs, and we must respond. Indirect costs relating to lack of productivity in the workplace could be even larger. Mr. Speaker, in a comprehensive approach to making Canada the fittest nation on earth, we should not ignore the harmful role of illegal drugs, prescription drugs that are misused, such as, and the misuse of legal drugs, such as alcohol and tobacco. Canadians were therefore delighted yesterday to hear the Governor-General express support in the throne speech for taking significant steps against the misuse of prescription drugs. In conjunction with Michel Perron, the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse, the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs, and the BC Association of Police Chiefs, I've pressed for a national prescription drug drop-off day. Our Ministers of Public Safety and Health responded, and last year on May 11th, we had our first ever such day to highlight the misuse of prescription drugs. Over 3 tons of unused prescription drugs were collected. And I take great pride in the Orchard Recovery Centre from my riding, which spearheaded Recovery Day in BC, a day in which brave people publicly highlight their attempts to overcome substance abuse. On its 2nd anniversary, September 8th, Recovery Day had already spread to 18 cities in Canada. I encourage all Canadians to take note and support those in recovery. Mr. Speaker, we've reached a pivotal moment in our history. In large numbers, we Canadians have lost the way in taking care of ourselves. We must each take that responsibility seriously and encourage others to do the same. While the key to a fit nation starts with personal responsibility, government does have a big role to play. And our government has taken strong steps to make a difference. For example, it was our Conservative government that introduced the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, making it easier and more affordable for children to go out and stay active. We built on this success further in Budget 2013 through our elimination of tariffs on sports and athletic equipment. Yesterday's throne speech signaled a continuing commitment to turn the tide of obesity in our nation. Standing beside the Minister of Health yesterday, I witnessed firsthand her commitment as she applauded the government's commitment to continue to, quote, work with the provinces and territories and with the private and not-for-profit sectors to encourage young Canadians to be more physically active. I applaud the Health Minister's energetic commitment, but she cannot do it alone. Mr. Speaker, it's my dream that each member of Parliament and senator comes to Parliament Hill believing that the promotion of health and fitness is an integral part of our role. As public figures, we may not be athletic, we may not even be fit, but we can demonstrate our commitment to act as role models, to improve our own levels of fitness, and to encourage our constituents to do the same. That's why parliamentarians regularly receive a joint invitation from the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, the member from Etobicoke North, and me, 3 members of different parties who together invite parliamentarians to join together to put our stickers in the window for fitness. Come join us for a walk or run each Wednesday at 12:15 at the Parliamentary Flame, or a swim on Thursdays at 6:45 a.m. at the Chateau Laurier. we are privileged that Pierre Lafontaine, CEO of Canadian Inter-University Sports, and Phil Marsh, Senior Manager of the Running Room, come out regularly to rally us, totally committed to the concept of making Canada the fittest nation on earth. In addition to these weekly events, I encourage parliamentarians to help me take to new heights of participation some events which I've introduced to make a statement to the nation. The third annual Bike Day on the Hill will be May 12th, and the third annual National Life Jacket and Swim Day will take place on May 25th. Events produced with the help of Canadian Tire, Jumpstart Foundation, Canadian Red Cross, Cycling Canada, the Ottawa Bicycle Club, and others. Parliamentarians, we need to start in our own house first, literally, the House of Commons and the Senate. Each of us is a mini Minister of Health, there to support the Minister herself. In this Olympic year and following the legacy of 2010, I invite each of you to join me and your other colleagues on Wednesdays and Thursdays to help make Canada the fittest nation on earth. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has developed a pattern of investing in community projects like sports arenas and fitness centres to encourage healthy living and active lifestyles, including many in the riding I represent. And so I now ask the mayors and town councillors across the nation, how can we as parliamentarians work with you? How can we work with you to leverage your marvelous community facilities to work together to make Canada the fittest nation on earth? It's local governments that own and maintain many of the key infrastructures. It's local governments which create programs to involve people in their communities to participate together to become more physically active. So we chose the first Saturday in June to be National Health and Fitness Day, when many local governments are already committed to open their summer facilities for the first time. I invite all of my colleagues in both houses to join with Canadians and approach mayors and councillors across Canada to take part in this growing movement. Ask the communities to mark the day in some way, be it reduced cost admission to a recreation centre, 2-for-1 swim time, a demonstration of nutritional cooking, or a walk or bike ride for seniors. There's no need for NHFD to be a cost centre. It can be a marketing campaign that produces revenues for each participating municipality. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the Governor-General participated in National Health and Fitness Day, offering kickoff remarks for Ottawa events and demonstrating considerable prowess on his bicycle. I've tabled a private member's bill, C-443, to formalize National Health and Fitness Day, and I'm pleased to say it has support from 20 members of all parties. Mr. Speaker, and as I bring my remarks to a close, I ask all of our fellow countrymen and countrywomen, what can we do to respond to the obesity epidemic? Firstly, we must recognize the key aspect played by the root causes of obesity, and that is the lack of participation in healthy physical activity. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, we need to join together to encourage each other, to encourage our mayors and councillors, and why not set that lofty goal to go on to become the fittest nation on earth? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I have the great honour to begin this delayed return to the House by reiterating the main ideas I talked about since entering federal politics. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a constant theme that I speak about each time I rise. I insist on talking about the lifestyles and culture of northern communities, given that I come from a community north of the 52nd parallel. I am able to tell the public about the various factors and realities that are too often ignored or hidden from the public at large. In this case, when we're talking about the prevention of obesity, I will proceed in the same fashion, and I will shed light on a number of matters having to do with the too great availability of unhealthy food, pre-prepared foods in northern communities. There are a number of communities or a number of companies that sell unhealthy food for example, soft drinks and chips, which are available abundantly in northern communities, which by the same token, do not have access to healthy vegetables and fruit. Sometimes all they have is a little corner store as their only grocery store, and that is where they must buy all their food. I'm thinking of the Pakwashidi or St. Augustine communities. There are Aboriginal communities, but this reality is often the same for coasters and other people who live in these communities. Sometimes there is only one corner store. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, in these places, the pre-prepared and processed foods are just at the height of children's eyes, and chips and soft drinks, as well as just chocolate bars, are made very obvious. They are showcased in these stores, and that is a marketing ploy. So it's a way of ensuring that these young consumers will make unhealthy choices and will become addicted to processed food and sugars. The motion that we are studying makes sense in light of the social costs linked to Canada's alarming obesity rate. One of my colleagues talked about billions of dollars per year to treat this problem. And obesity increases the risk of developing a number of chronic diseases, such as certain cardiovascular diseases, as well as liver and gallbladder diseases. This is very relevant to northern realities because numerous young people, many children in these communities, are confronted with this reality at a very young age. When we're talking about gallbladder and the liver, the number of individuals who die from liver cirrhosis in these communities, which is a very violent and tragic death, this number is very high. This is a very visible factor, and it is part of their reality. Now, often liver cirrhosis results from alcoholism. So the soft drink lobbies are strong in these communities, but so are alcoholic beverages. And when someone dies from liver cirrhosis, Mr. Speaker, often children must deal with these realities at a very young age. This is part of their daily lives. And I don't want to say that it's banal, that it's trite, but it is part of the realities of the reality of these communities. So gallbladder and liver diseases, as I said, strokes, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, certain breast and colon cancers, sleep apnea, and respiratory problems. Now, type 2 diabetes, that is another problem that is very concerning in these northern communities. It is very gradual, and this is a very slow death. Often, I come back to children a lot, but often these children are confronted with this reality. They will see members of their family who have to have limbs amputated, for example, and amputation comes just before death in these situations when people are diabetic with type 2 diabetes. And so all of this is linked to these high sodium diets that the people living in these communities have, people who eat foods that are high in sugar as well. And when I talked about an overabundance, all of these lobbies and the junk food industry ensure that their products are always present in remote communities. And you can see the empty chip bags all over these communities, which proves how abundant and how available this food is. And as soon as these children get a hold of a few dollars, they go to buy chips. But if you calculate the sodium levels and the calories that these children take in, for just like an alcoholic can simply drink his life away, these children also become addicted to soft drinks and chips, and sometimes that's almost all that their diet contains, especially when these children are left to their own devices. So their diet is based solely on fast food. When I talk about fast food, obviously, that includes TV dinners. These things, they just have to stick them into a microwave, and there again, the sodium levels are high. So we can only welcome any initiative which raises Canadians' awareness of the problem, which would also lead to a conversation on how to contain obesity in this country. The rate of obesity are particularly high among Aboriginals. There are some 26.4 per people, and 36% of Aboriginal adults who live on reserve are obese. And I would say that you could apply those figures to all of the population of the far north, at least to those who live north of the 50th parallel, because as I said earlier, among the coasters, often the convenience store is their only source of groceries, and what we can find there, what people find there are especially chips and soft drinks. Now, when I was knocking on doors this summer, among these communities, I learned that the 2-liter bottles of soft drinks are perpetually on the table, and the choice is easy. A community at the 52nd parallel has to choose between a liter of milk at $6 or 99 cents for 2 liters of soft drinks. So that is the problem. And last year, when the rapporteur on the right to food came last year, I took a photograph that proves that in Awashat, a northern community, which proves that 2 liters of soda was sold for 99 cents, and that is despite the fact that other healthy products such as Perrier water are much, much more expensive. So we may wonder, and we have these concerns as to the real power of this fast food lobby. So this government will have to examine its conscience, and because visibly some of its most powerful lobbies do have their ear, and it is very unfortunate that the Canadian government is always focusing on economic interests to the detriment of benefits for the Canadian public, especially with regard to fast food. The implementation of the conservative corporate agenda and the gradual withdrawal of programs fostering access to proper food and proper housing is definitely a problem. We're talking about industrial practices here. This is especially visible with regard to pre-processed foods. We can see that there is no kind of guideline. The industry simply does as it pleases. And the costs associated with health programs that could look after people who are not eating properly, well, all that should be reevaluated, and we need to raise awareness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 18h39, la Chambre s'ajourne jusqu'à demain à 10h, conformément à l'article 24.1 du règlement.
Thank you.